break in to tell you that you were at 3 minutes at that point. But if you could just summarize your final thoughts when we come back, that would be great.
Sounds good.
Just want to say it's good to know that I'm not the only one who has issues. I was going to speak earlier, but I inadvertently let my cursor hover over something a little too long, and I got blocked out. So as you notice, I'm a sponsor of the bill. So before we're done, I'd like to say just a few words in favor of it, Mr. Chair, if it's okay.
That would be fine.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to take advantage of this break, though, and step away and go refill my coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, so our stream should be good now. For the people that had testified before, it is still available as like the audio on the legislature's website, but it won't be included in the YouTube video. I hope that was enough time to get your coffee.
Thank you. Thank you, Alyssa. He will be back, I'm sure.
I'm good.
We're going to continue and let Ms. DeLima finish her testimony.
Well, I'll just summarize by saying, as a board member of MARC, am I on mute? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Sounds good. As a board member of MARC, it's clear to me that these are indeed statewide problems. I believe communities across Maine stand to benefit from the work of this commission. And for this reason, MARC is pleased to be working with Speaker Facto on this legislation. Please support LD 609. And at this point, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. DeLima from the committee? Seeing none. So next up, we will have Kate Dufour from the Maine Municipal Association, followed by Christina Egan, Matthew Marks, and Nancy Smith. There is Kate Dufour's name, and there is a face coming perhaps soon. And a sound. There we go. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Kate Dufour, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in support of LD 609. MMA appreciates that not only does LD 609 seek to address zoning-related housing impacts through study, discussion, and collaboration, as opposed to by mandate, but it also includes the municipal perspective as part of that process. Municipal officials are not blind to the fact that zoning and land use restrictions have an impact on housing options, and understand that regular examination of policies is necessary to ensure that the goals and interests of our community's residents and business owners continue to be met as priorities evolve. I want to note, however, that it's important to recognize that municipal policies are not created solely by the 3, 5, or 7 elected board or council members, but rather by the community's residents. In town meeting towns, ordinances are adopted by the voters who gather once a year to set the community's priorities. And in council municipalities, the policies are drafted and adopted at the request of our residents. And just as a side note, I serve on the Hollowell City Council, and I can attest to the fact that we do not, I repeat, we do not meet monthly to decide how to amend our ordinances in order to frustrate our residents. We take our marching orders from the members of our communities. And as such, we evolve as they direct us. And taking into account the pandemic's impact on available housing stock, this study is very timely. Housing issues are no longer simply a big city issue. Municipal officials in urban, suburban, and rural areas alike have witnessed significant increases in both the number and value of home sales, which in turn have or soon will place additional property tax burden on lifelong homeowners and impact the availability of affordable and workforce housing in our communities. We look forward to participating in the study and working collaboratively with all of the interested parties to address this important issue. I thank you for your time, and I hope, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being here this morning. Next up, Christina Egan. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. morning, Senator Hickman and members of the committee. My name is Christina Egan. I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Portland Council of Governments, and we are a membership organization of cities and towns representing 30 cities and towns ranging from the small towns around Sebago Lake to the most populous cities in Maine to some of the youngest places in Biddeford and Saco, where we work on transportation. We are grateful to Speaker Bechtold for bringing this proposal forward and also for the opportunity to offer our testimony in support of LD 609 to explore how to expand housing choices in Maine. Our region has been welcoming new people, and we are not alone. As Kate just referenced, this is happening not just in our cities and our suburbs and the most populous areas, but also throughout Maine. In 2019, in the Greater Portland region, we saw an influx of asylum seekers from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In 2020, we're seeing asylum seekers from the pandemic. And more people are going to be coming to Maine in the future as remote work gets locked in, and also as Maine gets recognized as one of the most climate safe places in the nation. We expect this trend to continue. And of course, having more people come to Maine is a good thing. It's a good thing for our economy. It's a good thing for our workforce. But we have to make sure that we have places for them to live and that we build in a way that reinforces the quality of life in Maine, meaning we need to preserve our farms, our fields, our forests, our open spaces at the same time that we're building more housing and expanding housing choices. When I was a counselor in Freeport on the town council, I had constituents both that were older and also younger. And the older ones may have had a small place on the water and they had tear downs on either side of them. Their property taxes were going up and we had people leaving Freeport. The younger ones, they grew up here, they went to Freeport High School, and they haven't been able to find a place to come back and live in Freeport. They've been moving further and further out. And so there's been displacement in our region. So we need to think about how we manage growth and take a really intentional approach to encouraging housing in places that are already served by sewer and water, by public transportation, by highways and other kinds of infrastructure. That will save our cities and towns money, and it will also be able to expand the housing choices we need. At GPCOG, we've been studying housing for over 50 years, and we've been supporting municipalities in their planning and in their zoning. Most recently, we've published 3 reports, one which was just referenced by Jeff Levine that looked at the progress that we've had in our region on expanding multifamily housing, but also recognizing that we have many different barriers that are baked into the zoning that need to be examined. Before that, in 2019, we detailed how the high cost of housing was really negatively impacting the seniors and working families in our region. And then just 2 weeks ago, we published a report on the progress we're making with 7 of our cities and towns in expanding housing choices. LD 609 will help us gather data statewide, including data on racial inequities and how that relates to the lack of housing choice. Look at national best practices on what we can do to expand it, and then design recommendations that make sense for cities and towns, but also make transparent what the things are that we need to do collectively.
Ms. Egan, excuse me, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up. If you could summarize your thoughts for us.
Sure, I just had one more sentence, so thank you.
Perfect.
So we really welcome the opportunity to study how to expand housing choices for Mainers and in a way that helps us preserve the way life should be. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, have a great day. Next up is Mr. Matthew Marks. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. I think, there we go. Thank you, Senator Hickman, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks. I'm actually a resident of Scarborough and Representative Warren's district. And I'm here today representing the Associated General Contractors of Maine. We support this bill. We actually supported it in the previous version. And part of the reason we were involved in housing for many years, of course, building housing, but also seeing some of our folks as developers. They both, some of our contractors work as both contractor and developer, but obviously dealing with permitting and zoning has been an intricate part of construction for many years. One of the things I want to bring up is not just on the public side where we see challenges with some zoning that could be prohibitive to building more affordable housing units, but also on the private side where we see private investors now building more mixed use space. I want to call into an example that I think has benefited both a community in Maine, but also provides an opportunity for a good example of where zoning can be effective. In Gorham, one of our members developed a mixed-use space known as Station Square. It's a 70,000 square foot building near Main Street. It has 150 people working in the facility at restaurants, businesses like insurance providers, restaurants, and I think there's even a wine bar there. There are 33 residential units, and we know that folks are both working and living in the same place. They have access to the grocery store next door and of course public transportation. And they're heated and cooled by efficient heat pumps. Those kind of private investment along with the public investment in these areas where zoning has to be changed can be complicated, not just for the developer or the contractor, but also the town working within their own zoning guidelines. We believe that this committee will provide a good deal of resources for towns, hopefully some templates. And as we know in construction, and I think others who have testified already, that the bottom floor and the top floor tend to be the most expensive, and we're certainly not advocating for big skyline changes, but where appropriate, the town and city should have good decision-making tools, and we believe this committee will help make that happen if this is passed. So I'm happy to answer any questions about development or project development related to zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
I had a question, but.
Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Representative Gear, you may go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Marks, I'm curious regarding that Gorham project you discussed. Can you talk a little bit about how extensive the changes were that were required to make that project happen? And if there are some categories of change you could describe, that would be helpful.
Yeah, what I can do is, I kind of forget, I'm sorry, Representative, last time I had looked that up for work session and I think we got bumped, but I know I have my notes, so I will send that along to you afterwards.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Marks. And I already see our next testifier, Ms. Nancy Smith. Welcome.
Good morning to my own Senator Hickman. Congratulations on your recent election. To Representative Sylvester and to the members of the Committee on Housing and Labor. I'm Nancy Smith. I live in Monmouth and I'm Executive Director of Grow Smart Maine. We're a statewide nonprofit organization working to build lasting prosperity without sacrificing the quality of life that defines Maine. I'll also note that I was the House Chair of the BREAD Committee, which once covered housing as well as other business development and economic development and business issues before the legislature. You have my written testimony. I'll hit a few points, and then I love following really smart people. I can touch base on their comments as well. Grow Smart believes that this proposal will add significant value in directing land use patterns as Maine creates more housing choices for years to come. We also, as part of our work, lead the Maine Alliance of Smart Growth. This is a network of communities, individuals, businesses, and organizations with a proven interest in promoting and supporting economically and culturally vital downtowns and the natural areas surrounding them, working farms and forests, the natural areas around them, and open space on the waterfront. We recognize the interdependence of Maine's natural and built environments and their combined value in creating livable communities and sustainable economic opportunities for today and the future. Though the focus of this bill is on creating housing, this proposal offers significant value across many policy areas, from land conservation and climate resiliency to economic opportunity and affordable internet access and ensuring strategic use of public infrastructure. For these reasons, the steering committee of the Maine Alliance of Smart Growth voted to strongly endorse this bill. This testimony is therefore both from Grow Smart and the Maine Alliance of Smart Growth, and the steering committee members are listed at the bottom of my testimony. Grow Smart and other members of the steering committee work in towns and cities across the state where staff, elected officials, and volunteers are committed to their hometowns, but often lack the time and the expertise essential to integrating multiple priorities. The outcome of this bill will be to provide tangible tools for Mainers to address housing issues, while enhancing the efforts related to the other community values, again, conservation, downtown revitalization, and economic development for all. We're pleased this year to see the addition of an equity perspective on the commission. And if the sponsor and the committee were so inclined, as a demonstration of the support and the enthusiasm for this bill by the Maine Alliance of Smart Growth, it is our request for two other changes in the commission membership. First, that a conservation perspective be added, denoting that connection between development and open space. And second, that a statewide organization that advocates for smart growth and policies and projects not compete with Maine's regional planning commissions for a single seat at the table. Each offers a unique perspective that will have value in this process. For instance, Grow Smart Maine has tools, Eric Jorgensen noted in speaking for Maine Housing, and this includes best practices for accessory dwelling units. You can find that on our website. And per Kate Dufour's testimony, I want to note that one of our goals with these community tools is to raise the awareness and appreciation for all Mainers of the value of land use. Finally, I'm going to note that Matt Marks mentioned the mixed use development in Gorham. That was the recipient of a 2020 Smart Growth Award at our summit last October. That concludes my testimony. You can see on my written testimony the list of Maine Alliance of Smart Growth members, some of whom are testifying individually. I'm happy to answer questions and will certainly be at the work session to help as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy Smith. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for being here. Can you just remind us a little bit about smart growth and what all that entails, please?
Yes. Smart growth offers principles that accommodate and allow for change and allow communities to do this. And it can be as simple as allowing mixed use, as you heard in Gorham. It's about balancing the need for open space so that our farms and our forests and our working waterfront can be productive. And the way that you do that, one of the key ways to do that is to make it affordable, popular, and easy to live, work, and play in the downtown areas, whether that's a village center or a large city center. So smart growth, as I describe it, is where all of these principles come together and you find a balance between the priorities, the things that, that make Maine the place where we all choose to live and work.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, could I have a quick follow-up, please?
You may.
Can you speak to climate concerns with this, the current resolve?
Yes. When you're looking at ordinances, take everything that I've said about smart growth and making it, as you've heard from others, Christina Egan, for instance, about if we can make it desirable to work in areas where there's already growth rather than the sprawl out into the open space, which puts our farms and forest land at risk, then there are climate benefits. For one example, reducing traffic, reducing transportation miles, which is one of the priorities in the climate action plan. If you don't need to get in your car every time you do a daily activity, whether it's getting to work or buying a gallon of milk, getting the kids to school, then it reduces in that way. It also, again, what I love about smart growth and my position here to talk about, it's always both sides of the coins. Those are the advantages of encouraging growth where there's already development. And the other side is when you draw demand away from farmland, forests, and the working waterfront, you allow those industries to continue to prosper. And that has climate benefits as well, whether it's access to local foods, which we're learning more and more about the need and the priority of that, as well as the carbon sequestration that can happen with active timber management as well.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you all for your work. Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Oriana Farnham, followed by Tex Hauser.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Sorry, just a moment. My screen shifted a little bit when I became a presenter. Okay. Good morning, Senator Hickman and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Oriana Farnham, and I'm a prospective Skadden Fellow at Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid organization. I'm testifying in support of LD 609 because it's an important step to addressing Maine's need for more housing opportunities for low-income renters. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, 2 in 10 Mainers with low incomes are either homeless or pay over half their income on rent. With so many severely rent-burdened households, Maine has suffered from a housing instability pandemic that preceded the COVID-19 pandemic. To state the problem simply, Mainers need safe housing that is affordable, and Maine doesn't have enough options. Federal and state programs attempt both supply-side and demand-side solutions to this problem, but despite these programs, Maine still faces a critical shortage of housing options for low-income renters, and Maine Equal Justice supports the crucial supply analysis that LD 609 will task the Commission with. The traditional demand-side solution is providing rental assistance, usually through housing vouchers to help low-income tenants afford their rent. Federal and state housing voucher programs do not provide nearly enough rental assistance to meet Maine's long-term needs. Our state's joint Section 8 waiting list, which covers most of the state, has over 25,000 households on it. These families will wait years for needed housing assistance. But even when these families do get vouchers, many will still struggle to find safe, affordable housing because of our state's housing supply problem. They will face a lack of available rental units in their area, conditions of the available units that don't meet program standards, and prices of the available units that exceed the program caps, among many other barriers. In fact, it's estimated that Maine has a shortage of more than 19,000 rental units that are both available and affordable to low-income renters. There is an urgent need to address Maine's housing supply problem, and we support this bill because it represents a step towards new and innovative solutions. Maine is certainly not the only state where zoning poses a barrier to developing affordable housing for low-income people, and the Commission will help Maine learn from other states' experiments with policies to help municipalities address the housing crisis. Finally, we strongly support the inclusion of 2 Commission members who can represent the interests of low-income renters in the mission of civil rights, racial justice, and racial equity. It is well known that local zoning has been a long-standing obstacle to expanding housing opportunities for people of color and low-income people. Historians have documented that exclusionary zoning, restricting apartment buildings, were designed to intentionally and systemically exclude Black Americans from moving into white suburbs. Moreover, barriers to building multifamily housing have disparately impacted low-income people and people with disabilities, among many other protected groups. Remedying this exclusionary history takes concerted work, and with this Commission, Maine is moving in the right direction to remedy the deep housing disparities for Mainers of color and low-income households who most need safe, affordable housing opportunities. We hope that the committee will vote ought to pass on LD 609, and Maine Equal Justice would be eager to assist the Commission in understanding the needs of low-income renters in the state of Maine. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next up will be Mr. Tex Hauser. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, distinguished members of the committee. Thanks very much for hearing us this morning. I apologize for any confusion. I'm a member of the Maine Association of Planners Legislative Policy Committee, and we are strongly in favor of this legislation. To underscore some of the crisis aspects of the housing situation, I noted in our local Century newspaper this weekend that our superintendent of schools in South Portland reports that there are over 100 students in South Portland Public Schools without secure housing. This is up from what the district has seen in the past, about 30 to 40 homeless students in past school years. So that kind of struck me, and I think it underscores how the pandemic has made the housing problem even more pressing. So the Maine Association of Planners does strongly feel that zoning and other land use regulations need to be changed in order to provide more housing choices and opportunities for non-wealthy people in Maine. I look at South Portland, my city, for example, and we have housing and neighborhoods that were built before World War II and those after. And the ones before World War II have a mix of single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, a variety of housing. Those after World War II, many of the areas got zoned single family only. And the ones that have the mix, they work perfectly fine and people love them and the real estate is great for them. So there's really no problem with that. There's no reason why we can't go back to that, especially with small scale multifamily type housing. I also wanted to mention that some of the bills coming before you this year do ask for money, and MAP, or the Maine Association of Planners, will probably support those. But I don't think this is one of them. This is one where if we can get some of the problems out of the way, then market forces can help correct to a certain extent the lack of housing supply. And then also, I just wanted to mention that in our written testimony, we do have a small proposed edit or amendment suggesting that we specifically have a municipal or regional land use planning practitioner, substituting that language for a representative from a regional planning association or statewide organization. Thanks very much for your time and thanks for this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. Are there any questions from the committee? I do have one, and I wanted to know what you think was the cause or the circumstances surrounding the post-World War II situation where mostly single-family units were approved for zoning, but not multi-family units. Do you have any opinion on that?
I'm not entirely sure, Senator. I think there were a lot of reasons. Somehow the idea of the nuclear family, the Ozzie and Harriet family, living in the suburbs with a big yard and driving everywhere, in their new cars or something. Somehow that seemed to be the way to go. And it also seemed to work for builders. It seemed, I don't know, in South Portland, when they did that, they substituted single-family suburbs for good agricultural land, which was kind of a shame. So I think there were a lot of reasons, but a lot of those reasons that may or may not have been valid back then aren't here anymore. We don't have the same kinds of nuclear families that we used to, and we don't want to be driving as much as we used to. And our kids, that's not where they want to live, I don't think. They want to have a more mixed-use environment, like Nancy Smith was talking about. So that's not really a very good answer to your question, but yeah, best I could do, sorry.
It's okay, I appreciate it very much. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. That is all I have signed up, but I will also defer and call upon Representative Bradstreet as a co-sponsor of the bill to offer testimony in favor at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of sentences here, and committee members. Yeah, I am a co-sponsor of this bill. For a long time, I've been of the opinion that we tend to look a lot at subsidy when we talk about affordability, and what we need to do is look at the raw costs of construction and building both single family and multifamily housing. We in this committee we've seen a lot that we don't necessarily have a shortage of vouchers and things. We have a shortage of housing. And this will help identify those impediments to constructing affordable market-based housing, which will, that's part of it. And this will help the entire housing availability situation. So I'm glad to sponsor it. I hope that we are successful with this. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're muted, Senator Hickman.
We do not have anyone signed up to testify against the bill or neither for nor against the bill. Thank you, Alyssa. And so in that case, I will close.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes, sir. Representative Drinkwater, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Could we just side caucus for 5 minutes?
Do you have because this is a public hearing, I don't want to say no to that. Is that usual to side caucus after a public hearing on a bill?
Well, I'd like to ask my fellow Republicans a question, and seeing as how this has overwhelming support, I don't see why we couldn't move right into a work session on it.
Okay, well then I will allow for the side caucus for 3 minutes and we'll return. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would just remind people that in this format, I can't send you to the breakout rooms. So you'll have to leave the main Zoom.
Did you understand that, Representative Drinkwater?
Mr. Chair, I did understand it, but that doesn't mean I have a roadmap on how to get there.
Alyssa, can you please explain that they just have to leave the meeting, go to a different place, and then come back to this one? I actually don't know the.
So I'm not sure whether or not you guys have been, for like outside of work sessions for your caucuses, if you've been using Zoom or Google Hangouts or some sort of similar platform. But you'll just have to leave this meeting and then go create one on that for you all to join. And then when you're done caucusing, you'll have to come back to this one.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That being said, I know a lot of us are not millennials, and we don't have the ability to maneuver all these modern technologies. I'd like to make a motion, we move right into a work session on this issue.
There's a motion to move directly into work session on this issue. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded by Representative Drinkwater to move directly into work session. Are there any comments, discussion about the motion from the committee? Representative Warren.
I just wanted to ask, are there people who maybe have are there people that are waiting to speak at another hearing that we would be inconveniencing in some way? Maybe this is how this all works normally, and I just want to understand that, and maybe they have that understanding and expectation as well. But yeah.
That's a great question. Again, I being here for the first time and in this Zoom format, don't actually know if that's going to be a problem. Representative Pepworth, did you want to say something about the motion?
Yes, my comment on the motion is I am very excited about the show of support for this bill, and I share that support. I heard a few suggestions of additions and changes and wonder if it might behoove us to schedule a work session and follow up with those.
Thank you, Representative Pepworth. Are there any other concerns about this motion at this time? I will just say that I do obviously hear the enthusiastic support for this bill moving forward. I did also hear, though, that there are some suggested changes to the commission members that I would like a little more time to discuss with folks about their inclusion in this commission, because I'm not as well versed from everything that happened last session and why those are being suggested now versus last time. So I think that, with all due respect to Representative, I'm going to oppose the motion because I'm just not comfortable moving directly into work session on any bill at this time. I'm going to ask the committee just for that deference, because I want to make sure that we're not excluding the voices that need to help us out by deciding and having us decide whether or not we're going to change the commission membership as it's presented in the original bill. So that is what I'll say to that. And then I'm going to go to Mr. Langland, our analyst, who would like to speak.
The only thing I would say is there were some proposed changes, and certainly the committee can do whatever it wants. I should also note that we received approval on Friday to meet every Friday, beginning this Friday, throughout the rest of the session. So potentially you could schedule this work session for Friday and have it be a relatively quick turnaround if there's appetite for that in the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Any other discussion on the motion to move directly into work session? Seeing none, I will ask the committee clerk to call the roll. The motion is to move directly into work session.
Senator Hickman.
Nay.
Senator Hickman, nay. Senator Guerin. Oh, I don't see Senator Guerin. Senator Miramont is absent. Representative Sylvester. Oh, I'm sorry.
Here and nay.
Miramont, nay. Representative Sylvester. I think he might be in the other meeting. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Nay.
Cuddy, nay. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
No.
Representative Morris is absent. Representative Pebworth.
No.
Oh, sorry. Representative Morris, are you there? His camera's not on. Okay, I think he may be absent. Representative Pebworth.
No.
Pebworth, no. Representative Prescott is absent. Representative Rader.
No.
Rader, no. Representative Warren.
No.
Representative Warren, no. Senator Guerin, I saw you turn on your camera for a split second. Okay, so I think Senator Guerin may actually be absent. So that is, of those present, 6 opposed and 2 in favor.
6 voting against the motion and 2 in favor of the motion. The motion fails. And with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 609. We will now move to, we'll open the public hearing on LD 594. And that will be a resolve directing the Department of Labor to submit to the United States Secretary of Labor a plan for a self-employment assistance program sponsored by Senator Eloise Vitelli of Saginaw. Welcome, Senator. I see your face.
There we go. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, can't see if he's back yet, and esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I assume you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which includes all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I live in Arousic. I am here before you today to introduce LD 594, which is a resolve directing the Department of Labor to submit to the United States Secretary of Labor a plan for a self-employment assistance program. I am very pleased to be before you today to present this resolve, and will first like to give you a little background. In December of 1993, the President signed into law the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement, or NAFTA, which, among many other provisions, gave states permission to allow certain individuals to receive a payment from the state's unemployment fund for the purpose of assisting such individuals in establishing a business and becoming self-employed. Maine became the first state to submit a plan to the U.S. Department of Labor, Employment and Training Administration for a self-employment assistance program under this provision. In March of 1995, the Maine Department of Labor adopted rules for what became known as the Maine Enterprise Option Program, or MEO. The MEO program operated successfully for nearly 20 years, offering entrepreneurial Mainers a chance to regain their economic footing after a layoff by starting their own business. Very simply, the program model offered unemployment insurance claimants the chance to receive benefits they were otherwise entitled to receive, but instead of doing a job search, they worked full-time on their business idea. They attended business classes, met individually with business counselors, and documented their time on their weekly claim forms. Maine's small businesses are the building blocks of our local economies. Small businesses arise to meet the needs of the communities they serve, and they give back to these communities in so many ways. They sponsor local sports teams and fundraise for local causes. Small businesses are engines of innovation and growth. The Mainers who choose this path are hardworking, creative, and resilient, but they need support. It is clear to all of us that this last year has been incredibly challenging to businesses of all sizes, to their employees, and to the growing number of independent workers. As Maine economy rebuilds from this pandemic, the time seems right to reinstate a pathway for those entrepreneurs among us, those who have a good idea, are willing to work really hard, take risks to get their idea to the marketplace, to restart their own economy through self-employment and business startup. The MEO program, as originally designed, was a unique partnership among the Department of Labor Bureau of Unemployment Compensation, their employment services, the Small Business Development Centers, and New Ventures Maine that sought to balance business support services and accountability with regulation. It was designed to take advantage of existing resources, connecting participants to services that could help them succeed. Full disclosure, I was part of a group of stakeholders that helped pass legislation and develop the initial program design. Additionally, for the duration of the program, in my role with New Ventures Maine, I provided management assistance to the MDOL, Maine Department of Labor, including preparation of the annual report to the legislature, to this committee, and to the US Department of Labor. If I were still with New Ventures, I might be able to pull up my files to give you a more complete picture of the program's scale and the impact over the years. But what I can offer you is a snapshot of the program taken during the early years. Between 1995 and 2008, there were 2,182 MEO participants. 47% were male and 15% were female. More than half were 45 years of age or older, and 43% had a high school degree or less, while 20% had some college degree. A study that was done in 2001 for the US Department of Labor comparing self-employment assistance programs in 3 states, Maine, New Jersey, and New York, found that participants started businesses at rates higher than non-participants. That same study found that in Maine, 62% of participants had indeed started a business, they had sales, with 1/3 still employed after 36 months. Of this group, 76% were sole proprietors. The businesses the participants started included a variety of small producers as well as a full range of service businesses. I recall one, a kettle corn maker who was quite successful. There was a time when you could buy his product in the State House, among other places, as well as a small engine repair shop in Brunswick, and many, many others throughout the state. Unfortunately, Maine's program was phased out when we failed to submit a successful grant application for new funding that would have supported the program in 2013. I believe, however, it is time to reinstate the self-employment option and urge passage of this resolve. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for your background and testimony and presenting this bill. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Vitelli. I don't see a price tag on this, and I, of course, think that we need to be doing everything we can to be encouraging business development in particular. So I'm pretty excited about it. Am I wrong about the price tag?
Well, this bill is a resolve asking the department to submit a plan. So you'd have to ask the department what they think might be involved in that part. But what I can tell you is that For all the many years that we operated the MEO program, it cost very little. New Ventures Maine, at the time it was called Women Working Community, I think got no more than say $5,000 a year to provide the management support. The Small Business Development Centers had a somewhat larger contract for providing expedited services to the MEO participants who were required to see an SBDC counselor. But other than that, the program was absorbed by the department through its regular functions. These are people who would have been receiving unemployment insurance benefits anyway. So in that sense, and in fact, the federal enabling legislation required that the program not cost any more than it would have absent its existence.
That's great.
So I think the department can probably answer more detailed questions about that, but it's a very cost-effective program.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. It was good to see you today, Senator.
Thank you. We have one person signed up to testify in favor of this bill, and that is Isaac Gingras from the Maine Department of Labor. And I apologize if I have mispronounced your name.
That's certainly okay, Senator. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Isaac Gingras, Legislative Liaison with the Maine Department of Labor, and I am here today representing the department to speak in favor of LD 594, resolve directing the Department of Labor to submit to the United States Secretary of Labor a plan for a self-employment assistance program. The proposed legislation would require the department to submit a plan to reinstate the self-employment assistance program, which is already in state law. The department appreciates Senator Vitelli bringing the legislation forward. The Maine Enterprise Option, or MEO, program provides a limited number of eligible unemployment insurance recipients the option of collecting self-employment assistance allowance at the same level as regular state unemployment insurance benefits while developing a small business. MEO is not for individuals who are already self-employed. To be eligible to apply for the MEO program, an individual must be eligible for regular state unemployment benefits and be projected to likely to exhaust their full benefits without finding new employment. This could be due to having worked in a declining industry or changes in the industry now require different knowledges and skills than possessed by the individual, or where the need for as many employees as declined. The Maine Enterprise Option program allowed certain unemployment beneficiaries the opportunity to pursue starting their own business as an alternative to seeking regular unemployment. Although federal law restricts the number of participants that a state can enroll in self-employment assistance at any given time, Maine found the program to be effective. The program only lapsed in the past due to the difficulty of securing funding for the program. LD 594 is in alignment with work the department would like to pursue, and we would be more than willing to work on how to reconstitute such a program. Thank you for your time and attention this morning, and I would be more than happy to take questions now and can also be available for the work session on this bill.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I do not see any. So we will see you at the work session. And it's Gingras, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes,
Got
it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any people signed up to testify against this resolution or neither for nor against this resolution. And so if there's nothing that the committee needs for the work session, seeing nothing, I will close the public hearing on LD 594. We will go the remainder of the bills in front of us for public hearing in numerical order. So we will go to 607 next, and then 648 and 654, since we've already heard LD 609. So with that, I will open the public hearing on LD 607, an act to restore overtime protections for Maine workers, sponsored by Representative Rachel Talbot Ross of Portland.
Thank you. It's very, very good to see you all this morning, and it's wonderful to welcome you, Senator Hickman, to the state legislature once again.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which comprises the Portland neighborhoods of Parkside, Bayside, East Bayside, Oakdale, and the University of Southern Maine campus. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come before you this morning to present LD 607, an act to restore overtime protections for Maine workers. Working class Mainers deserve to be paid overtime when they work longer hours. But for thousands of low-income Mainers, this is not the case. Nearly all hourly workers are guaranteed overtime pay when they work more than 40 hours a week. Overtime protections also apply to low-income salaried workers. In fact, workers are only exempt from overtime requirements if they meet 3 tests as required by federal and state law. The first is they must be salaried. The second is they must be paid more than the salary threshold. And third, they must be employed in an executive, administrative, or professional occupation. Over the last couple of decades, the salary threshold has not kept up with inflation. That threshold is currently $35,500 federally and $36,450 in Maine. This means only 20% of Maine's salaried workers are eligible for overtime protections. Compare that to 1977 when the salary threshold was $250 per week, which was enough to allow 66% of Maine's salaried workers to claim overtime. These Mainers need and deserve overtime protections just as much today as they did in 1977. LD 607 would restore overtime protections to these workers by increasing the salary threshold to a more reasonable level. Plainly stated, current state and federal law allows someone earning $37,000 a year to be made to work unpaid overtime if they are paid on a salary basis. Today, I am proposing an amendment that reflects the work this committee did on a similar proposal last year before the legislature unexpectedly adjourned due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The proposed amendment, which I've attached to this testimony, would change the schedule of increases to the overtime threshold slightly, while also amending other provisions of state law with similar thresholds for consistency. As you will see, the amendment raises the salary threshold incrementally between now and January 1st, 2024. What would these changes mean to Maine's workforce? Well, once fully phased in, LD 607 with this proposed amendment would give an additional 28,000 Mainers access to overtime protections. Of this group, about 17,000 do not work overtime, and there's already about 1,000 employees who receive overtime pay. So the remaining 9,500 workers would receive overtime pay for extra hours work that they are currently not receiving pay for today. 9,500 workers. That would mean an estimated $8.8 million in additional salary or overtime pay for working class Maine families. This is an impressive number that has the potential to make a real difference for these workers. But I also want to be clear that this would not be an unfair burden on employers. The changes impact a relatively small number of employees and would cost less than 0.1% of overall private sector payrolls in Maine. Businesses who prefer not to pay their protected employees overtime have the choice of either better managing their employees' hours and workloads or increasing salaries to make workers exempt. You may hear today several concerns that I would like to address. The first is the idea that this would force employers to reclassify employees. There is no basis for this. Because salaried workers can be eligible for overtime protections, there is no reason to change a worker's pay status because they qualify for overtime. Similarly, there would be no need to change an employee's job title or benefits. Another potential concern is whether this would have a negative impact to our nonprofit community. According to the Maine Association of Nonprofits 2020 compensation survey, the average salary for an executive director at even the smallest Maine nonprofits is already $58,000 a year. At that salary, they would not be affected by LD 607. So here's the bottom line. Being salaried should not mean you have to work long hours without compensation. Hardworking Mainers deserve to be paid fairly for the extra hours they put in, regardless of whether they are salaried or hourly workers. LD 607 would restore the core American value of the 40-hour work week. I want to thank you for your consideration. I will say that James Mail of the Maine Center for Economic Policy, who's published reports on this very subject, he's worked closely with me on this measure. He's here to testify today and can answer any questions of a more technical nature. And I'd still be happy to engage with you with any questions you may have for me. I want to thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross, representing this bill. Are there any questions, good representative from the committee? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, I believe there's a couple there.
I do not see whose hand is up?
Representative Bradstreet and then myself.
Thank you. I don't see that on my computer screen. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. Perhaps someone after you will answer this, but I'm interested where you've got the information, the data that would affect only 1/10 of 1% of the employers, where it came from. And also, well, I'll save other questions for someone coming behind you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. That data did come from the Maine Center for Economic Policy.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, and Assistant Majority Leader Talbot Ross. We appreciate you bringing this bill forward. I was interested in the piece of your testimony that talked about bringing back the 40-hour work week and sort of what that does to families. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about that for me.
Well, certainly, you know, it's no news to all of you who are now working over 40 hours a week in your current service to Mainers, that with technology, we have certainly blended work and home to degrees that are not in some ways balanced. But prior to COVID-19, which exasperates the issue, there are many mid-level employees who are classified as executive administrative at the executive administrative levels and are really working well over 40 hours a week and not having any compensation for it. You know, this bracket of executive or administrative has really, Representative, been taken to a level that is unprecedented. As I said, back in 1977, we understood this category, this classification much, much differently. But it has been allowed to grow and expand to cover employees that are not doing those positions. And we've kind of taken advantage of it. So a number of employees and workers who are in these classifications are not getting paid for the time that they put in as an employee. And we've got to stop that. We're taking advantage of low income Mainers who are working hard in dignified jobs, and they're not being paid for it.
A quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Talbot Ross, I think that one of the things that often gets missed is the fact that this work will happen, but that in some ways it forces folks to work a little smarter in terms of prioritizing the work that needs to get done when there's a financial incentive to get it done in 40 hours rather than to get it done in 80 hours. And I just wondered if you had any comment from folks who'd reached out to you on the bill, you know, in terms of being able to structure smarter, harder work.
Well, you know, the district that I represent is on the peninsula of Portland. You know, it is comprised of, it's one of the densest tracts of land in the entire state. People are working longer and harder and not being able to move out of any particular, you know, having no greater sense of economic security. And, you know, many folks who are in these categories that are working over 40 hours a week are not in promotional tracks either. And so they're really stymied in the work that they're doing. They come in at a certain level and they stay there. I know just from personal experience of that in my own life. And you come in and you stay in a salaried position and you're not able to move up. You're not able to do anything other than continue to work. And the burden on our families is priceless. It just cannot be stated. Being able to work smarter and, you know, with the hours that we have is certainly the goal. And I appreciate you bringing that up. We're going to have to change our work culture, Representative. We're going to have to change the culture of work and understand that it is hurting our families generationally. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Rader.
Hi, thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. This is a fantastic bill, but one of the questions I have revolves around something that you addressed briefly, the not-for-profit community in the state. I had proposed a bill that would impact not-for-profits and their resources, and I was contacted by the Maine Association for Not-for-Profits specifically about finding ways to work that bill so that not-for-profits didn't find themselves unduly burdened. And I know that having been a not-for-profit executive director, there were times when I was encouraged to keep people's salaries just over the threshold in order to keep from paying overtime. And that was not because anyone wanted to deprive anybody of wages, but it was based on the survival of the not-for-profit organization. So I was wondering if you had had any further feedback from NAMP or any not-for-profits weighing in on this. It's a terrific bill, and in a perfect world, it could absolutely happen and everybody could thrive. But I would love to know if you've heard anything from them.
I have not. I will say, you know, the Honorable Ryan Tipping, who sponsored the original bill back in the 129th, you know, worked with across all industries to bring this bill forward. And I do know that there was quite a bit of work done with the nonprofit organizations at that time. I've not heard from any of them for this bill in this session, but I will say that there's no reason a Mainer who works for a nonprofit has any less of a right to a 40-hour work week. And that's just the bottom line. They have no less of a right to a 40-hour work week just because they're working in a nonprofit organization.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
This is about workers' rights.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative, it's nice seeing you again. Miss seeing you in the House, by the way.
That's right. Me too.
I've read your bill, and I've also read a lot of testimony. And in that testimony, a lot of people, as you alluded to, are saying that it will change classifications of salaried employees to hourly employees. And as we've heard from the representative from Scarborough about unintended consequences, is there any place in your bill that will prevent an employer from changing the classification of an employee?
There is nothing. Thank you, Representative, for the question. And I like you, I do miss being in the chamber. There is nothing that would prevent them from doing so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again. I take it you have taken into consideration the impact that it might have on nonprofits. And we did hear that just a few moments ago that intentionally they keep their salaries for a lot of people just below the threshold. I'm wondering, is that something that the private sector is immune from?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for our Assistant Majority Leader? Seeing none.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Representative. Next up to testify in favor of the bill is our own Representative Scott Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is comprised of Frankfort, Searsport, Swanville, and Winterport. And I'm here today to ask for your support for LD 607. There have been a lot of attempts to address the issue of low-paid but salaried managers being made to work long hours without receiving overtime pay. Last year, we did hear Representative Tipping Spitz's bill, as was just referenced. At the time, I was on that committee and I heard a lot about the cost and how much it would cost to have this measure passed. But what I wanted to remind the committee of is that cost is currently being paid, possibly in a different way, but it's being paid by the employees at this time. That cost is being paid in terms of nights away from family, less sleep, more stress, and less of a life outside of work. It's being paid by somebody who is living to work, not working to live. The work week in this country was defined by people who wanted an end to that week. They wanted a weekend. And so when you have the 2 days for the weekend and 5 days left, and you split that between the things that were considered to be important at the time, which was work, family, and rest, you have a third for each of those. You got 120 hours in a 5-day week. That gives you 40 for work, 40 for family, and 40 for rest. Now, overtime was never meant to be a financial boon for the employee. Overtime was meant to be something that would make the employer think twice about taking that time because they were going to have to pay a premium for that time. The idea is that my work week as an employee is 40 hours. I can work more than that, and my employer can ask or demand that of me, but that time has to come at a premium. It's been degraded over time. We've changed different pieces of the law. We have this threshold that makes it far too easy for someone to be asked or forced to work 50, 60 or more hours a week for a set level of pay. I understand why employers like that. I mean, if nothing else, you have the consistency. You know what your cost is going to be every single week. But all of the burden then is borne by the employee. And that is something that this bill seeks to address. And for that reason, the return for these folks of the primacy of the 40-hour work week, I am very supportive of this legislation, and I would urge this committee to pass LD 607. Thank you very much, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Cuddy. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm sure that we can ask you all of those in work session.
Mr. Chair, I do have my hand up if you didn't see
Oh,
it.
yes, I now see it. Go ahead, Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Cuddy, you represent Searsport. My background's in the automobile business. Searsport Motor Company, who I'm friends with, operate in Searsport. So they have salesmen that work on commission. Obviously, they have to put in a tremendous amount of hours to make a commission. Does this bill in any way address the inequities for these type of salespeople?
I don't believe this bill deals with people who work on commission. That's a separate set of wage law. Now, if you're suggesting that commission in and of itself is unequal and it somehow flies in the face of the 40-hour work week, that's possible, but that isn't something that I've looked into. So I wouldn't want to make a statement around that right now.
All right, so shouldn't this bill address such inequities as the salespeople that have to work on commission, and such as real estate people also? You know, they put in tremendous amounts of hours and they may not get a payday.
As I said, while I wouldn't oppose, looking at something like that, it is not an issue that I've looked into. This is dealing strictly with people who are employed in a traditional employee-employer relationship, who are covered under wage and hour laws, and it's just seeking to adjust this one law around overtime. And
Right.
I am very supportive of that.
Certainly. So we're picking winners and choosers on who can benefit from this.
No, I wouldn't say that, sir. We
Well,
are
we're
addressing
excluding real estate and we're excluding car sales.
Sorry, Representative Drinkwater, I was trying to answer your previous question.
Go ahead.
I wouldn't say that we were actually doing that. I would say that we are addressing a single point of law. And we are certainly, as a committee and as a legislature, free to look at other parts of the law as well. And if we find them to be unequal, we can address them. This bill addresses a single point of law and is not pretending to be comprehensive. It's just dealing with this one point.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just would like to gently remind committee members that we can save debate for work session. This is to gather information from the public about the bill in front of us. Next up to testify in favor of LD 607 is Adam Good from the Maine AFL-CIO.
Good morning, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Adam Good. I work as the Legislative and Political Director at the Maine AFL-CIO. We represent 40,000 working people in the state of Maine who work to improve their lives and working conditions and testify in support of LD 607. I'm not going to go through the part of my testimony that says what this bill does. You all seem very well aware of that. I would say that it's common understanding that hourly workers who receive overtime when they work more than 40 hours is like the expectation in this country. That's what people have grown used to. The Federal Fair Labor Standards Act is supposed to ensure that low-wage workers are automatically eligible for overtime. The salary threshold is a tool to do that. Unfortunately, the impact of the threshold has gone down in recent decades. This bill proposes a gradual rise in that salary until 2024, resulting in overtime pay for all workers who earn less than $55,000 a year. I think that amount was chosen because it would mean no worker is made to work long hours without either receiving overtime pay or a living wage. Working people should be compensated for their labor, should not be expected to work for free. If you're currently an assistant store manager at Dollar General or Best Buy and you make $38,000 a year, you could very well work 50 hours in a week. And that would mean you're working 10 hours for free. If you work 60 hours a week, it could mean you're working 20 hours for free. The last time this tool was significantly updated was 1975. At that time, 62% of salaried Americans earned below the threshold amount and were therefore eligible for overtime. A broadening of the categories of salaried workers ineligible for overtime resulted in only 11% of salaried workers below the threshold as of 2013. LD 607 restores the intent of the Fair Labor Standards Act. Work has changed. It's increasingly expected that workers respond to work tasks at any time of the day. Pressure from employers puts strain on work-life balance. And we think it's only fair that if employees are paid, that if employee is paid and salaried and they're expected to be on their smartphone when they're at dinner with their family, they should be paid for that. The bill generally helps supervisors and low-level managers whose jobs qualify them as overtime exempt recognize that we're testifying in support of positions that aren't necessarily unionized positions, but we think it's fair and right. I think it'll be argued that there'll be a cost impact on businesses. If businesses want to avoid this cost, they have multiple options. They can move away from expecting employees to work unpaid hours when they're not technically at work. There's also an option of providing comp time instead of overtime pay if providing the pay is not an option for the business. And just to address a couple questions, I think Representative Bradstreet asked for some information about the source of the amount of businesses that would be impacted by this. I think that MESEP usually pulls their information from the United States Department of Labor, Census Bureau, population surveys, and the like. We can help get more of that if you want or need. And I think the reason why it doesn't cover that many people in Maine, total payroll for private businesses is like $23 billion. this would be like $8.8 million, I think, because there's a lot of workers who just don't work overtime hours and aren't working more than 40 hours a week. There's a lot of workers who are in these categories who are already paid overtime or have compensatory time. And that really, like, I think, limits the amount of people that are actually covered and would likely receive this type of benefit. So I hope that addresses some questions, and happy to answer anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Are there any questions from the committee? I do not see any hands on my screen. Is that correct? Perfect.
See you later.
Thank you. Next up, testifying in favor. There are 2 more people signed up to testify in favor, and they will move to testimony against the bill. I have James Mile and Jeffrey Young.
Hello.
Good morning. Welcome.
Hi. Sorry, it cut out just as you guys were talking, so I wasn't sure if my sound was on yet. Good morning, everyone. My name is James Mile. I'm a policy analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 607. I'll try and keep my testimony relatively down so I don't duplicate things that other people have said, but certainly feel free to ask me additional questions. I know some have come up before. So as you know, LD 607 would increase the salary threshold. I will mention for determining overtime eligibility, I'll mention kind of the salary threshold of roughly $55,000 by 2024. It's chosen based on the methodology that the US Department of Labor came up with under the Obama administration for increasing the threshold to that amount. That number was chosen because it was about the 40th percentile of what full-time salaried earners earned in the poorest region of the United States, which was the South. It's actually very similar to the threshold in Maine as well. So the methodology that was used to determine this nationally, they deliberately chose sort of a lower threshold than they might have chosen for wealthier parts of the country, but it's very applicable to Maine as well. You've heard about how this overtime rule helps to buttress sort of the long-held 40-hour work week, which is what most of us think of as being full-time, and how important it is to continue to promote that as a way of promoting work-life balance, especially, I think in the last year, most of us have probably experienced sort of the challenges of juggling, work from home and family life at the same time, and I'm more aware than ever, I think, of some of the problems with not being, employers being able to demand more and more of employees without the right to pay them extra for some of that inconvenience. I'll say that I'll also add that we've done some research at MECEP, and I can forward along sort of both a brief that we put together for the bill last year and also some research we've done sort of since then. We did some polling in 2019, and I believe we found that 70% of Mainers that we surveyed Maine workers actually, but 70% of those folks were in favor of raising the salary threshold. So we know it's a measure that has a broad amount of support and bipartisan support in Maine. We also found within that survey that about a third of workers, salaried workers, said they had been asked to work some kind of unpaid overtime in the past year. Obviously, not all of those are impacted by this rule because some of them are higher earning folks who, the rule recognizes that if you're in a highly paid position with a lot more responsibility, then it can be reasonable to be expected to ask people of overtime. That's been the rule since 1938 when this was first put into place. But we do know that this kind of asking people to work more than 40 hours without compensating them fairly for it does happen in Maine, and so it's definitely an issue that both has support in Maine but also is needed here as well. I think you've actually heard a lot of the things that I was going to say in the rest of my testimony as well. I'll emphasize that sort of the increase that's being proposed here that would cover another 28,000 low-wage workers would be sort of covered by the law. That brings us to about 40% of the salaried workforce in Maine being beneath the salary threshold, which seems like a pretty reasonable number. It's less than we're covered by.
Mile,
yes.
Unfortunately, that is the end of your time. I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts.
Very good. Perfect. I will just summarize by saying I think it's restoration of a historic overtime rule, and it's something that would help a lot of Mainers, but not something that is so burdensome for businesses that it should be opposed on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayo, for being here. I think Maine Center for Economic Policy, that's a nonprofit, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Okay, have you talked to other nonprofits about how this bill might affect them in their salary structures or their pay structures?
Yeah, I've had some conversations. I heard the testimony from last year. I'll also say that I have worked as an executive director of a nonprofit. At the time, I was paid less than what the salary threshold would be, and I certainly have a lot of sympathy for folks who are put in charge of nonprofit organizations. And like I did, have to take. I remember taking 6 o'clock calls to receive delivery of porta potties and having to leave my young family to do that. So I certainly actually have a lot of sympathy for poorly paid executive directors who are expected to put in after hours work. So I have personal experience, but I have talked to those folks as well.
Okay. A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You may.
Did you express to the management then your concern about not being paid to the limit that you thought you should be paid?
When I was in that position, I did not at the time. Perhaps in hindsight, I would have done. I was much younger and it was my first year on the job. But I probably should have done in retrospect.
So they were not able to give you a reason why they would not pay you the amount you think you should. Okay, just trying to find out if they gave you a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Mile? Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious, nonprofits range a broad tax spectrum from 501c3, which is educational, 501c4, which is political, 501c5, which are unions, and I'm sure there's ones that I don't even know about. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit. We've been spending a lot of time on the nonprofit sector, but talk a little bit more about the private sector, specifically if you have any information on the average wage difference between somebody who goes from hourly to, say, being an assistant manager in a Circle K or in a some other sort of retail sector, because it has been my experience that the raise is often 50 cents, 75 cents per hour, rather than and people will sometimes go back because if you had any information on that, would be helpful for the work session. But whatever you have anecdotally or in front of you.
Yeah, I do not have that in front of me, but I think that's a really interesting question. I'll certainly get that to you guys before the work session. I do think that's, that's potentially the kind of thing that we are concerned about, is that, that sort of moving people on into exempt salaried positions and giving them a title, but not really giving them additional compensation for it, and just an excuse to work those folks harder. That is certainly the kind of thing we're concerned about, but I'll see if I can get you information on the different pay rates in Maine for folks like that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mile, thanks for being here. Certainly some of the information that I would find helpful for the work session. I really want to get an understanding of who these workers are. What industries are they in? And what are the job classifications for them? Because it is a kind of that slippery slope you talked about in terms of how these types of workers are being defined. It's changed a lot over the years, and so I'd be really curious to know that information.
Yes, I do have some of that, but I'll put that in a format that's easily readable and send it to you before the work session. Certainly.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Jeffrey Young. Is he?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for being here. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. My name is Jeffrey Neal Young. I'm an attorney with Solidarity Law, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Maine Employment Lawyers Association. I'm not going to repeat everything that others have said. I have 5 quick points that I want to make. First, what this bill would do would help restore the balance to overtime protections for low-wage salaried workers making right now $36,000 a year, which is roughly $18 an hour, not a particularly high wage. And it would ultimately rise to $28 an hour over the course of the bill. Secondly, there have been studies that have shown that salaried workers work about 49 hours a week, meaning they're essentially working for free for about 9 hours a week. I can furnish a site to that. Third, I wanted to point out to the committee that Maine does not always act in concert with the federal government when it comes to wage and hour law. Obviously, our current minimum wage is higher than the federal law. And in 1981 and again in 1999, Maine did implement a higher salary threshold than the feds had. Fourth, I wanted, because I know that the committee is always interested in what other states are doing. Washington State recently enacted a phased-in $83,000 salary exemption, and Massachusetts is looking at doing the same thing. Finally, I did want to point out that the committee might want to consider indexing so that the issue doesn't have to be revisited. And I would also point out in Washington State, they set up a two-tier system so that lower, I think it was 25 employees and less was one tier, and over 25 was over another tier. That would arguably protect small businesses, but ensure that larger businesses that are capable of paying are covered by this. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Young, for your testimony. Are there any questions for him from the committee? Seeing none.
I believe
Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater has one.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you again, Mr. Young. And
thank you.
Interestingly, you being a seasoned attorney, I have friends that actually are attorneys, and when they first started out in a law firm, and as you probably did, you worked a tremendous amount of hours and got compensated pretty well, but you were working 80, 100 hours a week, doing the research and bringing in the information. How would this bill protect those young attorneys to make sure that they got overtime wages?
You're right, and I still often work 80 to 100 hours a week. Thank you for the question, Representative Drinkwater. I believe that the bill is meant to apply to executive, administrative, or professional functions. That was the original white collar exemption, and so I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, that that would still be exempted under the test of professional employees. I can't say that for certain, though. I want to be clear about that.
Certainly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions for Mr. Young? Seeing none. We will now move to testimony in opposition to LD 607. Brandon Mazur will be first, followed by Bruce Garrity, Curtis Picard, David Clough, Gordon McAleer. If I've said that incorrectly, you'll correct me when you get here. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Brandon Mazur, and I'm an attorney at the law firm of Perkins Thompson here in Portland, Maine. And we represent the Anchorage Inn and its owner, Ray Ramsey. We write today in strong opposition to LD 607. The Anchorage Inn is located in York Beach, Maine, and has been owned and operated by Mr. Ramsey and his family since 1963, with his daughters, now the third generation, helping to manage the current business. The inn features over 200 rooms and suites, 2 outdoor and 2 indoor swimming pools, and an oceanfront restaurant. During peak season, the Anchorage Inn employs nearly 200 people. As we are all acutely aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the Maine economy greatly, especially the hospitality industry. The Anchorage Inn is no exception. The inn lost over 40% in revenue last year due not only to canceled reservations, but also the strict lockdown and quarantine requirements that were put in place by the state. It is going to take time for Maine's hospitality industry and their investors and owners to recover financially. A nearly 17% increase in the minimum salary effective in less than a year, and a 50% increase within 3 years, assuming no increase in the minimum wage as well, could have a devastating effect on an industry that is now just hoping to get back on its feet. Additionally, and despite the catastrophic losses in revenue to the industry, Hospitality businesses have had to take on the increased costs associated with the state increase in the index of employee wages and the required pay time off to all employees, regardless of length of employment. The implementation of both of these policies, despite the pandemic, were not delayed. It is important for the committee to keep the state's strategic plan in mind as it deliberates this bill. Although the plan was published in November of 2019, prior to the pandemic and the resulting financial struggles, the strategic plan even then recognized tourism and hospitality as crucial to Maine's economy. This bill will have a chilling effect on employees in the hospitality industry. Salaried employees in the industry have the stability of the same pay week to week, regardless of the seasonal variability of the business. If employees are deemed hourly, which this bill intends to do, the stability of that consistent sum week over week will disappear, with employees having smaller paychecks during slower times due to less hours worked. While it may be true that during busier times an employee's weekly pay may be larger, we believe in totality that employees will make less over the course of the year. This will also cause employers to take on the added burden of controlling additional overtime costs, which could lead to unexpected layoffs to absorb the increase in either salary or overtime. Customer service is also a great concern of ours, and the potential negative effect that this bill could have on a tourist experience at a hotel or restaurant. Typically, salaried employees are responding to emails, texts, and other correspondence from guests and customers at different times of the day and from a variety of locations. If those employees are deemed hourly, we could not rely on those team members to interact with customers outside the four walls of the inn, while maybe at a child's soccer game or doctor's appointment. This change in procedure will increase the burden on employers focused on record keeping and management of hours rather than focusing on satisfying customers. If tourists do not have a positive experience, they will go elsewhere. The hospitality industry, especially in southern Maine, is extremely competitive. It will be inevitable that these added overhead costs will get passed on to guests of a hotel or restaurant, making these businesses less competitive with bordering states with cheaper rates, such as New Hampshire and Massachusetts.
I want that is the end of your 3 minutes, and so I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts.
Sure, I've got one last sentence, and then I will finish up. We also just want to highlight that we understand that this bill does not recognize bonuses and commissions as part of the total salary, and if you do move forward with this bill, we would ask that those two pieces be taken into consideration. Happy to take any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mazur. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to testify. The Anchorage Inn, it seems like they employ quite a few people. So is it safe to say that's pretty a labor-intensive business, and it might affect you more than other businesses? We'll say that maybe are less labor-intensive.
I think that's fair. I do want to. The number of salaried employees is limited for the inn, but those that are salaried do need the flexibility. Again, with such a change in the seasons and the high season and low season.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Mazur from the committee? Mr. Mazur, can you tell me what class of employees are salaried at the inn?
When you say class,
what kinds of employees are salaried?
Typically front of the house, managers, and reservation front of the house is the typical terminology. So the housekeeping or the real day-to-day are hourly, and a lot of the seasonal are hourly. But we do have a lot of management and there that have different shifts.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your testimony. There's been discussion during this hearing about the effect that this legislation would have on different businesses that maybe do currently have a practice that can lead to employees working maybe a level of hours that I guess different people feel is too much per week. Let's just say. I am wondering, could you foresee this changing the practices of your business to reflect that? And maybe it sounds like maybe this would hurt your business in some way, but could you speak to the effect that it may have for good or bad, and the choices that you would feel you'd have to make?
Sure. In speaking with the ownership with Ray and his daughters, they haven't done the full analysis yet, but the expectation is for those that are on salary, either taking that increase, which is pretty significant over the 3 years, would be difficult, and deeming those employees hourly, in the busy time, those employees would likely probably make more in that weekly paycheck. However, during middle of January, when the hospitality industry across the state is struggling to get butts in the seat or people in the rooms, the expectation was that if they're hourly, there's not much to do. So the hours would not be scheduled for them. So it does give the handful of employees that are salaried do like that stability, and that's the concern. So the expectation and the stability, and I understand that you don't need to deem them hourly, but it's either we deem them hourly or we make that bigger jump in the salary, and it all depends on that analysis at the end of the day.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
You may.
Okay, thank you very much. So just for my clarification in what you're saying, are you saying in part, would this lead to you having to make different considerations to have your workers work less each week, or are you saying there would be you would be forced to pay the employees more? Because I think that's part of the discussion that's being had during this hearing. That would it disincentivize the amount of hours per week, or lead to more pay, or some other unintended consequence?
I think for some, it may. I think the answer, Representative, is a little bit of both. During our peak season, there is a certain amount of work that needs to be done. So if those employees are hourly and they get overtime, they would likely make more, which is the expectation. But in the slower season, there's less work to do. The hours wouldn't get scheduled. They'd probably make less there. So the work needs to get done. So we're not saying we wouldn't be paying them more, but at the end of the day, there's also a budget that needs to be taken into account. And if there's too much on the overtime side during, May to October, it's going to shift how much can be spent to keep those employees on during the slower season, as opposed to having somebody salaried that we know what they're making as a salaried employee. Did that answer the question? I hope it did.
I think it does. So for the particular seasonal elements of your business, there could be a consequence in this given way. Are you, and it sounds like you in part have a proposal of an amendment to this legislation if it were to go forward. Is that in part connected to the specific constraints that I'm speaking about with you in this line of questioning, or is it just maybe a broader separate point?
It was frankly the amendment piece of what we're asking you to, and it was I discussed by one of the other representatives, I think, back when during the last legislature, during LD 402, there was a concern raised that and I think Representative Drinkwater may have also touched upon it, that the bonuses and commissions weren't included to reach that minimum threshold for salary. And we think it's unclear in the way that it's drafted if that is actually the case or not. If bonuses and commissions are not considered to help an employer reach that threshold, we would ask that be taken into consideration, as if the inn has a better season than expected, or what have you, there are bonus structures for some of those employers. So similar to sort of the tips credit, where if you don't make that minimum hourly wage, the employer has to bump it up. Similar with the salary, if they don't make that minimum salary, but you have a good year, either the bonus can make that difference up, or the employer would have to in some fashion, would be our suggestion. But again, the way it was drafted, it was a little unclear whether or not you could count commissions or bonuses as part of that threshold.
So this wouldn't, so the amendment that you're proposing wouldn't, it's not an effort to provide more stability for your workers or anything. The issue that it seems like you're raising, because you did say at one point that the work needs to get done, but it feels like you're describing a choice that you're making between providing stability for your workers and paying them as such, but having them each worker work less, I guess, each week, one of these trade-offs. But it feels like that's just a choice that you feel you're going to make at the consequence of your workers in this situation. And that's not connected to an amendment that you would make. It's just, if this law passes, that's something that your employees are the consequence.
Yeah, I think if the law passes, with or without the amendment, the real determination would be trying to do a really deep analysis on whether or not our salaried employees, whether or not we could work with our budget to bump them up to that level, or make them hourly, factoring in the overtime, and then adjusting it in the slower season to make sure that we don't go over our budget.
All right. I mean, this is, yeah, it's interesting to me to hear how different decision makers would respond. And then I guess, I don't know if it's possible for the work session. This is probably just my own research to understand how companies like yours tend to respond to these pieces of legislation. Because if you happen to be an outlier for any given set of reasons, but I know Maine has a big element of seasonal work. So this is very interesting and valuable information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here, Mr. Mazur. Two quick questions, if I may. What number, you said Anchorage Inn has approximately 200 employees during the year, is that correct?
At the peak season, they employ 200, nearly 200, depending on the year, yes.
Okay, and can you just give me a rough estimate of what number of those employees fall into this category where they're making less than the threshold, they're salaried, but they're making less than the threshold? Are we talking, a couple or tens?
I believe from the information I was given, but from the Anchorage, it's a handful that are on salary. I don't know if they currently make what the proposed new threshold is or not. I would have to get that information, but I know there's about a handful that are on salary on a year-to-year basis for the full year.
Okay, and what could you just give me a sense of what you mean when you say handful? That could be 5, 4, 3, something. 5. Okay.
7, okay.
Around. So it's a small number of employees, just to clarify. And then I just want to be really clear on making sure I understand and that we're all on the same page when we're talking about this. You described sort of two options in responding to Representative Warren's question. One is that you bump the employees that fall into that category up to the higher levels, so they stay as an exempt salaried employee. The other option you said was to turn them into hourly. I just want to be clear, there's a third option, which is you leave them in the salary category as a salaried employee less than the threshold. And when there are overtime situations, you then pay them overtime. So to your point about the seasonality, when it's busy, you pay them overtime. When it's not busy, you don't pay them overtime. Isn't that the third option? And I guess to me, that's less impactful than either of the other ones. It would seem to be a very realistic option to have, to look at.
So maybe we're on our end are misunderstanding the intent, but if they're remaining exempt on salary, they would have to be raised to that threshold level. So whatever that new level is. So could they be at the lower salary level as long as they're making overtime past 40 hours? And then that gets into the concern of trying to manage that from a logistical busy season standpoint of somebody's trying to cancel their reservation at 10 o'clock at night. We need to have that room ready to go the next day, and being able to be responsive to that and tracking those type of hours, which is tough for salaried employees, but for all employers, I think.
And I think just for the work session, I'd want to have make sure that we clarify this, because I feel like there's some misunderstanding going on around at least what I understand the proposal to be in the law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Mazur from the committee? I do not see any hands raised at this time. So thank you, sir, for your testimony. Next up will be Representative Warren. Did you have another question?
I'm so sorry. I think I do see, I think I see us.
Oh, yes,
Senator
there it is.
Guerin.
Thank you. My computer screen, for some reason, isn't showing me everything all at once. Representative Senator Guerin, there you are.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. And I do appreciate the opportunity to ask a question of our good friend from the Anchorage. This has certainly been a very difficult year for the hospitality industry. My husband and I have a small business that's restaurant supply, so that's related to our hospitality industry. And I wonder if you have had the same problems we have. One is finding enough employees, and another is lack of resources. So my husband and I took a pay cut this year, but we didn't ask our employees to take a pay cut. But to keep the doors open, it was necessary, and it was necessary because we have a hard time finding enough employees. So we have to pay the maximum that we can possibly afford to have good employees. So I wondered if you could speak to that from your perspective down there in Southern Maine.
Yeah, and I think from what they've shared with me, what the Ramseys have shared with me, is they've had to infuse money into their business themselves personally, and the issue, one of the issues is we just don't know. We're hoping we don't have another spike. It looks like all indication is that we may have a relatively good season this year. I think everybody across the state is hoping for that, but we don't know. And putting this on the hospitality industry now is not the right time. And I think the visa issue, getting some of those seasonal employees here into the state is difficult, not just for the Anchorage Inn, but for other restaurants and hotels and inns as well, all across Southern Maine. I have, speaking outside of just the Anchorage Inn, there are a number of clients that are just struggling to find workers to work back of the house, cleaning or kitchen help. So there's a lot of unknowns, and I think this gets to Representative Warren's point. We haven't done the full analysis. We don't know what the best option is to handle this at this point. We can try to do some more work for a work session, but it's tough right now.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you. I appreciate this kind of where the conversation is gone here, and I just wanted to I guess bring in that I think what Representative Gear said, I thought that was clear from my line of questioning, so I really appreciate. Thank you, Representative Gear, for bringing that up. That I'm thinking both that to an extent this is an issue of workers' rights, or that seemed to be the frame of the conversation from the sponsor and those that are supportive of it. And then I want to think separately, like, what could the consequences be and how can we account for them? And so I just wanted to clarify from your position, or the Ramsey's position, it seems like that is the choice that you're making. And I understand and hold that it's been a difficult time for many businesses. It's also been a hard time for many people, many working people and working families, of course, in Maine as well. So that there are all these trade-offs, but that we all have to, I think, probably consider each other and consider that just how many of us, right, have made sacrifices or have been struggling. And so, yeah, so I guess I just wanted to recenter that what Representative Gare had brought in, that's the choice that you're kind of making. You could do one of those three things. You don't have to either make them salaried or not. It would just be how much of your budget goes to salaries, right? And whether you could afford it.
I think so. I mean, we would, regardless, I think we would end up having to do more if we have the same amount at the end of the day, how that gets distributed, whether it's through overtime, whether it's through keeping them at salary, if it may lead to trying to do more or less with fewer employees, with fewer, and managing all of this from a high level, there's an added level of overhead there as well. So at the end of the day, yes, I think that's a fair point. And again, it's the unknowns. What that looks like at the end, we don't know, especially since we don't know what this year is going to look like for any of us.
Thank you for this discussion that we may have to return to in the work session. I want to know if there's anyone that has a specific question for Mr. Mazur that needs to be clarified based upon his testimony so far. And if not, we can move on to the next person. Do I see any hands for a question? Clarifying question only. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Next up is Bruce Garrity.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Somehow or other, I ended up being switched from one computer screen to the other. So I'm not going to try and fix that on my computer. If I tend to be looking sideways, that's why, Senator. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee, my name is Bruce Garrity. I'm testifying here today on behalf of the Maine Automobile Dealers Association, which is the association of all the new car and truck dealers in Maine. And they employ in excess of 6,000 people. We're very concerned with this legislation, especially obviously the sections 3 through 5, which deals specifically with the automobile industry. Our industry is somewhat unique. Sometimes you have people paid on an hourly basis, and if they are paid on that basis, they do get overtime. Sometimes they're paid on, for example, with technicians, a flat rate basis, where they may work 40 hours in a week, but they'll get credited for 60 hours based upon the speed and skill with which they do repairs. We do believe that this legislation is going to result in a lot of people, including technicians, moving from place to place, because as dealers have to analyze how to pay people, and they either lessen the people on a flat rate basis, or with parts clerks and with service techs reducing their bonus plans, people are going to move from store to store. And it's going to create a significant amount of difficulty for people who are well paid. There are many technicians who are making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year, and there are some that make over $100,000 a year. They're not going to stay in a situation where the amount of money they're paid has to be reduced because someone else has to be paid more who might be on already a generous hourly rate. I would also say this is going to hurt rural dealers who don't have the volume of business, have a difficulty retaining skilled technicians, and those people will move around as well. It's also going to have an impact on those dealers who are in communities that have a higher minimum wage basis to start with. There are dealers in Portland, one in particular, who is less than half a mile from his competitors in Westbrook, and that dealer is going to have a hard time keeping people when they can move a half a mile and make significantly more money, especially since there'd be less problems with keeping people on a flat rate basis. Dealers have expenses they cannot avoid. It is not uncommon for a dealer to have 40, 50, or $60 million in iron on the ground, cars on the ground that are subject to floor planning. And if they are going to have to plan on the changed rates that are proposed in LD 607, the only choices they really have are to reduce the number of people or reduce the number of hours, which is going to inconvenience customers. It's going to take money out of the pockets of some of these individuals, and in our view, would be damaging to the industry and damaging to the employees. And I think, Senator, I've kept it under 3 minutes, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions the committee might have.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Garrity. Having a background in automobile business myself, as you know, salesmen work on commission. So it looks to me like this bill could affect those salesmen. And also you touched upon a flat rate as auto technicians. All of my mechanics were on flat rate. Some of them made tremendous amount of money because they could beat the flat rate. Some of them couldn't make a living because they could not. So would you once again talk about commissions for salespeople and the flat rate people and the devastating effect that can have on the auto technicians?
Let me focus primarily on the latter question, if I could, Representative. I'll have to check on exactly how the commission-based salespeople would be affected, because again, many of those, they're on commission, but they get guaranteed minimum salaries. And those individuals are working quite candidly and many times well over 40 hours. But at the same time, their opportunity to make significant amounts of money is greater depending on their skill. With technicians, just to maybe explain the nature of a flat rate payment, there are manuals which tell us how much time is supposed to be devoted to a particular repair. And this isn't accurate, but let's assume there's an hour and a half that has been set up as the amount of time to repair an alternator in a car. If a skilled technician can repair that in an hour, he's essentially or she's essentially made well over what their rate otherwise would be, because they go on to the next job and the next job and the next job. And maybe by the end of a 40-hour week, they've accumulated what amount to 60 hours worth of flat rate time for which they get paid. In the event this legislation goes through and you have to balance out how much people are going to be paid who are hourly versus flat rate, one of our concerns is that technicians will move around to try and keep their flat rate, or that the flat rate will have to go down because you're paying other people more on an hourly basis. And I do want to emphasize, technicians in particular, these are not people who are earning low incomes. These are people who make who can make a significant amount of money in their careers if they're skilled at what they do. And they have to keep their certifications up, they have to keep their education up, all of which costs the dealer money to keep them certified. So that's one of the reasons we're really concerned. And thank you, Representative Drinkwater, for the question.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garrity, for being here. My computer couldn't hear the number of employees that your members employ. Could you give that to me again? And also,
sure. It's some 6,000 people. And just to provide a little more context, the association has its own workers' compensation program, which allows them to put more money in people's pockets because they don't operate at a profit. It's break even. And the same thing for their medical program.
Okay, are they affected also by the newly enacted paid time off law?
Yes, but I can't tell you as I sit here exactly how, but yes, they are. This is such a unique industry.
Somebody else coming up.
I can check into that, but yes, they are affected.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
I'm wondering, there was a previous, there was someone who previously spoke who commented on the dynamic of it being tied to I think, an Obama administration era provision that considered, I think, cost of living for much poorer communities, I think, in the United States, like more rural communities in the United States. So thinking about the difference between what different counties or communities in Maine would need and how this could impact them. I wonder, do you have a thought around that, about where these prices are set? Because it would seem to me, to oversimplify it, that this was a very safe or whatever reserve pricing that considers rural communities, but maybe you have a different view.
Well, okay. I think I understand your question, Representative. Our concern with the impact on rural dealers, they have a much smaller population base that they work with. Frankly, it is not as profitable in industry, especially in rural areas. They have much smaller inventories. It is not uncommon for consumers to be willing to drive a significant different distance to save relatively few dollars on the price of a car, but they'll do it. To the extent that this bill goes into effect and the wages that are subject to increased overtime go up, there will be technicians, there will be parts people, there will be service people who see the opportunity to make more money, stay on what amounts to a commission or partial commission-based payment system, and move to larger communities. Dealers also, they work very hard and very competitively at, I'll call it, stealing each other's employees, offering them more. Skilled technicians are absolutely at a premium. And as this happens, what's going to occur is it's going to be harder and harder for the rural dealer to compete with the large urban dealer. And even on an urban basis, as I mentioned, Representative, you're going to have a problem with dealers in those communities that have a higher minimum wage, such as Portland or Lewiston, where their employees can jump across a city line a half a mile away and be in a different financial posture. So I think there is a distinct impact on rural dealerships in particular. And we need those dealerships. We need people all over the state who are really skilled in taking care of vehicles, because you never know when your car is going to break down. You never know when it's going to need service. And if you happen to be in a more rural area when it happens, you've got to hope you have someone with the skills to repair the computer system or the whatever part of the vehicle might be on the fritz.
Can I ask a follow-up question here?
You may.
Thank you. Do you have, is the association that you work with, do you have evidence to back up the claims that you're making? Because I think a lot of it makes sense to me, even intuitively, but I know that there's, sometimes the different, could be like a tax break that with a certain dynamic can impact positively and actually encourage things. And in some cases, you find there's actually not a lot of, evidence that it really does encourage people to do this or that. So on this, I'm just wondering if you think that the price it's set at is too high or would impact rural communities in a given way. How could we know whether this would be the case?
Well, I guess one way would be to know the amount of times that people leave and join particular dealerships. Another is to look at the net revenue and gross revenue of dealerships and see how they're affected. I can tell you that is information I do not have I am not privy to. If I ever got it, we'd be looking at antitrust problems in a very significant way. And dealers, obviously, as competitors, very jealously guard that kind of information. Beyond that, and knowing the industry as it sits, I can certainly try and find out how often technicians move from place to place and what percentage of technicians are on flat rate. I can try and find those pieces of information out for you, Representative.
Thank you. Because you're testifying here today, you just made a set of, I found pretty influential, statements, but if I'm asking you, like, where does that information come from? That's my question here, that it's a little, concerning to me if you're saying that you're not sure that that information is even available.
Well, the income information, a particular dealership's gross and net revenue, nobody, in all candor, no one is going to find that out. Even when they run their self-insured plans, that distinct information is run through accountants on an aggregate basis so that nobody knows that information. With respect to the employment situation, I can't give you the numbers as I sit here of the people, how often they move and where they move, but it is a common trend in this industry because there are so few skilled technicians in particular that they are moving and moving constantly. But I can't give you a number as I sit here. It's sort of an a priori truth in this industry, but I'll try to get you information on those numbers.
I would thank you. I would appreciate that. I'm absolutely listening to what you have to say, but I know that different things, I just would
I'm
like
happy to try and
know
get that for you, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here. Sorry, Mr. Garrity. Yeah, my question, I have two questions again. So can you just give me a sense at the typical dealer, how many employees or what proportion of employees fall into that category where they're salaried, but say they're making now somewhere between 37,000 and 55, where the new threshold would be? How many employees are we talking about? And then my second question, which is related to that, are these flat rate piecework people that are working on a job basis, are those actually in that category? I am not clear as to me, that sounds like a totally different type of worker. So those are my two questions.
Okay. The people who are working flat rate are very different from the people who are working hourly, to answer that specific question. With respect,
but are they salaried?
No, they're working by the specific job, but the good technicians will be very unhappy if they're not working flat rate because they can make so much more money that way. As I mentioned in my direct testimony, a good flat rate mechanic can make 70, 80 thousand and more. There are several, not a lot, but there are several who are making over $100,000 a year as flat rate technicians, particularly for the heavy duty trucks because they're so skilled. With respect to the breakdown between flat rate and hourly, I'm not sure what that breakdown is for the industry. I can try and get that information for you, but it's certainly probably at least 40 or 50% are probably more are hourly. And as I said, they are paid significantly higher than minimum wage or anything even approaching that. And the same thing I would say for parts and service technicians.
Okay, thank you. The question that's outstanding for me that I think we need to address for the work session is whether flat rate workers are in this category. This is for salaried employees. So I'm not hearing, when I hear flat rate worker, I hear piecework and they're being paid on the job basis. I'm just confused about how they are even affected by this. So.
Okay, thank you for that question. I appreciate your clarification because I don't think I understood the question completely. They aren't salaried employees, but what's going to happen is we're very much afraid that dealers are going to have to pay their hourly people these different rates. And the result of that is going to be they're going to have to take something away from the flat rate folks in order to make ends meet.
Thank you.
Representative Pepworth. No. Are there any other questions for Mr. Garrity? I think that I just want to get a little clarity about the numbers of employees that you think will be affected by all of the industry people that you represent, because you have used the terms probably and certainly in the same sentence. And for me, something cannot be probable if it's certain and vice versa. So for the work session, can you please give us the exact number of employees that would be affected by this bill? Not a might or a maybe or a if, but a real number so that we can consider that as we deliberate, sir.
Sure.
That would be my question for the work session. Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Garrity at this time? Seeing none. Thank you. My other computer froze, and so I'm not exactly sure who's next, but I do believe that it might be Mr. Picard and Alyssa Thompson. Can you just please let whoever else is in on the list to come in, and I will get my other computer booted up.
It is Mr. Picard, yes.
Thank you.
Followed by David Claw.
Thank you. Welcome.
Nice to see you, Senator Hickman. Welcome back to the Maine Legislature.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Curtis Picard, and I'm President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine. I'm also a resident of Topsom. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 607. Under current Maine law, the salary threshold for whether or not an employee is exempt from overtime or not is calculated at 3,000 times the prevailing minimum wage. With the minimum wage at $12.15 per hour, the salary threshold is currently $36,450. Next year, it will rise again and increase every year after that. LD 607 would set an unrealistic and unsustainable salary threshold, and we're disappointed that the amendment being presented today will make it even more difficult for businesses. It even goes well beyond what President Obama proposed at the end of his term, which a federal judge ruled was not legally enacted. As the amendment is presented, if minimum wage continues to increase at the same 1.25% rate, by 2024, the salary threshold would be $56,751. Additionally, we know the Maine legislature will also be considering a $15 minimum wage proposal. If the minimum wage in 2024 is $15, the salary threshold would be $67,500. This bill puts employers in a very difficult spot. It's perfectly reasonable to have a salaried staffer in Maine making $40,000 plus in salary. If LD 607 were to pass, the employer would essentially have to tell the staffer that they're once again moving back to hourly status and will need to punch a time clock again to track their time. And I know earlier there were questions about that as to whether or not you could keep someone at a salary threshold, but just pay them overtime on the weeks where they earn more overtime. But the reality is any employer will tell you that you need to track that employee's time regardless, because if the employee ever made the claim that they worked more than 40 hours in a week, the employer would need to justify whether or not the employee actually did it. So regardless of whether or not you call them salary and give them the added benefits, you would still need to track their time regardless, and they need to go back to punching a time clock. We agree the old federal salary threshold of $23,000 was too low. In fact, when President Obama proposed his increase, we worked with Senator King and Senator Collins to try to find a better alternative. And there has been action at the federal level. The current federal threshold is now slightly lower than the Maine threshold, and it's perfectly reasonable to anticipate additional federal action on this issue. So with that in mind, we urge the committee to reject LD 607, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. I just have a quick question about salaried employees keeping track of their hours before I move to the committee. Why would a salaried employee have to punch a time clock to keep track of his or her hours?
Because as I said, if the employee ever says there was a particular week where they felt they worked more than 40 hours, the burden would then be on the employer to justify, to show whether or not they did. So I think that's also a question for the Department of Labor, because that's our understanding in the employer community, that you would need to make sure that that employee, what they're claiming is either true or not.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Picard, for being here. We've had a couple of people testify in effect that when you do something like this that changes the wages or the total payroll of one class of people, that it necessarily affects another group of employees, oftentimes in a negative fashion. So I guess, could you explain a little bit of how these things are dynamic rather than static. If you change one thing, something else has got to give somewhere else. Can you give us a little bit synopsis of that?
Yeah, and the other thing I was thinking of is, additional regulations like this continue to make it harder for employers to employ more full-time people, because the harder you make it, you're going to tend to say, okay, we're going to limit our employees to 30 hours a week, and I'm just going to hire more part-timers because we're not going to be able to afford full-timers with benefits and that type of thing. So yeah, and the other thing I think about it, and I know we're only talking about this bill, but from our perspective, when you look at the variety of bills that have already been discussed in this committee and the impacts they have, if all these bills get passed, there's a multiplier effect there. So whether it's the vacation pay or temperature, indoor temperature bill, we're talking about at-will employment on Wednesday. All of these things have a real impact on businesses. And given where we've been in the last year, we're just all trying to get back on our feet and get back to normalcy.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Picard. Just to clarify on something here, if you have hourly folks that are hourly now that will be hourly in the future, you have to pay them overtime. If they work overtime now, you will have to pay that overtime in the future. Then there will typically be a class of employees that's sort of the middle management, right? That may fall now where they have a salary, but they don't make the threshold. And again, those folks would need to be, as you're saying, the time tracked. So are you saying that the burden of keeping track of time for, again, in most businesses, local retail businesses, I've managed them, I know, that's a handful of employees, that would be burdensome, and if so, why?
Well, I would say let's take an employee now who's currently making $42,000 a year, which is somewhere close to the median salary for here in Maine. As this amendment is presented and that multiplier effect takes effect, so it goes from 3,000 to 3,500 times minimum wage times 4,000 times 4,500, and now that salaried employee now falls below that current threshold. As an employer, as you talked about earlier, you have those two options. One, I could perhaps bump that employee up to what that salary threshold is, and that depends what it is. Or if not, you're going to have to move that employee back to tracking their hours. And for many people, moving on to a salary status comes with a lot of other different benefits. So although we're talking about someone working more than 40 hours, oftentimes someone at salary often enables them to work less than 40 hours in a particular week. Employers and the employee have a lot of flexibility to say, okay, I got to run an extra errand at lunchtime. You don't have to track that time, or I got to come in a little late today, because of whatever's going on. So there are those benefits too of salary that we shouldn't discount.
Can I say a quick follow on there?
You may.
Again, just in terms of this particular class of employees that are within the under lower limit and the threshold, really what we're talking about here is tracking time, right? So that to your point, that when there's overtime work. So again, I've managed lots of these kinds of businesses. You've got an automated time system. You come in the morning. When you log into the system, your time is tracked. And then you have a timesheet. So if I ran and picked up some inventory on the way home, I spent an hour, I ran to Sanford or whatever. So you're saying that is seen as burdensome? I just want to characterize that, make sure I've heard that characterization correctly.
Well, I think it's also kind of a disincentive to the employee as well, that may have started at hourly and then moved on to salary and didn't have to punch that time clock anymore or account for every minute of the workday. Instead, they just pull down an additional salary. And I believe you're also here from seasonal businesses where, they're busy time of the year. People are more likely to work 40 hours a week, but then in the off season, they maybe only work 30 hours a week for a consistent basis for multiple months, yet they're still pulling down that full-time salary. So I think it works both ways.
Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Picard. I think you made a very interesting point earlier in your testimony. We've already established there's no language in this bill that forces employers to keep people in their positions. So you're saying that an employer can shuffle the deck and add more part-time people, which would hurt the salaried people because they're not going to get their bonuses or whatever they get for the extra effort they put in. Is that an unintended consequences?
I think it is. Yeah. I think, like I said, collectively, when you look at all the different proposals coming forward, you know, all these things that add additional costs, you ultimately have no choice.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Gear, did you have a follow-up? I guess not. I'm going to turn this over to my very able co-chair. I will be right back.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Alyssa, who's next?
I just noticed that Senator Guerin has her hand up.
I'm sorry, I was unable to hear you. Who was it?
Senator Guerin.
Oh, did Senator Guerin have a question? Senator
I
Guerin,
did.
I'm sorry about that. If you want to throw it in there for the work session and see if we can get you an answer.
Mr. Gone, is he?
I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. All right, perfect. Senator Guerin, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Picard. It's always a pleasure. I know you have been working terribly hard to keep your businesses that you represent in business. And you were probably listening when I asked the question earlier about the struggles owners have been having in taking pay cuts or not taking pay at all, putting their own money in, but not cutting workers' pay. Would you say that is, they are holding their pay at least at levels where they were, even though.
Yes, thank you for coming. I am on a Zoom meeting. I'm dressed at the top.
I'm sorry, Senator, I couldn't hear your question.
I think Senator Hickman needs to mute his phone or mute his. When you're looking at the people that you represent and the labor issue of finding employees, even though businesses are struggling and many people have had to take, business owners have had to take pay cuts or not take any money out of the company at all. What are you seeing in your industry? Are people cutting the pay of their employees, or what's going on there?
Absolutely not cutting the pay of employees. I started this position in late 2007, right when the Great Recession started. And the first 2-3 years I was in this position was incredibly difficult. And I thought to myself, I never wanted to be in that position again. And then a year ago happened. So without question, this past year has been the hardest I've ever had. And I know it's been hard for everybody, regardless of what career you have and what you've been doing. You know, it's amazing. We've now crossed the 12-month threshold and there's light at the end of the tunnel. But so many folks have worked so hard on trying to get the economy back. And that's what we're trying to focus on primarily, is trying to get us back to where we were before the pandemic. Things were, you know, economically going really, really well. And I want to get us back to that point before talking about new regulations and new initiatives. But no, retailers did not cut the pay of employees, but there was certainly a lot of layoffs. Retail was one of the most impacted sectors. Hospitality and tourism and healthcare were probably a little bit more larger than we were, restaurants in particular. But I'm pleased to say that a lot of those jobs have been recovered and that we're trying to, like I said, look forward to this year and get through this, get everybody vaccinated and start welcoming people back to Maine this summer.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Picard? Actually seeing none this time. Thank you, Mr. Picard, for your testimony today. Appreciate you coming. All right, Alyssa, who we got next? Looks like David Clow.
Yep, followed by Gordon McAleer.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Representative Sylvester and members of the committee. My name is David Clow, State Director for NFIB, a small business group with thousands of members in the state of Maine. And I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. Excuse me, briefly. I submitted a very short written statement, and I'm just going to make a few comments. I do plan to follow up with additional information in advance of your work session. What I'd like to emphasize is that when the federal rules were considered during the Obama administration, the Department of Labor, as pursuant to federal law, was required to do an impact analysis on small business. The Office of Advocacy of Small Business, SBA, also did a study, and NFIB and other groups did studies. And the general consensus was that overtime, increasing the overtime threshold to, at that time, I think it was about 47,000, was going to have a substantial effect on the small business community. This legislation would call for an increase ultimately to about 55,000. My research last year found that there are only a handful of states in the nation that even have their own overtime threshold. I think Maine is one of 6. And of those 6 states, only 3, California, Colorado, and Washington, have a threshold that's 55,000 or higher. And of those 2, only California and Washington use a tiered system. And of those, only California appears to have a tiered system that would be in effect in 2022 and beyond. Meantime, small business owners, as many of you are aware from your constituents, perhaps your own experience, are struggling to survive and recover from the pandemic disruptions. And this legislation would make it more difficult. In addition, because of their size, small business owners do not have the same flexibility as their larger competitors in staffing arrangements. And compared to their out-of-state competitors, they'd be faced with higher employment costs than out-of-state. So in one way or another, they would be put at a disadvantage compared to other businesses elsewhere or larger businesses, which would make it harder for them to survive. And as Senator Vitelli eloquently described in her testimony, the small business owners throughout the state of Maine provide a very valuable service to their communities and to their employees. I will end it there, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a couple of comments, and I'll follow up later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clow. I Frenchified your name there, as I often do, so I apologize. Went hard out. Are there any questions for Mr. Clow? Representative Gare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Clow. My question is, has the NFIB done any kind of an estimate? We heard an estimate of approximately, it was 9,500 workers that could be affected in Maine. Has NFIB done any of its own estimation of this?
No, they have not, Representative, in the state of Maine. I think actually that's the kind of question that the Maine Department of Labor's Center for Workforce Research is well suited to answer. They have all the data. They have data that groups such as NFIB don't have access to because some of it's confidential data. And it would be an excellent question for them to give you a better idea of how many workers they think would be affected by this legislation.
Yeah, I mean, we heard in the original testimony by the bill proposer that was going to be a relatively small group of affected workers. So we can definitely look into that more for the work session. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Clow? I did it again. Seeing none, Mr. Clow, thank you for being here today. And I'll just flag that for Steve that if we could reach out to the Department of Labor and see if we can get any numbers on that, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Next, we have Gordon, followed by Greg Dougal.
Thank you, Mr. McAleer. Welcome. looks, Ms.
Are you
McClure,
aware that
we do not allow folks to share their screen. So I wonder if you could pull that on down. Mr. McAleer? All right, I am asking Mr. McAleer to, there we go. You are muted, sir.
How's that?
You are both seen and heard, sir.
Well,
That
thank
kind
you
of
so much.
validation we like to have the Labor and Housing Committee. So please
I
continue.
appreciate your patience in my trying to handle this technology. My daughter normally does that for me, and she is not available. Anyhow, my name is Gordon McAleer, and we're part of the Bixby family, Bixby and Company. We're located in Rockland, and our residence is in Rockport. A personal hello to our state senator, Dave Merrimatt. Hello, Dave. Good to see you on the panel. I submitted a written testimony actually opposing 607 and 553, which is coming under review on Wednesday. And I really wanted to present the perspective of a small business operation, family operated. We've been in business now for 10 years, and we currently have a workforce of 15, including ourselves, and we manufacture premium chocolates for distribution on the national front, and also we're exporting to Canada. When COVID hit us, it was really very, very much a challenge. We needed to furlough our entire staff as well as take ourselves off the payroll. And then that was because all of a sudden, any kind of orders were canceled, wholesalers stopped approaching us, our national distributors canceled all sales at that point. So we really needed to take desperate actions to survive, and we did, and we got through it. But our point is that coming in with this new legislation at a time when we're all struggling to get back on our feet, I think is really unfortunate to put those burdens on us. Also, it seems that it would place Maine as an outlier in the competitive world of trying to promote businesses within the state. And then our other concern is it just really, I would say, thwart the opportunities for taking promising young employees and promoting them into entry-level management positions. And for those reasons, we really recommend that the law not be considered at this time. I'll be happy to respond to questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. McAleer. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Merrimatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Gordon.
Hello.
Thanks for being here. So the thing you mentioned a lot about during the emergency, and all of the orders are pretty much suspended during the emergency. So it seems like you'd have flexibility. And outside the emergency, we don't want to take away flexibility. Just inferior areas, which it's always tough because if you're not one of those areas, you're saying
Senator Merrimatt, we're losing you in and out. I wonder if
like during the emergency, you had the ability to adjust stuff. Yeah.
we lost you a little bit there, Senator. We lost the middle of the question. The first part and the last part were great. I wonder if you want to take a quick shot at throwing a quick question out again to clarify.
Mostly that during the pandemic and the emergency rules, even if we pass this, it would be suspended, as many of our rules were, to allow flexibility during that period. So everybody has that eye. So maybe making laws based on that time period, it's not good. But beyond that, we need to make it flexible for part-time businesses too. We know that. So there's that. And I am still getting wonderful Bixby chocolates in Rennie's, and I hope everybody else can too. Do you occasionally do that too, sir? I have to have a question.
Yes, we do. And thank you for buying the product at Rennie's. And Rennie's really is just a wonderful business to deal with. Maine, certainly grown, homegrown, and really one of our best customers of all. I think the essence of your question was the flexibility needed to really kind of respond to all the challenges. And I must say, we're very grateful for the PPP that we got, as well as some generous grants from the state of Maine. And without those, our challenges would have been really much more formidable. But running a small business, you're challenged every day, and it's exciting. And to be an entrepreneur, my background was hospital administration for many years, and thought I was retired. But my daughter said, "No, you're not. Come back into the fold." But it's you constantly have to be on your feet and have flexibility and pivot really quickly in order to face the challenges that we all face in operating a business.
Thank you.
I see Senator Garin and then Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. From taking the time out from your small business, I think you touched on something I'd like you to expand on, if you would. It's the opportunities lost when you take away the salaried positions. My husband was a salaried position for many years and worked very hard with the idea that maybe someday we would start a similar business or buy the business he worked for. And all those hours that he put in, we were willing to do that because it was the training grounds for what we wanted of being small business people ourselves. So just wondered if you could expand on that concept.
Well, I think it's important, and we have aspirations to grow and get larger. And we're always looking at the workforce. It's 15 members strong, but you'll have some really stars within the organization, and you want to provide opportunities for their professional growth. And an entry-level salaried position, I think, would be one promising step for an employee who's showing that promise and ambition. And so I think it's really important as we look to the future and with expansion ideas, we really want to grow the strengths of our existing workforce and have them continue their professional careers with us. And that's why the threshold that would move over the years to 2024 would really, I think, put a damper on our ability to fulfill that dream of providing opportunities for promising young folks in our organization. So they would be relegated to hourly employees then for the duration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet, did you have a question? Saw your hand go up and down.
I took my hand down. He's answered it fine. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Mr. McAleer. Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for testifying today. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Taking the time.
Goodbye, Dave.
All right. I believe next that we have Greg Dugal. Welcome, Mr. Dugal. How are you?
I am just fine, sir. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, you have the floor when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Senator Hickman, again, congratulations to, as everyone has given to you, Representative Sylvester and distinguished members of the Joint Committee of Labor and Housing. My name is Greg Dugal, and I'm here representing Hospitality Maine in opposition to LD 607. Bonuses and commissions do not count towards salary in Maine. I'm sure the Department of Labor can elaborate on that. The reason I know is I asked 2 days ago. So I'm sure they'd be happy to provide that information to you. Unfortunately, this bill is a prime example of the impact that multiple labor bills will have on small and large Maine hospitality businesses in this session. There's no doubt that the hospitality businesses have withstood some of the worst economic impacts from the pandemic. Lodging revenues off 35%, restaurant revenues off 25%. It will take years to recover and pay off the accumulated debt brought on by the virus and the economic devastation left in its wake. Where are small businesses going to find the resources to pay the over 50% increase in labor costs as it relates to salaries or additional overtime? Frankly, we believe that the bill is unreasonable. The increases that were part of the 4-year ramp up of the minimum wage referendum based on the current statute of 3,000 times the new minimum wage have gone into effect and are being adjusted annually by the Consumer Price Index, as was voted on by the people of the state of Maine in a citizen initiative. The threshold for salary reached $36,000 in 2020 and is currently $36,450 without this new bill, and then would be adjusted for inflation each year thereafter, which does seem reasonable. From when the referendum language was first introduced in a statute in 2017 until this proposed statute's increases would end its 4-year escalation, salary levels would have increased by 132% in Maine. The federal level, as you've heard, is $35,308, and Maine's salary level will always be greater with the annual increases provided in our statute. We are only one of a handful of states, as David Clow had said, that that would have this stipulation, and even less so that actually would pay more. So just remember that this federal salary minimum has to cover all geographic areas of the United States, from the rural areas of Wyoming to the cities of the East Coast. Much like our wage has to be fair to employers and salaried employees from the rural areas of Aroostook County to the cities of Cumberland County. In our industry, salary levels for new and less experienced managers currently average in a range of $36,000 to $38,000, or $36,450 to be precise, to $38,000 in second district communities and $38,000 to $42,000 in first district communities. So a minimum salary threshold of $36,450 plus yearly CPI adjustments seems like a reasonable level for a statewide benchmark. I see my time is up. I would just like to say that increases in cost of labor are huge to us because they do account for 40% of the cost of operations in a frontward-facing hospitality business. So I thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you, Mr. Dugal. I see Representative Drinkwater and then Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dugal, for being here. You started out by saying bonuses and commissions are not affected by this bill. Well, couldn't they be affected if this bill went into effect? Then the employer could restructure his whole pay scheme?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it can be modified in any way, shape, or form. So just to make sure that we're on the same page, bonuses and commissions do not count towards salary levels. And so you still need to pay that salary level that is being predicated by the numbers that we're looking at, which are pretty sizable. So yes, they could eliminate commission, and they could eliminate bonuses, and they could do all kinds of things like that. I hope they don't, because I don't think that's their intention. But it could very well occur, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dugal, for being here. I have a number of acquaintances who are restaurant owners, and they've repeatedly told me that their margins of profit are very thin. And you tell me that 40% of your industry's expenses are payroll expenses. So it would seem to affect you more. And, and I'm looking at our economic forecast. We're going to be short hundreds of millions of dollars, which would indicate to me that businesses are not making a profit to pay their taxes. So if this were to pass, where would the money come from?
That's a really good question. And I would say that I don't know. It would probably have to come out of increased pricing for meals. There would have to be reductions, obviously. The margins in the restaurant industry are about 3 to 5%. And about 75% of what a restaurant deals with is either labor or the cost of food, which we all see increasing as we go to the supermarket every day. So, it will become a very interesting proposition to try to figure out what to do next, much like it is when any wage increase comes forth. But hopefully you'll see better and at least moderate this, and it won't be quite so bad.
We have Representative Warren and then Senator Garrett again.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony. I feel some of what you're speaking about, if it seems like even from how you ended your statement that you're, I guess, maybe speculating about what could happen, but I think that I want to make sure that we are valuing your expertise and the perspective that you're bringing. But I think that some of what you're saying is, so if you have relevant information to that this could have undue ramifications, I appreciate that. But I guess, yeah, I'm concerned here that if, because I was going to ask you about, did you have information to support that? But it seemed like at the end you're saying we'll have to see what happens. And I guess like I wanted to ask you, maybe from your expertise, how you reason between this bill seems to be intended to be a deterrent mechanism of having people do maybe more work per week than there's a principle or ethic that there should be done. And so I guess if it will just increase wages, the velocity of money would presume that would just maybe help to benefit our economic recovery because more people will have more money that they'd be spending. But if you see it as a deterrence mechanism and the unintended consequences of a deterrence mechanism, if there aren't enough skilled workers in a given field, et cetera, that I would like to focus in on, not as much about the wages, or if you see that being relevant, or if, information about that.
Well, I would say I speak to people in my industry all day long, and they're going to be on this testifying and telling you the exact same thing I'm telling you with more specifics. But there's no question that there comes a point in time, regardless of what anyone believes, there comes a point in time when expenses become too great. That's why businesses go out of business. And so is this number that number? I don't know. Could it be? Yes, it could. And so I don't know that we want to operate on the premise that we're pushing ourselves to the edge all the time to make sure that we're doing the quote right thing, because it isn't necessarily going to work. And I think some folks on the call, on this Zoom or that will testify will give you the exact numbers of what that is, and how some people will probably be let go or laid off, and others will be required to work more. And quite frankly, salary, as Curtis Picard said, is something that people get benefit from, and sometimes they work extra, sometimes they work less. And that's the flexibility that most people desire in what they do. So I'm not sure that follows your train of thought, but I certainly know that there are other people that can give you specific numbers that I can't give you.
So are you here to ask about, are you here to, I guess, question whether this could be going too far? You're saying that you're,
excuse me, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to understand, or the perspective.
I am definitely here to say that it's going too far.
And how do you, so could you provide us the, like how you if I could evaluate that information, or how you summarize that.
I would say that 132% increase in wages for one particular category over a period of time. And I know this question was asked a lot. We probably have about 10,000 of these kinds of I'm not sure where that 1/10 of 1% comes from. I'm not sure where they are as in relation to the threshold, but we do have a substantial number. Most properties have a couple. If you get into hotels, there's several. So it is a sizable increase that needs to be absorbed by the business or not. And so if we continue to keep adding additional things like we have in this committee this year, it's going to get very expensive and many people will not survive. That I believe.
Business as usual.
Representative Warren, I'm going to go to Senator Garin, and then if you have another question, come back in. Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Dugal. I appreciate your expertise for the field of hospitality, which has been so hard hit this year in the pandemic year. To the point that these things aren't going to count really until the pandemic passes. I've seen in some of the national publications that going forward there is going to be a decline for the hospitality industry for several years. And I wondered if you could address that. And also the razor thin margins. I know I have several customers who have already gone out of business. And so those people have gone out to our unemployment system. Owners' homes are in danger. This is a housing committee. So sometimes families losing their homes when they lose their business that's tied to their business loan is a question, and I'd like to have you address that too. We had a notice from one of the factories this week that there's going to be a 10% increase across the board in their products. So there's another cost of business and inflation. And so just wondering if you can kind of tie that all together and how that affects our industry.
Well, the lodging industry is not supposed to rebound fully until somewhere in the 2023 to 2024 range. The other thing that you have to take into consideration is that Maine has the most bizarre mix of lodging properties. Our average size property is about 13 rooms. So half of the licensees are 13 rooms or less, which is a totally different business than a hotel, but still has a severe impact because generally there's only one or two at the most breadwinners within that. On the restaurant side, nothing is even close to being over. We're still at 6 foot distancing. Most facilities are being able to only operate at half their capacity. This weekend, because it was so beautiful, it was crazy busy, but it really doesn't translate into that because you can't use half your seats. And it wasn't quite ready to, quite ready to go outside yet. So, the impact is severe and will remain severe for a period of time. And I'm not here to say that I don't think that wages should increase, because they should increase, but they also should increase in a reasonable manner. And this is not that, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Garin. Are there any other questions for Mr. Dugal?
Yes, I have one.
Chair Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dugal, for your testimony. My question is about numbers. If you could, for the work session, please provide to us an exact number of salaried employees that would be affected by this bill in the industry that you represent. And I would also like to ask that if you could get some feedback from those employers about how many of those employees work more than 40 hours per week. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say, Senator Hickman, that there will be people that I know are going to testify that second question can be answered. I'm not sure that I can come up with the first one, but again, I think somebody mentioned CWRI. I will look into what they have to offer as far as you're asking for salaried employees in the hospitality industry, correct?
Yes, I'm asking for, yes, that's exactly what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. And I'll just, are there any other questions for Mr. Dugal? Seeing none. I would just remind the committee that there are still a number of people to testify here today. And so I just ask you to frame your questions to try to draw out new answers if we can. And I am sometimes the worst at adding my own personal story and and/or illustration in the part of my question. But I just don't want folks to lose the chance to testify today by our speechifying. So I will thank Mr. DeGaulle, and I believe next we have James Kitchen, followed by Jean Marvin, followed by Jeff Austin, followed by Jessica LaLiberty, followed by Jeff Tardy.
It looks like James Kitchen rather, sorry, isn't here, so I'm promoting Miss Marvin.
All right, we will move on to Jean Marvin. And there are a couple folks on the phone, and we will be getting to you as well.
Oh,
Welcome, Ms. Marvin. How are you?
I am great. How are you today?
I am fantastic. Thank you for asking. You have the floor when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Jean Marvin. I reside in Scarborough and I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 607. For the past 22 years, I have worked as the innkeeper at the Nonantum Resort in Kennebunkport. I am a former Maine legislator and I want to thank you for all your hard work. Being a member of the Housing and Labor Committee is no easy task. Regretfully, I must speak in strong opposition to this bill. I am sure the sponsors put this bill in to protect folks from being taken advantage of. The reality is that workers who do not make the threshold are forced to go back to being hourly workers. For many, no longer punching a clock and being able to schedule their own days is a huge benefit. It allows them to schedule around their personal life. My staff members find it demeaning to have to punch in and out when they need to go and run an errand. When you know ahead of time what your salary is, you can plan accordingly. In addition, many of our team members would like to leave early and go to their child's ball game or take care of an errand during the day. I have never worried about it as I knew they would make it up the time at another day. I trust my employees to be adults and to manage their time in an appropriate manner. They all know if I'm successful, they will be as well. We're a well-oiled machine, and the mutual respect my staff and I share has allowed us to be named a best place to work in Maine 5 years in a row. My business philosophy is that I take care of my staff and they take care of my guests. Another issue I have with this bill is that I have many managers who only work 9 months of a year. This bill as written would have me paying them $55,000 annually, and this means I would be paying them over $1,500 a week. There are very few businesses that can afford this kind of wages in our very short season. My salaried employees get paid 12 months a year, even the months we're not open. In addition, last spring, when we were forced to close, they still got paid. There's a huge shortage of workers in Maine, and there's no end in sight to this problem. I would therefore respectfully request that we let the free market economy take care of these issues. You know, there's been a lot of questions today about how many people is this going to affect? Well, I'll tell you that many of the hospitality properties in Maine are seasonal, and whether they'll be impacted when they can least afford it. Even a small number of people who are forced to go back to being a hourly employee, that will have a huge impact on businesses and in turn the community. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Marvin. And are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being, Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a little slow on the button there. Nice to see you, Jean, and thank you for being here today. I know that we were talking a little bit about numbers. Sorry, my video was off. I know we were talking a little bit about numbers. Can you give me just an estimate at the Nonantum, which is such a wonderful place and does really play a huge role in our community, about how many folks at the Nonantum would fall into this category that we're discussing today, of folks who would not be at the threshold but are salaried? Could you just give me a sense of how many people that is?
Probably about a half a dozen.
happened.
And, you might say, oh, a half a dozen, that's nothing. But let me tell you, trying to fill a half a dozen positions for me because somebody says the heck with it. If I have to go back to being punching a clock day after day, I'm just going to go and get a job year round doing whatever, selling cars. I don't know what they're going to do, but if they decide to leave hospitality, we have such a crazy shortage of help. And I spend an enormous amount of my time working with people trying to can talk to families and parents and students about hospitality as a career. Our state cannot last without hospitality. We are the economic engine of this state. And so when you say, well, it's just a small thing, all those small things add up. When you raise minimum wage above $12, well, guess what? We stopped hiring 14 and 15-year-olds. And so, Representative Gear, in a town like Kennebunkport, that's a big impact. We eliminated our activities program because I can't afford to do that anymore. And so I know you all are asking for numbers and examples of what happens when we pass these laws. It's hard to say until after it happens, but the only thing I'll tell you is it's going to be really detrimental to our industry if you insist on doing what you're planning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you say that you pay your salaried employees for 12 months, even though they may only work 9 months. Could one of the unintentional consequences be that those people no longer get paid for 12 months?
Yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. If there are people who don't meet that $55,000 threshold, they'll go back to being an hourly employee, which means that from December 15th to April 15th, they will not get paid at all.
Thank you very much.
They'll be on unemployment.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Marvin? Seeing none, thank you for being here again today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You be well. Next, we have Jeff Austin.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee, my name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association. I've provided you written testimony. I'm going quick because I want to get to a third point that's not in my written testimony. Our estimate is that this would cost hospitals around 5 to 10 million per year. That will not line up with what the proponents are saying, which is about statewide, it's only 9 million per year. And that's the point I want to get to that's not in my written testimony. Hospitals are the largest employer in half the counties in this state, top 5 in almost all except for Saginaw. We got about 30,000 employees, about $1.5 billion payroll. The second point in my written testimony that I want you to consider is the impact on the Medicaid program. Time and time again, changes to labor laws are not being fully reflected at the time they're adopted on their impact to the Medicaid program and all the people who serve the Medicaid program and need to have their pay adjusted. And that pay gets adjusted in the Appropriations Committee with state tax dollars. That should be reflected in your fiscal notes, and you should be doing analysis of bills like these for the impact on the Medicaid program. And I'm happy to talk about that further. But what I want to get to is there's a disconnect between what the proponents have said this will cost and our estimates. So I'm trying to understand what the proponents have said. So I looked at MESIP's study, Mr. Miles' study of what this was going to cost. And his estimate on page 3 of his study says it's going to cost for each worker impacted about $1,000 per year. So $1,000 per year per worker. What's the typical wage of these workers? Maybe $40,000. That's probably the pay range we're talking about. That's $20 an hour for a 2,000-hour work year. So how many hours is that person working to make an extra $1,000? Well, overtime's time and a half, so they're not making 20, they're making 30. So according to MESIP's estimates, if I'm following it correctly, you guys didn't walk through it with them, is it looks like they're working maybe 30, 35 hours per year in overtime eligible pay. Because what we heard in the testimony was 60-hour work week and 70-hour work week. But when you look at the study, when they're coming up with their $8 million fiscal note, they're estimating 35 hours per year in uncompensated overtime. That's less than 1 hour per week. So we're not talking about people working 60 hours and 70 hours. We're talking, according to their financial estimate, at people working 41 hours per week. Do we believe that that's the impact of this bill? So I would like to see some grilling of the supporters of this bill and how they came up with their estimate that it's only $8 million statewide, because our math is very different. And I see that my time is up. I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Austin, thank you for being here. As a matter of fact, that was going to be my question for you, how there's such a disparity between what the proponents say and what in your association alone is more than that, what they say, let alone all the other businesses. So you're saying that it's probably much more significant?
Well, either this is not about people working 60 or 70 hours a week like we heard, because if it's 60 and 70 hours a week, you're talking about a lot of uncompensated overtime that will be compensated if this becomes law. So either the number is astronomically higher than $8 million, or if I did my math right, $1,000 for the average worker over 2,000 hours worked, making a typical salary of 40 grand, it's 20 bucks an hour. They can't be working more than 30, 40 hours of uncompensated overtime per year. That's an hour a week. So our math is very back of the envelope. Senator Hickman has asked for very specific, precise estimates per employer. I can't give that to you. In fact, the bill has changed from the time it was printed to the time the amendment was presented. And I can't go back to our members all the time and ask for detailed estimates. But we have around 30,000 employees. Somewhere in the 10 to 15% range of our employees will be impacted. That's a couple of thousand. About $1.5 billion in payroll. We're thinking maybe 5 to 10% payroll is impacted, maybe around 150 million worth of payroll. I think our estimate is more like 5% increase, 5 hours a week, maybe an hour a day is lost. I don't think it's that much. We're not talking 60 and 70 hours. If it is, then our estimates are very low. But even at 5% on 150 million in payroll, that's $7.5 million.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Are there any other questions for Mr. Austin? I see Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Austin. You bring a different perspective to this bill. You say in your testimony that the state will have to absorb some of these costs through their subsequent budgets. Can you just touch upon that quickly?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that. I try to be very careful not to say have to, but they historically have absorbed these costs. So everybody thinks their industry is unique. I feel like ours is a little unique in those that come before your committee. Often when businesses are faced with increased costs, they increase their prices. For 2/3 of my customers, I cannot increase the price. It's against the law. The state sets my reimbursement rate in Medicaid, and the federal government sets my reimbursement rate in Medicare. So what happens is, but I have a lot of, hospitals have a lot of payers, but there are a lot of small social service agencies, nursing homes, whose only payer is the state. It's the Medicaid program. So if an increased cost is foisted upon those folks, like it was with the minimum wage, where do they get their money? Almost all of their money comes from you, the state. Now, does the state have to increase the Medicaid reimbursement in response to an increase in a cost like minimum wage or this bill? In some cases, Representative, yes, the way reimbursement is set, they absolutely have to increase what they spend. In other cases, though, they don't, by law, have to increase what Medicaid reimburses. But the overwhelming belief among legislators has been, well, of course we have to raise what Medicaid pays them. Where are they going to get the money to pay the increased minimum wage? And so historically, the labor law gets passed, and then a year later, the Medicaid rate gets adjusted. So it gets complicated over in Medicaid land, and I won't go on, but it's something that should be reflected in these fiscal notes that I think is too often overlooked.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Thank you, Representative Drinkwater. Representative Gare, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has to I know you said earlier that you couldn't give any exact numbers on this, Mr. Austin, but I'm just trying to get a sense. Could you give an example of some of the job titles that might fall into this category of employee, or and any rough numbers that you might have on where they're reflected in a hospital's operations?
Yeah, I didn't ask for that. We just do very loose surveys. And this is really coming from a year ago when this bill, I think, was first introduced, or 2 years ago. And we don't ask for job titles, but it's on both sides of the house. We typically think of the hospitals having two sides. There's both the clinical side of the house, patient facing, doctors, nurses, techs, and the administrative side of the house, IT, billing, collections, reception, janitorial, all the rest of it. You know, we're so big, we're a little unique. I mean, we have people at from minimum wage to $1 million brain surgeons. I mean, we have every sort of income strata in the house. So there's a fair number of people out of 30,000, maybe 10% are in this particular strata, that 35 to 50,000 range, maybe more than that. I think MESEP is right that not every single person in that income strata is impacted by the bill. There are people who are currently paid overtime. There are people who probably don't work the extra hours, but there are going to be some in there. But no, I don't have job titles. We have so many jobs.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Austin?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator.
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. Austin, thank you for your testimony. How many hospitals do you represent?
Yeah, I believe this is my first time before the committee this session, so I've not introduced myself to you all. So the Maine Hospital Association represents all 36 private hospitals in the state of Maine. There are 2 public hospitals, Riverview and Dorothea Dix, the 2 psychiatric hospitals that the state owns and operates. Our members are the 36 private hospitals, 2 of which are also psychiatric hospitals. One is a rehab hospital, and then the other 33 are what you would normally think of as a community hospital.
Thank you. So this particular legislator on this particular committee that you are testifying in front of will ask you to ask those 36 member hospitals of the organization exactly how many employees, I don't need their job titles, would be impacted by this law, and how many of those employees work over 40 hours of uncompensated labor. Because to me, I can only make decisions based on data, not estimates, not feelings, not beliefs, just data. And so I will ask you to ask your members this data so that we can make an informed decision about how to move this law forward. Is that something that we can have for work session, sir?
Probably unlikely.
And why is that?
I think that's a lot of work for our members to do. When they've provided me, I think, a good faith estimate of this 2 years ago, they are in the middle of a massive administrative undertaking of getting people enrolled and vaccinated. Their attention is really hardcore elsewhere right now. And so with your understanding, I would hope that you can accept that it's a bit much to do this for all 36 hospitals to get that exact number. It would be a fair amount of work.
Are the hospitals that you represent funded by the state?
Indirectly, yes, through the Medicaid program. They are not, we don't consider that funded. We don't get blank checks from the state. In essence, we're a vendor. When Medicaid recipients need health care, we treat those Medicaid recipients, and the state is a partial funder of Medicaid.
So as inconvenient as it seems, sir, I'm still going to ask you to try to get that information from your hospital members, because it's an important thing for us to have in order to make a decision. You are representing the hospitals and you're telling us this will be a burden on them. I want to know what the burden is, not by estimate, but by fact. So we have to know how many people would fall under this category and how many of those people work more than 40 hours per week. And if the hospitals can't come up with that, that's a question for another day. But I do not believe it is unfair or a burden to ask these members this question so that at least I, first time on this committee, can understand what it is I'm going to vote for. So please let me know if that can happen, and we can delay the work session as long as we have to, but I need that information in order to make an informed decision, sir.
Are you asking about the bill or the amendment?
I'm asking about what the number of people who would be impacted by the amendment, since it has been proposed by the lawmaker, and how many of those people work more than 40 hours a week of uncompensated labor. That's what I want to know.
Well, the first thing I will ask them to do that, Senator. I will see how many can be impacted. The number of hours they work in excess of 40 will not be known because it's not tracked.
Okay, so
I can't tell you that number.
That's fair, but
that has to be known.
That's fair. That is fair, but the first number is absolutely essential to my decision-making process.
I'll do the best I can, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. We appreciate that. Representative Rader.
Just to piggyback off of Senator Hickman's question, we do know how many full-time salaried employees that would be subject to this, correct? So that is information that you can get?
I don't know how quickly they can pull together that data point, but presumably it's in the system somewhere.
I would think that payroll would have to keep a record of that. I know that when I was an executive director, I had to have a list of everybody's salary and the level to which they were exempt. So that fell under payroll for me. Perhaps that's something that we could get, and that would be also very helpful. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the distinction between your question and Senator Hickman's question.
I think your answer was what led me to my question. Your answer saying we don't know how many hours are tracked, so we don't know how much it's going to cost. I just want to know the number of employees that would be exempt and the number of employees that would not be exempt under this. So rather than their hours, which was the answer that you gave, that because we could not track the hours, they have not been worked yet, and there is no system set up for tracking those hours. But how many employees would be exempt?
Would be exempt.
Or not exempt, you know?
Yeah, I think not exempt is what Senator Hickman was looking for.
Right. So how many employees per hospital would be not exempt? Yes.
Yeah.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An earlier proponent, I think it was the FLCIO representative, stated that he had a number, and I think it would be incumbent on them to furnish the source of their numbers as well, if that's what we're asking. So, you know, let's be even-handed across the board. Then I would expect the same type of consideration for those proponents. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. I think they said that they were going to try to bring that information forward when they were asked by Representative, I believe it was Representative Drinkwater, but we would ask that same thing of everybody. I agree. Are there any other questions for Mr. Austin? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next in the queue, we have Jessica LaLiberty coming up now. We have Jeff Tardy, Peter Gore, Steve DeMillo, and then Mike Rowland.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jessica LaLiberty, and I am the Policy Relations Manager for the Manufacturers Association of Maine. We are a nonpartisan industry organization representing 400 Maine businesses and the 29,000 workers they employ. We are a pro-growth, pro-manufacturing organization, and it is important to note that many of our business members are employee-owned or ESOP companies. I'm here today in opposition of LD 607, an act to restore overtime protections for Maine workers. Maine is a beautiful state, majestic mountains, scenic ocean shores, hardworking neighbors who look after one another. But Maine needs to do better for folks who want to operate businesses here. We rank near the bottom in best states to do business. This bill would significantly increase the threshold employers must pay exempt or salaried employees until the rate is 4,500 times the state minimum wage in 2024. Passage of such legislation would make Maine an outlier. How does LD 607 align with the governor's economic strategic plan, which seeks to maintain a stable business environment, grow the economy, and attract new talent? This proposal seeks to place yet another regulatory burden upon businesses, many of which are struggling amid the COVID-19 pandemic. This bill would make it more difficult to attract new business, retain existing ones, and limit job growth based on the increased cost of doing business, all things which stand in conflict with Governor Mills' economic plan. Manufacturing in Maine provides jobs for nearly 55,000 people and accounts for 12% of all wages paid in the state of Maine. Our members provide jobs in aerospace, metal, paper, marine boat building, semiconductor, wood, textile, aquaculture, biotech, medical device, electronics, RF and wireless communications, plastics, biotech, bioplastics, composites, studio, food and beverage manufacturing. Maine strongly opposes LD 607, an act to restore overtime protection to Maine workers, and urges an ought not to pass vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liberty. Good to see you again. Are there any questions for Ms. Liberty? It looks like you are off the hook easy today, Ms. Liberty. We'll see you. We shall see you soon. Thank you for being here testifying today. Next, we have Jeff Tardy.
Is that Jeff or Josh?
Josh.
I'm sorry, probably. I'm sure it's Josh. I'm reading my scribbled handwriting. Welcome, Mr. Tardy. I've just given you a new nickname. Congratulations on that.
Well, that's not a problem. In fact, I submitted the testimony on behalf of the Maine Tourism Association, and I addressed it as Senator Rafferty. And I apologize to Senator Hickman. It's good to see my friend, Senator Hickman, and Representative Sylvester and distinguished committee members. I'm Josh Tardy. I'm a resident of Newport. I'm a lobbyist with Mitchell Tardy Jackson Government Affairs. And I'm covering for Allison Susie on behalf of the Maine Tourism Association. We oppose this legislation, and we oppose the amendment. You've heard repeated testimony from members of the tourism sector, and it is our respectful opinion that this particular bill, which will actually increase labor costs, will have an adverse effect on the tourism sector as it tries to come out of a pandemic. And this escalator that puts the salary or overtime threshold, however you want to define it, at 55,000 plus likely in 2024 is just too much. And I've submitted the written testimony. I don't need to be redundant as to what you folks have heard and spent so much time on today. But I would say this: I respect all legislators' views of the role government should play in wage issues and in the debate on what is a fair labor standard. I thought the testimony from Ms. Ginn-Marvin on behalf of the non-anthem sort of talked about the consequences. I think Representative Sylvester, you sort of asked some people, how is behavior going to be changed? And it's just my respectful suggestion that an escalator to the $55,000 threshold in 2024 is too much for Maine, and we will certainly be an outlier. The index that's in statute is sufficient, and that's sort of the extent of my testimony. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. We will mail you that extra minute and 4 seconds. Look for that. Are there any questions for Mr. Tardy from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Peter Gore.
Good afternoon, Representative Sylvester, and good afternoon. Congratulations and welcome, Senator Hickman, to the Labor Committee. I hope that my fire alarm in my apartment building doesn't go off like it has 3 times already today while this hearing's been going on. I put my headset on, so it won't be quite so loud. My name is Peter Gore. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I am here to speak to you this afternoon in opposition to LD 607. In 4.5 hours of testimony, I'm going to try and give you a couple of points that you might not have already heard today. You have my written comments, but a couple of things. It is a reminder, Maine's salary threshold standard went up this year, and it will go up next year, and it will go up every year going forward as long as the minimum wage continues to be indexed in the state. And as a matter of fact, assuming just a 15-cent increase next year, it will be nearly $37,000 in just, it'll have gone up nearly $2,000 in just 2 years. It does impact every employee in the state of Maine, whether you're a private, you're a nonprofit, you're a municipal employee, a state employee, or a school employee. The threshold of more than $56,000 actually will make us the second highest in the country, only to employers in California that have more than 26 employees. So our threshold will be second only to, if it was a country, the 5th largest economy in the world. The discussion about the impact on employees is not a theoretical one. During 2016 and 2017, when the Obama administration was promulgating their rules, I met with, in some cases, I went to enough seminars on this, hundreds and hundreds of employers who were looking at things like removing laptops, phones, and tablets from their salaried employees because they could not afford to keep the salary threshold at the $47,000 level, not just the $55,000 level. And in addition, the morale impact it had on the workplace with employees who had been considered salaried and on a professional salary track, having to move to an hourly employee. But the last thing I want to talk to you about is the Maine Association of Chamber of Commerce Executive Study that was just published last week. And I don't know if some of you heard about it, but what we're talking about today is, significantly adding to the cost of doing business for all kinds of small employers in the state. And they're saying something very different. And I'm just going to touch on some of the results. 51.4% said that they needed cash, not that they had cash to make up for the cost of added cost of doing business. More than a third of the respondents currently today have fewer workers than they had a year ago at this time. And that the average Maine small business said they needed an additional $65,000 on top of the revenue they expected to make this year if they were going to guarantee they'd be in business in 12 months. It's for those reasons that we are strongly opposed to LD 607, and I'm glad to answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gore. Just roughly how many members do you have? How many employees are represented? Would you say?
In that study, sir, or
Yes.
at the chamber? Over 500 small businesses responded to the MACE study.
Okay, thank you.
And those were from all over the state.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Gore? Seeing none, it seems you dodged your alarm. I was able to move a very loudly snoring dog to a sunnier part of the house, so it seems
I saw him earlier.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
Next, we have Steve DeMillo. There you are. Welcome back to committee, Steve. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Representative Sylvester. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and all the members of this committee. My name is Steve DeMillo, and I represent my family. We operate DeMillo's on the Water in Portland. I oppose LD 607 for the following reasons. Like many other businesses, our salaried staff work more hours per week in the busy months and less in the slow months. The fact that they do not have to clock in or out for their children's school events, medical appointments, and personal business is a big deal for them. We trust that they can manage their time away from work effectively. If this legislation is passed as written, some businesses may be forced to change these workers from salary to hourly compensation. That flexibility these workers enjoy now is something they do not want to lose. Salary workers like a guaranteed steady income, whether the restaurant is slow or busy year-round. Household budgets are easy to manage on the salary, as the employee's income is not subject to the ups and downs of somewhat our seasonal business. The annual compensation amounts listed in this bill will be very difficult, if not impossible, for businesses in most parts of the state to meet, forcing businesses to reclassify salary workers as hourly. As you know, Portland's a whole lot different than down East Maine or the county. Another effect of this legislation is that other forms of compensation are a big part of our managers' annual earnings. This legislation does not factor in bonuses or commissions in the calculation of their compensation. A function manager is one person in our operation that is paid a base salary, a commission based on sales, and an incentive bonus based on the performance of the entire restaurant operation. I believe that all these sources of income should be considered in the calculations when looking at this bill. We have always valued our employees, not just during this latest labor shortage, which is why people stay with us for such long periods of time. Their health, safety, and their income are a major focus for me and the other managers. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. DeMillo. I see Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. DeMillo. Love your restaurant. Sometimes drive all the way down from Old Town just to eat there.
Thank you.
We've been caught up in numbers during this hearing about how many people is it going to affect. Can you tell me how many salaried employees you have that this could affect?
We have 10 salaried employees, and it's only 3 right now that would be affected, depending on the final language.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. DeMillo, for being here. Can you give us some idea of how many weeks your restaurant was shut down, or at least your business was curtailed during the pandemic?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. We were shut down for 8 weeks. We reopened for curbside only, and then for 2 weeks, and then we waited another week. We did the outside seating, and then I guess we were another 2 weeks before we allowed inside dining when it was allowed by the state guidelines.
One more question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DeMillo. Other restaurant owners such as yourself, you don't have to answer for yourself, but is their income from the restaurant basically their paycheck?
Oh yes. If you're implying, yeah. So a lot of the restaurants, like a lot of my neighbors here in Portland, probably restaurant owners around the state, are usually they're owner operated places, and you'll notice sometimes when you go into a place that is not well kept, the carpet's frayed, the walls need to be painted. They have chosen to take a paycheck versus doing some of those maintenance items in slim times. So, we cry about our low margins, our low bottom line. I'm sure every business struggles with it, but I mean, in the restaurant and hospitality industry, truly, we're teetering on going out of business or not. Like we would be totally separate subject, but we'd be out of business if it wasn't for the Paycheck Protection Program.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo Representative Drinkwater's sentiments as well about your restaurant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. DeMillo. I'd echo for all of Portland businesses. I think that PPP was a godsend in a month, in a summer we only saw August really as a regular month. So thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. DeMillo. Looks like Representative Warren had a question and I missed it there.
Thank you so much. I don't know if it's, I feel it's relevant. I'm curious if you have this perspective. You mentioned that it would affect, this law would maybe affect 10 people with your business. Do you feel that you have a relationship with any of them where this is an issue for them and maybe this piece of legislation has unintended consequences, or maybe you just you don't know the folks in particular, or you wouldn't want to betray confidences, but if you, just because that is such a specific number of people, and I'm from Scarborough, and so we go to DeMillo's for like Mother's Day and these sorts of things. So anyway, I thought I'd add that as well. But yeah, do you have any, just because it was just 10 people?
Thank you, Representative Warren. Of course, I mean, I know all our relationships with all of our staff intimately. I've just been out in the dish area working with the dish crew, and so I know their situation as well as I know the 10 management, but the 10 salary employees. But it was really only 3 people that would be affected by this legislation. So where my focus is somewhat narrow. I didn't introduce myself as serving on the hospitality main board, but I am the chair of that board, and I have other restaurateurs' interests in mind, not just myself. It's really, I've always had a hard time going in front of a committee and having folks not, try to feel sorry for Steve DeMillo, because no one feels sorry for Steve DeMillo.
My concern is that we don't have, that maybe the employees that would be affected, we don't have that, we don't have all those voices, or we just, so or there's just a limited amount of time. So so yeah, I was just wondering from those that may be from a different perspective, if you understand it from their view, that this whether this you see as a problem that affects your workers in your workplace, even if this isn't the best solution.
I can say, Representative Warren, I know for one thing is the 3 people that are concerned with, they do not, well, if commissions and bonuses were included, then we don't have a problem here. But I can tell you, none of those people want to be punching a clock. They enjoy their position as a salaried worker. We trust that they manage their time to do their work here for us, and I hopefully that addresses what you're saying.
So just so that I'm clear, for you, your understanding is actually that your employees don't feel there is or they've not communicated to you a problem.
You are correct, only because they don't, they don't keep up on things like you and I do.
Sure. Yeah, no, I just was wondering if you maybe more broadly in your other positions, do you recognize this to be a problem, that maybe this is not the best solution for whatever set of reasons, or we're between a rock and a hard place to solve it? Or do you kind of think that this is a solution in search of a problem?
Well, I know why there's a law, and I have it here in front of me somewhere, why this is even a law, because if you wouldn't want someone to take advantage of an employee, you wouldn't want to pay them. I can't engage somebody in a full-time job and pay them $20,000 a year and expect them to work 50 hours a week. So I understand there's checks and balances, and that's what government is for, is to check on employees. But I mean, let's face it. I mean, most every one of the employers that you're gonna see in these meetings are all on the up and up. I mean, you're gonna find an errant employer anywhere you go. You're gonna find an errant employee anywhere you go. But generally everybody follows the rules, and that particular rule I just think is going too far with this particular legislation.
Thank you. I see Representative Gare has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate, Mr. DeMillo, your down-to-earth approach to answering some of our questions. So thank you. And you do see all kinds of people in all walks of business and life. So, but my question, and I keep coming back to this just because in the businesses I've managed, I haven't seen this to be a problem. What is to stop a business from saying, you know, this employee is a salaried employee. They don't have to punch a clock on a daily basis. They're an assistant manager, for example. But this person, during those times when it's very busy and we're in the thick of the season and the line is out the door and around the corner, and we got trays of lobsters flying out the door. What is to stop that person from just having a quick system that tracks the overtime that they would be paid because they did not meet the threshold? Is that, am I missing something? I'm just trying to see why isn't that a way to solve the issue?
I guess, Representative Gear, the answer to that is that when I'm working with 3 salaried people right now, 3 right now, and they walked in, they went to work. They didn't have to seek out a terminal to clock in. When if they go to take a break, if they go to an appointment, they don't have to clock out. I think I'm answering your question. It's really about that. And then I have to say that the folks that might be, I don't know, there's some people in, I guess, fast food that are really feeling a labor pinch, might be working more hours than they hope to work. But man, isn't that a relationship between the employee and the employer? There's some trust involved there. If I was taking advantage of my people, I would expect one of them to call me out on it.
Yeah, okay. And if I could just have a quick follow on, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get at that situation that in a future state where there is a tier somewhere, under 55,000, say someone's making 45,000, they are a salaried employee and they're entitled to overtime. So to your point, you don't want to be in a situation where you are working that employee to death and not paying them overtime and kind of taking advantage of their management status, even though they're maybe not making what they should be based on the amount of time they're putting in. So I'm really asking what, so is it, again, they don't have to punch a clock, but they do have to keep a tally. So if on, Friday and Saturday, they've worked, lots of extra hours and they were on the floor for 12 hours and, and keeping track of that, wouldn't that be a way to address that issue? And why is that problematic?
I guess it's the record keeping, Representative Gear. We've got to the point, well, at least in hospitality, where everything has to be optimized, including paperwork. I mean, not that we eliminated a bookkeeper, but we'd almost have to add somebody to take care of extra tasks like that. Not that you would have to add someone for just that, but it's probably just time management.
Okay, I'm just thinking of the scenario where you just adding to the kiosk. There's a little on Tuesday I worked, was here 3 extra hours. Check. It's to your point. It seems like that's something that could be very easily automated. So I'm just confused as to the pushback that's saying, oh, we have to reclassify all those folks as hourly. I'm struggling with why that would have to be. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Mr. DeMillo? Seeing none, thank you, sir. And I believe last is Mike Rowland. Is that correct, Alyssa? And then we're going to check the phones and see what bills those folks were for?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hey.
Welcome, Ms. Director Rowland. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Very, very good. You have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Mike Rowland, Director of the Bureau of Labor Standards for the Maine Department of Labor. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the department, neither for nor against LD 607, an act to restore overtime protections for Maine workers as it's proposed to be amended. I'm going to sort of abbreviate my written testimony, which you have to emphasize some of the things that haven't been so much highlighted today. So both Maine and federal law use a three-pronged test to determine if an employee is exempt from overtime provisions of the law. The three-pronged test is important when determining eligibility for overtime pay. Only if a worker passes all three of the tests is that worker exempt from receiving overtime pay. The three prongs are: one, the employee must be paid on a salary basis. Two, the employee's salary must exceed the defined salary threshold, which is the subject of this bill. And three, an exempt employee's job duties must also conform to certain categories: administrative, professional, and executive, as further delineated in the Bureau's rules, Chapter 16. This duties test is often seen as a proxy for determining how much independent bargaining power the employee has. Generally, this includes whether that worker oversees other full-time employees, or directs a division or a department, or has responsibility for hiring and firing other employees. Moving on a bit, for over 20 years, Title 26, Section 663, subsection 3 has defined Maine salary threshold as exceeding 3,000 times the state's minimum wage when converted to an annual rate. Since this threshold is tied to Maine's minimum wage, it changes in concert with the minimum wage, which is now indexed to inflation. The current salary threshold, as you've heard, is $36,450 per year, or $700.97 per week. The department appreciates the sponsor's willingness to adhere to Maine's longstanding practice of linking the salary threshold with the minimum wage. Regardless of the level at which the legislature ultimately decides to set the threshold, with the passage of this bill, it will eventually be automatically geared to the same escalator as Maine's minimum wage, providing both predictability and transparency to the regulated community and to the department. Thanks for your time and attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session. How's my timing on that?
You did perfectly, Director Rowland. You're a pro. And I see that Representative Gear has a question for you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Rowland. I think, yes, you might win the contest, right? Be able to hit the clock.
By the end of this session.
Right. And you might be the best person to ask my question that I keep asking, which is, it seems like we're hearing that there are sort of these three categories that you could be a salaried employee under the terms that you just described, but still be entitled to overtime. And I see that as a fairly straightforward tracking activity that would happen, on a daily basis. That employee would be sure to note in the system, so it would be an automated thing, that they had worked, 3 extra hours or an hour extra or whatever it was, based on how that was set up. Then we're hearing the employers, respond to that and say, no, we would have to reclassify all those folks as hourly. That's how they would solve the issue. I'm just trying to get at why, if I'm misreading something, or can you help explain that to me, please?
Okay, if I understand your question correctly, the classification of employees as exempt from overtime under federal and state is, like I said, complex, and I think in a lot of cases misunderstood. And so part of our job at the department and my bureau is to educate both employees and employers about who is exempt and who is not. There are likely many employees who are considered exempt both by themselves and their employer who are not technically exempt and should be paid overtime, even if their salary exceeds the current threshold and a future threshold. So what I wanted to emphasize, and I think what you're asking, is that the threshold itself is not the only criteria. And it's important to look at the entire situation. For instance, if a complaint were brought by a worker and that worker was paid above the threshold, we may determine still that the worker was entitled to overtime based on the duties test that I described. Is that a fair answer to the question?
That's part of it. Again, I'm imagining a worker that, again, in this imagined new system, they are a salaried employee and they're making $40,000 a year. So they're not at the threshold.
Right.
They meet all the other criteria for a salaried employee. Under those conditions, my understanding is they would be entitled to overtime when they worked it. So in the busy season, they might, every weekend work, 6 hours of overtime. And they would, and as long as the system was able to capture that effectively, that would seem to be a way for that employer to recognize the status of that employee, say you are a valued, assistant manager or whatever important role they're fulfilling. And when you work overtime, we recognize you're at the level where we have to pay you for that, because we're not paying you to, give up every, dinner with your kids in the weekend. So I'm just trying to parse this out in my mind as to why there seems to be an automatic response from employers, which I completely understand. They might be dealing with something with that I don't understand. That says, no, we would automatically reclassify all those folks as hourly and they would lose the status of being salaried employees.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's wise, and we advise employers to keep time records of their employees in case an issue like this comes up. And similarly, we would advise workers to keep their record of their time in case a dispute arises about their hours worked. It's a good practice and not onerous as far as I know. We don't have a lot of complaints about how difficult it is to keep a rough record of time, at least.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rowland. Well, that gives me rise to the question, what if neither the employer or the employee has been keeping track of the hours, and yet the employee later on makes a claim for overtime? How do you judge that? How do you regulate that?
If there's no record, it's very difficult for us to establish whether there's been a violation and what needs to be done if there was to correct it. So that's part of the reason we recommend that records be kept one way or another. Yeah.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd be the person with all the data we're looking for, but I guess nobody has that.
I was afraid, and I assume that you will. Somebody will ask me to produce some of that data, and I want to say last time this bill came around, and I think some of you remember, there was a similar discussion, and the questions arose: how many workers are affected, to what extent they're affected, I have to say that we discovered at the time, or at least I discovered, probably other people already knew, that it's difficult to produce reliable, accurate records on that. We'll do our best to do that, but I have to say in advance that there'll be approximations. To the extent that we can produce them, we will.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Mr. Rowland. Just to be clear, and I do believe that Representative Gear and I are at least on the same track of asking questions, but I think the real question that I have is a simple one. Do you have to punch a clock in order to be paid overtime?
No, you don't have to punch a clock. There needs to be some kind of record, obviously.
It could be a sheet. It could be a spreadsheet. It could be, I worked 12 hours today instead of 8. And the employee could keep track of that. And if an employee brought that to his or her employer and say, I've worked 8 hours of overtime this weekend and I would like for you to compensate me for it, then that's the evidence that that employee would use, I suspect.
Yes, that's exactly right. Keep notes. Just keep a journal or a record. Something is better than nothing. And
like mileage, like a mileage log.
Anything like, yeah.
As it were. Okay. Thank you.
Exactly.
Are there any other questions for Director Rowland? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We are now going to try to attempt, there are 2 people on the phone. We're going to try to see which bills those folks are here for, since we're unable to identify them from their phone number. And we're also going to try to mask their number here. So we're going to do a bunch of things at once. Alyssa,
the good thing is one of them actually left, so slightly convenient. Okay. I don't know if you're presently listening, but if you've called in on a phone, you have permission to talk. If you could just let us know who you are and what bill you're here to testify on.
Hello, person on the phone. Can you hear me? You're muted at the moment if you're trying to talk.
Hi, everyone. I think it might be me, James from MESEP. I just called in, so sorry for the
Oh,
confusion.
you were just calling in to listen?
I was. I can't get enough of the committee.
Very good. I know sometimes I rewatch our reruns over and over again. So thank you. Appreciate it. So we'll bring Mr. Mile back out of the room. And here we go. With that, we will close the hearing on LD 607, an act to restore overtime protections for Maine workers. Some said it would never happen.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Representative. And we will open the hearing on LD 609, resolve to establish a commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying. Oh, no, we already did that one.
Mr. Chair.
What's that?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I would recommend that we take a short break before we move on.
That is a fantastic idea. That's why we traded to get you for those sorts of brilliant ideas. Why don't we take, it is currently 2:20. Why don't we take a 15-minute break since we've been at this since 10? We are going to open up LD 648, an act to improve the lives of Maine workers by supporting apprenticeships that lead to good paying jobs. And we will do that at 2:35 promptly. So committee, if you want to make sure you're back in the room at 2:35, we appreciate you. Thank you. And I'd suggest you turn off your mic and your video. Folks, we are at a 1-minute warning if you are within the sound of my voice.
I'm gonna call Senator Rafferty so he has time to get on to present his bill.
Thank you, Alyssa. All righty. I hope people enjoyed their time and used it wisely. We will now open the public hearing on LD 648, an act to improve the lives of Maine workers by supporting apprenticeships that lead to good paying jobs. And I believe I saw the sponsor come in, our own Senator Joe Rafferty.
Good afternoon. Now I know what it's like to be in Zoom land there, cyber limbo.
Well, welcome back, Senator.
We all doing this.
One of the
Thank you.
great things
Thank
about
you.
having been on this committee and now coming back is that that technically qualifies you for a tribute when we're back live. And so we look forward to whatever baked treat that you come up with for us. And whenever you are ready, sir, you have the floor.
I'll be sure to put something together for you. But thank you very much, folks. Before I begin, I just want to, having thought about this all weekend, and I want to present an amendment. So if you look at the actual figures, it's asking in under the number 7, the funding piece, there, I'm asking essentially that apprenticeship programs which earn at least 1.5 times the rate of minimum wage, I'd like to amend that to say 1.25 of the current minimum wage. And this would be a starting place. And that I would like to see the apprentice end at a 1.5%. And I've been looking for that magic transition date. And in my mind, I thought that in terms of the typical apprenticeship, when you get to that beyond the halfway mark, so most apprenticeships are 1 year, and so being 50 weeks. So at that 30-week mark, I think that going from a 1.25 to a 1.5 would be a nice carrot and a reward for the apprentice. So.
Very good, sir. I think we understand your amendment.
Thank you. So with that, I'd just like to start with by saying good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. As you know, my name is Joe Rafferty, and I'm the state senator representing Senate District 34. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon in support of LD 648, which is an act to improve the lives of Maine workers by supporting apprenticeships that lead to good paying jobs statewide. First, let me take a moment to commend both you and the Department of Labor for developing and supporting the Maine Apprenticeship Program. And as you know, the program was set up in order to assist employers with their workforce needs with apprenticeships. And as you know, employers across all industries are struggling to find the workforce they need to meet their business needs. Currently, there is a shortage of trained workers in most fields, and looking ahead, the need will escalate. This program was designed in order that employers grow their own workforce. So again, grow their own. It is viewed as an employer benefit because the apprenticeships work 2,000 hours per year on the job while learning, and plus they put in an additional minimum of 144 hours of related instruction. It's not only an earn while you work program, but it also is earn while you learn program. What I'm asking is that you ensure that your money is well spent and that you are investing in the areas with greatest needs. Typically, those in need are most willing to pay. Specifically, my request is that 75% of your funds in this program are targeted specifically at employers willing to pay at least the 1.25 times the rate of minimum wage. My rationale mostly relates to the fact that our efforts must be directed at creating a workforce that is self-sufficient. In the short time that I've served as chair of this committee, I can't think of a discussion that we had that didn't end up with money being most, if not at least a piece of the solution. Being it housing, shelter, food insecurities, access to insurance, retirement system impacts, there were countless issues. In this case, I'm not asking for more money. I'm here asking you to do your best in targeting your current spending where, in my opinion, it may be best spent. Programs offering apprenticeships, at least at 1.25% of minimum wage, will not only assist in growing a much needed workforce, but also a workforce that is financially secure. A workforce secure enough to grow roots in our communities and continue to contribute to a vibrant Maine economy. In my opinion, if we truly want our best and brightest to stay in Maine, this request is a big step in making sure that happens. I'm asking that you cast your vote mentally today so that following your work session days from now, you can give yourself credit for helping our employers and the next generation of employees. Thank you. I'll do my best to answer questions and suspect that there are others here also listening that may do a better job in that regard.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Are there any questions from the committee? I see Representative Cuddy.
Senator Rafferty, it's good to see you again. Other side of the virtual horseshoe, but it's good to see you again.
Yeah, it was very kind of you guys to go on break as I got here too.
We time things pretty well sometimes, I guess. Senator Rafferty, I had a curiosity about your amendment that you presented. So you're suggesting that an apprenticeship would need to be funding, or would need to be paying at least 1.25 the minimum wage at the beginning and at least 1.5 the minimum wage by the end of the apprenticeship. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And mostly I view that as, a reasonable starting place, but also an enticement for any apprentice that essentially sticks it out. And I think if you get to beyond that halfway mark, you're showing and making great progress. And most apprenticeships, or all apprenticeships actually, it's not only are you working, but beyond your work day, you're putting in some additional type of training, whether that is in a classroom or somewhere else.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Representative Geer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's great to see you, former Mr. Chair. and thanks for bringing this bill. I would ask you, Senator Rafferty, has anyone done any analysis on the types of apprenticeships or the fields in which the higher paying opportunities might be?
Honestly, off the top of my head, I couldn't specifically say which field pays more than that field. I know that in our area, I don't know specifically if there is any trade that has an abundance of workers. I mean, they're all looking for help and can't find help. The average age of most tradesmen is is quite high. And they're looking to encourage younger people to get involved. And I don't, again, if you folks go home tonight, you've got a broken pipe, see if you can get hold of a plumber. I mean, those types of things exist. I think that it's not just my area. From what I'm hearing, it's a statewide issue.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from the committee for the good senator? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Rafferty, for bringing this bill forward. We appreciate you. Thank you for your patience as always. And as you always did, we wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have Adam Good, followed by Grant Provost, followed by Isaac Gringus.
Good afternoon.
Welcome again, Mr. Good.
Sylvester and Senator Hickman and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Adam Good, serve as the Legislative and Political Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We represent 40,000 working people in the state of Maine and work to improve the lives and working conditions of all working people. We testify in support of LD 607, registered apprenticeship programs, train workers across the United States to become highly skilled construction workers through a debt-free, technologically advanced education who earn a solid wage to support their family. In the construction industry, registered apprenticeship programs help recruit, train, and retrain workers with progressive wage increases, apprenticeship to journey worker ratios that promote safety, uniform standards, safety training, and eligibility requirements for instructors. This model is based on apprenticeship programs that are registered with either the National Department of Labor's Office of Apprenticeship or the state apprenticeship agencies. The programs provide participants with a high quality, portable, industry sanctioned, nationally recognized credential that certifies occupational proficiency in their trade. This is what people think about when they hear the word apprenticeship. This bill is designed to target apprenticeship resources to those programs. There has been a growth of a different training model, one that has less consistent work, shorter in training, and often results in lower wages. In recent years, at least 3 affiliate unions of the Maine AFL-CIO who run apprenticeship programs have seen significant cuts due to the increased crowding out of apprenticeship programs. These cuts impact student learning and the opportunity to train the next generation of workers in Maine. A standard that 75% of funding for apprenticeships be directed to programs that start with wages that are 1.25 times the Maine minimum wage and culminate in the student earning 1.5 times the Maine minimum wage, the modest expectation. This approach strikes a balance. Programs that pay a lower wage can receive support, but will be less likely to chip away at the traditional and popular sense of what it means for Maine to invest in apprenticeships. Many of those programs have access to a Maine Quality Center and competitive skills scholarship funding, which is either based on the individual or in-house training cannot access. The longstanding model of registered apprenticeships should be the priority of Maine's approach. This is the reason why it is popular and effective. Nationally, if the building trades training system was a public university system, it would be the 3rd largest public university system in the United States. We think that is the case for a reason, because it's effective and a good approach, and we urge you to vote for LD 648. I'll save my 30 seconds for later. I got to get better at this.
Thank you, Mr. Good. I believe you owe me 30 seconds, so we'll just call ourselves even. I see Representative Deere has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again, Mr. Good.
Hi, Representative.
Keeping us busy these days. Yeah, same question I had before. I'm really trying to get a sense for what is behind these numbers. Are there certain fields that are high priorities that aren't getting funding because of the crowding out? And what is crowding out and preventing the funding from going to those other programs?
Yeah, there might be more, but there's a plumbers and pipe fitters local and 2 electrical workers locals that run substantive training programs. These are the programs where people earn as you learn. You're getting paid to go to school to learn a trade. You're likely on a path to become a master or a journey worker. And I think in 2019 or 2020, Each of those programs received a cut in funding that was to the tune of $30,000 to $40,000. And I think
That was plumbers. Those are two separate programs or one?
it was 3 separate programs.
So
And there
plumbers
might
and
have been
pipe
cuts.
fitters, and what was the other?
Plumbers and pipe fitters 716, electrical workers 1253 and 567. And other programs, hospitality programs or CNA programs, they might have had cuts as well. And I think the traditional approach to this type of problem is to say, we got cut, we're going to go to the legislature or the governor's office and we're going to ask for more funding. I think our concern is that apprenticeship is popular, continues to grow, and if funding was doubled, we think it might not be long before there's the same problem where there's a rise in other types of training programs that aren't the traditional sense of a registered apprenticeship program, that it gets crowded out again. And we're just back here 2 years later asking for more money again. So we felt like a standards approach was one that was worth attempting.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I just would put this in for the work session. The first thing that pops into my mind is that, yes, these are very priority, high priority areas where we do need training and where we do need new folks to come into the trade. Then when I hear about what is being crowded out, being hospitality and CNA, I also worry about something that's very gendered in terms of male dominated fields versus non-male dominated and fields that are more traditionally dominated by women. So I would want to make sure that we were looking at a process for making sure we're recruiting a diverse group of participants in each of these sectors, including the way you want the funding to be spent. So
we recognize too that this is a new idea before your committee, and we don't want to have unintended consequences like that. I think that the immediate reaction would be that if there are professions like that, we think they should be paying $15, $23 an hour or whatever it comes out to be 1.25 times the minimum wage. And if the other result is that those sectors have to raise wages to be $3 over the minimum wage, then that's a good outcome as well.
And then also that we have strategies for recruiting a diverse population into the 3 particular programs that you mentioned.
We would love to talk about that more. We're interested in ideas around that.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Good? I just have a quick one. This is an issue we've seen before, Mr. Good. The idea that for CTE programs and some of the other programs that you have to be able to pay a livable wage rather than the minimum wage in order to qualify for many state programs, so that we're not putting people through. Would you say that the 1.25 number of the amendment gets us where we're trying to go, as long as it goes up to 1.5 on the?
Yeah, we like the amendment. We think it's a good idea. We think it's helpful, and we have no problems with it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Good.
Yep.
Have a wonderful rest of your day, and we will bring Grant Provost into the room. Followed by Isaac Gringus. And then I believe followed by Nick Paquette, but I will wait to be prompted. Welcome, Mr. Provost. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Senator Hickman still around? I got him in here as a welcoming member.
I am here.
Okay, excellent. Congratulations, sir.
My screen is off for a reason, but I'm listening and paying attention. Thank you.
I had a much more selected screen to get going here. Okay, I'll start. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee for Labor and Housing. My name is Grant Provost, and I'm the business agent for Iron Workers Local 7 in the state of Maine. I rise in favor of LD 648 and act to improve the lives of Maine workers by supporting apprenticeships that lead to good paying jobs. I'm wholeheartedly on board with this bill. What I believe gets lost in the translation here is on what grounds should the taxpayers of Maine be funding programs that lead to jobs where the employees would in turn need to be on state assistance, even after finding employment? Why would the taxpayers of Maine fund employers that start apprenticeships which do not lead to a craft or profession that would better them and their family? The whole premise behind apprenticeships and over 1,000-year-old practice is that it leads to a well-paid trade where equitable knowledge is passed from one generation of master to another, thus advancing not only said craft, but civilization in general. Why are we constantly trying to reinvent the wheel on this? Apprenticeships are not about quantity, they are about quality. For myself, I see it as public safety. Our local communities use bridges, ports, buildings, and airports that we construct. They must be done at the highest level of competence, and that is why we train our members to be masters in their field. Before the pandemic, I invited a contractor to our union hall. The contractor was interested in becoming a signatory to our collective bargaining agreement with our Construction Contractors Association. As the contractor toured our facility, their CEO asked how our apprenticeship participation was each year and what our application numbers were. When I told him that we received 1,000 applications for 80 available positions, he was amazed. The contractors team mentioned trying to recruit employees from a local community college and how it had been difficult with low participation in their welding program. He asked why we had such high participation while others struggled. Really, the answer was simple. We do not charge a tuition for our classes. We give hands-on experience with high pay. What does that mean? It means while one is an apprentice, working is not only an option, on-the-job experience is mandatory. It also means that you reach certain year marks and pass a series of tests and your pay will increase. This goes on until you reach journey person status, where you receive a graduation certificate and/or a license in the trade. This and programs like it allow many people who would be unable to go to school the option, it gives them the option to do so in a well-paying career with excellent benefits. This is an example of a program that should be supported, one that supports Maine people every day. And this is the reason I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 648. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Provost. We appreciate you being here today. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Provost? Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being here, Mr. Provost.
Thank you.
Related to the previous testimony, I'm curious as to the number of women you have participating in the internship, in the apprenticeship program that you just mentioned.
I'm not sure what our numbers are, but we have the highest percentage of minorities and women in all the trades. I believe we had, at one point last year, we had, of the 400 apprentices we had in the program, I believe 100 were women.
Great, thank you. I'd love to get, for the work session, if you could get some specific numbers on both minority and women participation, that would be great to see.
Yep, can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Provost? Mr. Provost, we had a long day, but if you could very quickly, I know that the trades have really done a lot of outreach to bring both women and minorities into the apprenticeship program. I wonder if you could talk quickly about that. You know, I could listen to it for a half hour, but I think maybe 30 seconds for the rest of the committee today.
Yeah, I'll hit some points here. First of all, I think it's important to realize, like, I'm a one-person shop. I'm the apprenticeship coordinator. I'm the lobbyist. I do it all. You know. So currently, I'm sitting on 2 state workforce boards: the state workforce board for the state, and then I'm on the Western Maine and Central Maine workforce board. So we're working through. We had an RFP process where we work with a vendor who is trying to help us find these displaced workers, the minorities. There's an opiate grant that we're working through. So I'm new to the job, but I'm really trying to go through those avenues to try to find these people. I'm also a member of various committees on climate change, which has a diverse group of people from the tribes and different immigrant organizations where I'm trying to source my apprentices from. But, you know, that's all just steps that I'm currently taking now to try to remedy a situation where the demographic in the state is overly white and the demographic of the trades is overly white male.
Thank you, Mr. Provost. I know you wear a hat that has 6 or 7 different sides on it. That's why I thought you might be the right person to answer that question.
I didn't want to cry, but, you know, it's like, it's just things take time to come about to a better place, which I'm trying to get to.
Thank you. We all appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for Mr. Provost? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Isaac Gringas. Welcome, Isaac.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Greetings, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. So I'll be reading Kim Moore's testimony this morning in support of LD 648, an act to improve the lives of Maine workers by supporting apprenticeships that lead to good paying jobs. And I'll try to do my best to summarize this, recognizing that it's already been a pretty long day.
We just want to show them.
So as Kim shared in her previous testimony to the committee, the Maine apprenticeship program has nearly doubled the number of apprentices served within the past year, with 198 employers who in turn employ 955 active apprentices. And this demand is continuing to increase. At today's minimum wage rate of $12.15 per hour, this would be roughly $18.23 per hour upon completion of the apprenticeship agreement based on the language in this bill. In 2020, the average starting wage for Maine apprentices was $18.31, and the successful completion average wage for the 333 exiting apprentices was $24.79. During the past 3 calendar years, 91% of the Maine apprenticeship program funds used to reimburse sponsors and offset the cost of classroom training met this requirement that is being proposed. And we are confident that this bill supports the continued investment in high-wage apprenticeship outcomes the Maine and national apprenticeship programs are recognized for. With this support, we offer the following considerations to the committee pertaining to the section of the bill that requires the Maine apprenticeship apply at least 75% of program funding towards this wage rate. While the Maine apprenticeship program has traditionally been funded by state general funds, MAP program staff and some sponsor reimbursements are currently funded by time-limited federal apprenticeship grants awarded in 2019 and 2020, allowing us to expand the program by almost 550 apprentices. There are indications from USDOL that these grants may become annual allocations to states to support the expansion of apprenticeship as a workforce development resource to Maine businesses and workers. It is unclear how this law might align with federal apprenticeship funding requirements. We cannot predict the conditions USDOL allocations may place on states to receive future federal funds. As such, the 75% of program funding requirement in this bill could unintentionally limit Maine's ability to pursue and spend federal monies that could be used to advance apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship strategies shown to be effective with youth, career changes, and those with barriers to employment. With regard to current federal grants for apprenticeship, application of the standard may require us to modify current federal grants to meet the new requirement and could jeopardize our ability to meet current grant deliverables. To that end, we would suggest further defining what is intended as program funds in the bill, and we would propose using direct costs of training apprentices, such as tuition or related classroom instruction, in clarification of the new standards application to state general funds for apprenticeship. The Maine apprenticeship program is a critical program in the state's employment strategy and is in more demand than ever as a way for employers to gain skilled workers who can earn a paycheck while learning both the classroom and on the job. The program supports a fundamental department goal to build and develop a productive and competitive workforce here in Maine. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at a future work session.
Thank you, Mr. Gringas. I see that Representative Drinkwater and then Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Genghis, for being here. I'm concerned about the 75% of funding you're saying could unintentionally limit Maine's ability to spend the federal monies. In this bill, it's saying 75%. What's the current law say?
So my understanding is right now that's not in there. So we're just looking at the program funds to clarify that it would be state funds or used specifically for training reimbursements.
Okay, so are you going to come up with a recommendation of what it should be?
Yes, if the committee would like that, we could draft some language that could be considered.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
And Isaac, if you could just give us, make sure that Steve has a kind of simple sheet of what the law says and how the program works now, and where it may be a funding flow chart, something along those lines.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. We can work with Steve on that.
No, we don't need any bells or whistles or pop-ups or anything like that. But the basic info, would be fantastic. Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jingers, for being here. You may not have these answers on the tip of your tongue, but if not, if you can have them for the analysis for the work session, I'd appreciate it. Do you know roughly how many apprenticeships right now have an ending wage that is lower than 1823?
I do not, but we can look into that for the work session.
That's excellent. Thank you. Also, I'm wondering how many apprenticeships start at minimum wage?
That's also what I can get for you for the work session, Representative.
Yeah. And that's great. I don't assume that you would have these on the tip of your tongue. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Gingras? Seeing none. Thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate you coming in, and we appreciate
thank you.
Having that info. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jason Shedlock, followed by Megan Diver, Nick Paquette, and as my order was wrong, and I believe so, that is the order. Welcome, Mr. Shedlock.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Senator Hickman. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jason J. Shedlock, and I'm a regional organizer for the Laborers International Union. I'm also a trustee and executive board member of both the Maine AFL-CIO and Southern Maine Labor Council, and a resident of South Portland. Relevant to this conversation, I also serve on the Maine Apprenticeship Council, as well as the State Workforce Board, having been appointed to both by Governor Mills in 2019. I appear before you in support of LD 648, an act to improve the lives of Maine workers by supporting apprenticeships that lead to good paying jobs. Put simply, this legislation provides the government with the tools it needs to install guardrails on how funding is expended on registered apprenticeship programs in the state of Maine. Currently, as apprenticeships come before the Maine Apprenticeship Council for advisory opinion to the director of the Maine Apprenticeship Program, we do not have the official basis to reject or even offer suggestions on beginning or end wages surrounding apprenticeships that receive taxpayer funds and our government stamp of approval. We must ensure that taxpayer resources are not spent on supporting job training programs that culminate in wages that do not sustain middle-class careers. While this legislation still reserves 25% of funding to assist lower wage programs, it rightly prioritizes the growth and proliferation of registered apprenticeships that lead to high wage, high benefit careers. We must provide the government with this statutory tool. Failure to do so also fails to reflect our shared workforce development goals. In the construction field, due to the foresight of lawmakers and the governor, we're seeing an increase in laws that prioritize registered apprenticeship as a way to ensure that certain types of work, especially in the renewable energy field, contribute to training the next generation of Mainers while greening our economy and narrowing the skills gap in our trades across Maine. We must ensure that contractors are not merely checking the box and registering their program at the state minimum wage or at an end wage upon graduation that does not reflect a middle-class career. Currently, as we cannot ensure this is the case, we are witnessing the law being taken advantage of. LD 648 is a step in the right direction to address this issue. When we expend taxpayer funds on registered apprenticeships, we need to ensure we are investing wisely. Spending funds on low-wage apprenticeships that lead to poverty wage careers mean Mainers that remain dependent on government assistance, essentially guaranteeing that taxpayers are paying twice for a worker who, through no fault of their own, still remain in poverty. We must catalyze and incentivize high-wage, high-benefit apprenticeships. By doing so, taxpayers invest in a worker once, setting them on a pathway to an honest middle-class career with benefits for themselves and their family. 648 is a step in ensuring the very limited funding we have for registered apprenticeships is directed towards programs that reflect our state's workforce development values. we can and must do more to restore full funding for high wage, high benefit programs like the ones implemented by the laborers. This proposal will ensure that existing funds are not diverted to and expended on programs that lead to poverty wages. Please vote on the pass.
Shedlock, if you could summarize your thoughts, that would be fantastic.
I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
You were right there and I missed it. All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mr. Shedlock? I see Representative Cuddy and then Representative Gear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. A little promo there, but we're going to bring it back down to earth. Mr. Shedlock, do you sit on the Maine Apprenticeship Program Council? Is that right?
I do, yes.
So apprenticeship, I view it, having gone through a 5-year apprenticeship program with the IBEW, it's now a 4-year program where they're doing more per week, but they're doing 1 fewer years. That was I always viewed that as a way that I was going to get into my career. And it wasn't a job that I was looking for at the end. As a construction electrician, that's my trade, that's my career, it's my craft. So when we're talking about some of these lower wage pathways, are there a number of lower wage pathways that are being supported by the apprenticeship program right now? Or, can you give me a sense of how many would meet this definition of 1.5 at the end, 1.25 at the beginning, or are there a lot under that?
That's a good question, and I appreciate it. What we're seeing is, at least over the past few years that I've been involved, is a number of apprenticeships that are coming across for our recommendation and advisory opinion to the director that would fall under this, under these categories, that would fall under the 1523, I believe, and the 18 and change. I think one can argue, and I think this bill does, is that doesn't necessarily catalyze a young woman or man to that point that you made and spur them onto a career. So, I think it's a value statement, and it's also a statement that we're making with the limited funding that we have. One can argue that, that more of an investment into our registered apprenticeship program would be a good idea. I would make that argument for sure. And I think as someone who's gone through the program, you certainly would see the value of it as well. But we are seeing a proliferation of these shorter time frame and lower wage, quote unquote, I will say, apprenticeship programs. And it's concerning for sure from my perspective.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shedlock. I'm going to keep asking my questions that I'm going to continue to ask. The concern that I have is that as these programs get priority for funding, that we are making sure that women and minorities also have are participating and are actually being able to take advantage of those career opportunities. Can you give me a sense, based on your work, what the level of women and minority participation in the programs are now, and then how that will be assured going forward?
We need to do more is the short answer. We need to do more in all of our industries. It's not high enough. We have programs that we put in place in order to recruit, all the time from a wide range, whether it be traditionally underserved populations, women, people of color, veterans, and we do that. What I will say is that when you talk about registered apprenticeship and unions in general, while we were talking earlier, I did a quick search because I knew that I had the number in my head, but I wanted to make sure I got it right. According to the Economic Policy Institute, the gender pay gap is 78%. When it comes to men and women of a pay gap, but women who are members of a union, it's 94%. Of a woman versus a man. So while we're not where we should be, what I'd like to say is when you're a member of a union, and I'm obviously proud to be one, It doesn't matter, with bathroom you use or where you come from. We base our work based on work product. And we fight pretty hard to do that. The laborers are one of the most diverse unions. I know that my brother Grant Provost, we have a good friendly rivalry, I think, and we should be striving to do more. So, we have pilot projects across the state to reach out to people of color, women, veterans, traditionally underserved populations. So, anytime we have an ability to do that, we should. And both at the national level, the statewide level, and at the hyper-local level, we need to make sure that we diversify our trades.
Thanks. And I guess I'm just going to say in response that I'd like to see some more data for the work session, if that's where this should happen, on actually how that's going to happen. Because what I see happening in my mind is a very logical chain of events. You've got prioritization of funding to go towards the higher paying trades. You've got higher paying trades that are traditionally white male dominated. And then you've got a continuing marginalization of people out of that field who aren't going to be able to access those higher wages and better careers. And unless that's addressed up front in this, I'm very uncomfortable with that part of this bill.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Shedlock? I have two quick ones. I wonder if you could just walk us again through the apprenticeship or through the amendment very quickly, because there's been some conversation about what the 75% meant and what, just to make sure that everyone understands. My interpretation is that 75% of the X number of money that the state is spending would go towards these higher wage jobs, not that we would be funding 75% of any of these apprenticeships, right? And then secondly, that the job of those must qualify at these earmarks of 1.25 and 1.5. Am I reading that correctly? And you agree with that amendment?
Yeah, my understanding is that that the wages must start, the apprenticeship must start. We see, and the issue I think is that some of these apprenticeships start at $12.15 an hour, which is the state minimum wage. And, the question is, should we be funding an apprenticeship that sort of meets the bare minimum, like the bare minimum pieces of flair that you should wear, right, for the shift? We really aren't maybe wanting to go in that direction. So I think the 1.25 sort of sets the minimum threshold for when you start. And then the 1.5 is the wage when you reach journey worker status after the 4 or 5 years, whatever the apprenticeship, the length of the apprenticeship is. So when you graduate and become a journey person, then that's the 1.5 rate. So if that's the understanding of the amendment, we would support that. And I think some of the data that Isaac brought forth was helpful. I think some additional data will be helpful as well. And to Representative Geer's point, certainly happy to work to provide some data within the trades as well, and work around any language necessary to provide more information to help folks be comfortable moving forward.
My second quick question has to do with piggybacking on Representative Geer's question. It's a question I ask every time this is brought up, and because it's not, you have a program here that is essentially tuition free, that's paying you a wage, and yet there is these low historic participation levels of different of women and minorities. One of the answer that I'm always given is that whereas a community college has sort of a set location that somebody has to make to, there are travel considerations within apprenticeships, because these construction jobs don't happen on site in your training program. They happen in the world in many different places, that there are childcare issues, that there are issues of being able to have all the correct tools and this sort of piece. Is there room within this legislation to think about these, or is that a really good idea for an LD coming forward to have that sort of support mechanism to these apprenticeships in order to be able to bring not only women, minorities, but low income folks generally who maybe don't have transportation, et cetera?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it would be interesting to have that conversation with DOL as far as overlapping of funding, whether it's WIOA funding or others, to be able to see what additional funding streams are available to folks with barriers, whether it's childcare or transportation, to be able to get to training, to be able to get to the job site, so that when we do fund these apprenticeships, it's not just funding and sort of be on your merry way, so that we're having a wraparound service for these learners to be able to have some care and feeding to make sure that they succeed. We're all for that and supportive of that, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that these workers succeed for our signatory contractors and for our union. And if they're a non-union worker, we certainly want them to succeed as well, because the trades in Maine, as you know, we have a skill shortage, and we want to make sure that we have the women and men to be able to build stuff and support our economy. So if there's a way to be able to do that and link funding and wraparound services for folks who need to overcome those barriers, we would be supportive of that for sure.
I appreciate that. I know I've talked to probably 30, 40 young people in the last year, and those are the issues that kept them from getting over that hump. I see Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having served on education the past 2 years, we threw a tremendous amount of money towards CTE programs, which, as you say, is very sorely needed in this state. So Representative Gear was talking about the splitting of the pie, how much minority, how much, for women. Maybe this is a question for the work session. Do we know what the split is between the union apprenticeships and the non-union apprenticeships?
That would be a question for the Maine Apprenticeship Council. I know that the DOL testified earlier. I don't keep track of what open shop apprenticeships receive. I know that for us, there's a number of joint apprenticeship training councils that are participatory, and but I also do know that there is a number of non-organized apprenticeships that are registering and see the benefit of making sure that their programs are registered with the state. So good question, and I'd be interested in seeing it as well.
Yes, maybe we could see that for the workshop. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Shedlock? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I believe next we have Megan Driver and then Nick Paquette. Ms. Diver, welcome.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Megan Diver. I am the Vice President of the Maine Energy Marketers Association. MEMA is a trade association composed of approximately 300 member companies and over 5,000 direct and 5,000 indirect people working in energy delivery and who service businesses delivering heating oil, biofuels, motor fuels, propane, pellets, kerosene, and offering service installations on the equipment that operates these fuels. In addition, our members own and operate 70% of Maine's 1,300 convenience stores throughout Maine and employ approximately 10,000 Maine people. We provide education and training to the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, weatherization, and energy auditing trades for hundreds of Maine citizens annually through our courses at our own state-of-the-art training facility, MEMA Technical Education Center in Brunswick. MTech is a 501c3 nonprofit HVAC training facility certified by the Maine State Department of Education. MTech is owned and operated by over 300 Maine and New England member companies who help design educational programs, donate equipment, and hire graduates from the school they fund themselves. MTech programs and operations are overseen by an all-volunteer education committee comprised of business owners and professionals currently working in the industry. MTech provides hands-on training and certification for individuals interested in working in the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration industries. Currently, MTech offers certifications and licensing, preparation in oil, heat, propane, natural gas, air conditioning, refrigeration, and plumbing. On behalf of MEMA and our members, we ask you to support LD 648. I won't read all of my testimony, but I will say that we hear constantly from our member companies that one of the biggest issues that they face is finding trained workers. Our members understand the importance and value apprenticeship programs. We feel that this bill will provide a step in the right direction to help train workers and meet the state's demand for a skilled workforce. At the point our students complete their program, a graduation is held. At these graduations, we invite our member businesses, and almost all MTech graduates get hired upon graduation. Some of these companies hire these graduates beforehand and then pay for their education at MTech. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our support for LD 648. We urge the committee to vote in favor of this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Diver. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Diver? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony and for your patience today. We certainly appreciate you, and we appreciate all of the work that you do training folks, because that is certainly a skill that is needed quite a bit in our state, and we appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You as well. Thank you. And lastly is Nick Paquette. Mr. Paquette, welcome.
Hello.
Did you want to turn on your, oh, there you are. Perfect. Excellent.
Enjoying the good weather here.
Yes, I see that. That looks fantastic back there. And if there's an apprenticeship program that takes place in that location, I would be happy to come and supervise.
Okay, thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Nick Paquette. I'm a licensed journeyman in the state of Maine. I'm also the organizer and president of IBW Local 1253. I also sit on the AFL-CIO Executive Board. I'm also on all boards, and I also currently chair the trustee for the Augusta Joint Apprenticeship Training Electrical Committee. I believe apprentices utilized properly and what they're intended for is a great resource for the development of labor industry, especially here in Maine. The apprenticeship program should lead to a higher level of learning in the trade selected and higher income, typically double the entry level of the starting wage. Apprenticeship program should also have an industry-wide certification and or a license that an apprentice upon completion of said program can retain regardless of the employer that they work for throughout the individual working career. When I submitted my testimony also, it was cut off. I didn't have everything I wanted to be submitted. A couple things I just wanted to point out real quick is the funding mechanism. Obviously, when it got changed, we had no notification as a committee. So it was a week, day of, as the process was being submitted. I just wanted to, add this as a note. The training director reported that the funding mechanism changed. So we didn't even get ample notification of this process. So typically this year, based upon itself, just to put it in the highlights, we'll get 13,000. Thank you. We would have gotten 71,000. So when you operate a budget and, that's a big hit. And also, we're tuition free. So we're looking at 63 apprentices, just to put that in a highlight of what you're budgeting, right? When you got to pay the bills. And again, the mechanism changes like that, boom, you get no notification. That to me, that's a low blow. We are a 501c3 organization. I know the question gets asked about minorities and women. We currently have 5 in the apprenticeship program currently right now. Obviously we want to have more, but we have no process of, when we take people in, when they come and submit, it's based upon their qualifications. Obviously we want to be more diversified, and we try. We go to schools when we can. Obviously we can't right now. Recruitment is a little bit more difficult, but we try to do the best that we can to get out there in the workplace, the community schools, vocational schools, and put our apprenticeship out there.
Mr. Paquette, that is the end of the 3 minutes. I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts, and I'm sure there'll be questions.
Yeah, to summarize, I'm in favor of this bill. I think wholeheartedly that and I'll echo some of the comments that have been here today that, we need to do better, and we can do better. And if that, I don't see it affecting other apprenticeship programs. If you have to pay people more, what's wrong with that? Pay them more.
Thank you very much. I see Representative Cuddy has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Paquette, for your testimony today. I was not clear when the change in the funding model took place, but so would you say again when that took place? And then essentially you found out, it sounded like during the apprenticeship year that change was going to take place, and you had to make up the funding from somewhere else. Is that correct?
Yeah, we had to eat the budget. I believe that would have been 2019. We did try to meet with the DOL, the Department of Labor, and we did. We talked about the issue, but no, how, it was like, oh well. But yeah, we had to eat it out for what was existing in our budget to make that shortfall. So typically, the training director will submit hours twice a year to get reimbursed, and that's when we found out. So oh, by the way, the funding mechanism has changed, and this is what you're getting. So again, it was like I said, quite the low blow, and we definitely had some scrambling to do, and figure out how we're going to move forward. And unfortunately, charging tuition, which we haven't done yet, was a part of that. Excuse me, was a part of that discussion.
Thank you, sir.
And Steve, when you're working with Mr. Gingras to come up with information on this, if we could get a summary of that change, I'd be very interested in the mechanism and a short summary of what happened there. Are there any other questions for Mr. Paquette? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your patience waiting for us and all the work that you do, to make sure that we're all wired up. You're on so many boards, sir. I thought you were a carpenter rather than a electrician. But we thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you. Be well.
Is that the end of our testimony on this bill, Alyssa?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And with that, I close the public hearing on LD 648 and open the public hearing on LD 654, an act to create a 24-hour shelter capital project funding program. I believe the sponsor, Representative Poppy Arford of Brunswick, is with us. You are muted, Representative.
Okay, great, super. Thank you so much. I have a huge amount of respect for your committee's patience and the way in which you handle your public hearings. I'm very impressed. I just want you to know that. Would you like me to get started?
Yes, sorry, I muted myself there because we had a very loud bird outside, and I was. But we appreciate your patience waiting for us, and you have the floor. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you so much. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and respected colleagues of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Poppy Arford, representative of District 49 in Brunswick. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 654, an act to create a 24-hour shelter capital project funding program. I invite you to see 24-hour shelters as the emergency room of our statewide housing system. As hospital emergency rooms are central to stabilizing those facing significant medical distress, 24-hour shelters play a similar role for those experiencing homelessness. An emergency shelter network with adequate capacity statewide is a critical need. It is the key to starting our homeless Mainers on a path to safe and stable housing. To address this need, LD 654 provides essential funding for 24-hour homeless shelters in need of new construction and expansion. This bill establishes a 24-hour shelter capital project program. Within Oop. Are we okay there? Okay, within the Maine State Housing Authority, which will support new construction and expansion of emergency shelters statewide. To fund this program, the bill includes a one-time appropriation of $3 million to the Maine State Housing Authority in fiscal year 21-22. The HUD 2020 Annual Homeless Assessment Report tells us that last year, on one night in January, a total of 2,097 Maine people, including individuals, families, and unaccompanied minors, were experiencing homelessness. 140 of the people counted were sleeping unsheltered in the height of winter on what must have been a very cold night. Another cold night in Maine, on November 23rd, 2019, 64-year-old Russell Williams, a Brunswick resident experiencing homelessness, was found dead outside in his sleeping bag next to the railroad tracks. I remember hearing about this tragedy and feeling so helpless, wanting desperately to do something, yet not knowing what. I cannot say that I ran for the legislature because of Russell's death, yet I can say that this bill is something I can do. We can all do to keep homeless people safe as new shelters are constructed, expanded, and able to offer emergency housing to all our homeless neighbors. This bill is part of a continuum of legislation submitted this session to meet the needs of Maine people experiencing homelessness. From access to emergency shelter and supportive services to rental assistance and affordable housing. An example of LD 654 working in sync is with LD 175, an act to authorize a general fund bond issue to create and enhance regional homeless shelters by providing funding for shelters that are planning new construction or expansion this year and cannot wait for the bond funds to become available. LD 654 gets the job done for our homeless neighbors. A goal of both bills is for every Mainer in need to be welcomed at a 24-hour shelter where they can start on the path to an affordable, safe, permanent home. Thank you again for the time and attention you're giving to LD 654 and the other excellent housing bills put forward this session. There are housing experts testifying today who will speak to this bill. Eric Jorgensen, Maine Housing Director of Government Relations, will propose a friendly amendment related to how the funding is distributed, which I support. I'm happy to answer questions as well.
Thank you, Representative Arford. Are there any questions from the committee for the good representative? Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here, Representative. Yeah, I think maybe Mr. Jorgensen can answer the question. I noticed most of the testimony in favor came from the Brunswick-Topsham area, and I was wondering if the intent of the bill to have all the money go to that area. So perhaps you can answer it.
That I can actually, that's why I specifically did not, Tedford is my local shelter. And it's very well known in the Southern Midcoast area. It's been serving our community for many years. However, this is a bill that will be open to every 24-hour shelter across the state of Maine. Although as you will hear in a few minutes from Tedford, they may be interested in applying, but until the funds are made available and until the applications are submitted, at this point, it's open to absolutely everybody. That's the intent of the bill.
Are there any other questions from the committee? I have a quick one, Representative. I see that this is for low barrier shelter, and we've had bills like this before. Do you feel like making the 24 hours low barrier so that anyone can enter it in any condition or any status of where they are at the moment?
Actually, we took the low barrier wording out of the final wording of this piece of legislation. And the reason for that was what the people I spoke to in the shelter administration network throughout Maine, what some of them at least felt was that what they'd learned from COVID-19 is that we need to move in the direction of constructing and expanding into a 24-hour shelter structure, which means that anybody can come into the shelter at any time during those 24 hours and receive an intake. And it also very critically means that the shelters do not close at 8 o'clock in the morning and reopen at 4. They stay open 24 hours a day.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you so much. And we appreciate you bringing this bill forward. I believe we have a co-sponsor. Representative Sachs is with us.
I am, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. And I've been listening for most of the day. So thank you for hanging in there with me to hear my testimony today on Bill 654. My name is Melanie Sachs, and it's my honor to represent House District 48, which includes Freeport and part of Pownell. I'm speaking today as a proud co-sponsor, but also in strong support of LD 654. As you will hear in testimony today, Tedford Housing and many other shelters like it are critically underfunded and unable to meet the needs of our unhoused population in the Mid-Coast area and across the state at a time when the need for those services are expanding. But I thought today I would not only expound upon that excellent data from many sources about the key role it plays in your public health and wellness of our community, but also to share with you my more personal view as a service provider. Prior to my service in the legislature, I was the executive director of Freeport Community Services. So FCS is a community-based organization meeting the needs of our neighbors with critical supports such as food, clothing, fuel, medical equipment, and other basic needs. Freeport's just one town over from Brunswick, and the two communities are quite connected. So FCS worked in very close partnership with Tedford Housing, supporting residents who recently may have left Tedford programs and referring clients who needed emergency housing support. It's difficult from a practical ground level view to convey to you just how critical these services are in this continuum of care. I'm convinced that Tedford does more than support stability. I'm convinced they save lives. As we look to expand and fund affordable housing options in our state, work that I'm doing alongside many of you on this committee and in the legislature, we cannot ignore the integral role in the continuum of care that shelters like Tedford Housing serves in meeting the needs of the most vulnerable. I know from my experience that Tedford Housing is sometimes a starting point and sometimes a last resort, and sometimes maybe both for Mainers who need them. LD 654 presents a singular opportunity to invest in this critical partner in the continuum of care when it is most needed. I strongly urge you to support LD 654. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate your testimony here today. Are there any questions for the good representative? Seeing none, we're letting you off easy today.
Thank you so much. I'll see you all soon.
All right, be well. All right, next we have Carolyn Silvius, followed by Eric Jorgensen and Joyce McFetre. Welcome, Ms. Silvius. I see that you are muted if you are in the room. There you are.
There, I was having a little trouble unmuting.
That's okay.
Good morning, Senator, or good afternoon, actually, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm Carolyn Silvius from Portland and an advocate with Homeless Voices for Justice. I'm speaking in favor of LD 654, which will provide $3 million to expand shelters to allow for 24-hour service rather than just overnight. I support this bill because I believe that 24-hour shelters are incredibly important, and in order to operate, they need capital funding to expand and update their buildings. When a shelter closes during the daytime hours, this means that all those people who have slept there must take all their belongings and leave by 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Just imagine what it feels like to be forced out into the cold morning air with everything you own on your back or in your cart, with no place to go. This is a cruel way to treat human beings. Any shelter needs to be open during the day to give its homeless residents a space to look for a job, for access to housing lists, for a place to meet with case managers, or just to get out of the cold. It is as easy to die of exposure on a cold winter day as it is on a cold winter night. And the same considerations hold true for summer. When I was homeless in 2016, I stayed at Florence House, which is a 24-hour shelter. That year was a very hot summer. Without access to indoor facilities, I'm sure I would have died or become very ill from sunstroke or overheating. Having Florence House open on a 24-hour basis probably saved my life, or at least save the main care program the cost of restoring my health. Spending this $3 million on a 24-hour shelter may well save much more than that in other programs, and is a far more humane way to treat vulnerable citizens. Please support LD 654 in your work session and give needed care to those with no place to go. Thank you, and I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you, Sylvia. Are there any questions from the committee? I have a quick one, Carolyn. There's been some of our committee members have been interested before in the Portland shelter that's been proposed. And I know one of the issues about moving it from downtown into other areas of the city is where folks would go during the time that the shelter was closed, because the kind of heated places or air-conditioned places that you spoke of that are sort of all over the downtown are not in other areas of the city. Do you feel like this bill would help solve some of that problem and also some of the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods?
I see that this bill may partially help ensure that that shelter is built. It is planned to be a 24-hour shelter with all the services and all that. As far as the location of it, it is very bad because it's 6 miles from in town. It's a half mile from a bus stop with no sidewalks. For those people who are handicapped, walking with walkers, they walk in the road for the distance to the bus stop in a 50-mile-an-hour area. Not a good plan, but yes, as far as that shelter, it's still in the planning stages.
But it is, that's where I was going, is that this is a 24-hour model, and so you think that would help with other shelters as well who might have the same issues?
Many of the Portland shelters, not all, but many of the Portland shelters are 24 hours. There are a few that are smaller and privately owned in some cases, or church owned or whatever. And those would be the ones in Portland, at least, that need this money.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony as always. Are there any other questions for Ms. Silvius? Seeing none. Thank you. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Next, we have Eric Jorgensen. Welcome to the Honorable Mr. Jorgensen.
It's good to be here. Hope you can hear me. And I appreciate having spent the afternoon with you. It's an impressive amount of work you've done. So I'll just launch right in. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name's Eric Jorgensen. I'm Director of Government Relations at the Maine State Housing Authority. And I'll cut to the chase. We support LD 654, which is a bill that could not be much more straightforward. It proposes a one-time general fund appropriation in the amount of $3 million to provide funding for the construction of new or expansion of existing 24-hour shelter facilities. This is one of a series of bills, as you've heard, being proposed this session to address the issues of shelters and homelessness. The particular bill is aimed at solving some of the most difficult issues facing Maine's shelter system, and that is finding financing for new construction. Because despite all the emergency funding that's taken place over the past year, there's still no available source of financing to pay for the construction of new shelter facilities. And for many of these organizations, renovations simply aren't a solution. The facilities are really incompatible with contemporary standards for bed capacity and 24-hour operation, which, as you've heard, is a best practice that benefits both shelter guests and the communities in which the shelters operate. Will this bill solve the problem? No, but it will provide, I think, an important bridge between the current situation in which nothing's available and hopefully a time when Representative Cloutier's shelter funding bond, which has not yet been heard, passes and more substantial funding for shelter construction becomes available. Maine Housing would anticipate that these resources could be dispersed to shelter organizations statewide through a grant or an RFP process, and it wouldn't be a substitute for private fundraising, but it would be another piece of the puzzle for organizations raising capital to solve these challenging funding equations. This isn't really easy fundraising to do, and even a modest amount of public funding would make a real difference for those organizations that provide this most important service. On a final note, we were reviewing the text of the bill as it came from the revisor's office, and I think there's a small language change that we would recommend changing, or we would recommend making. And it's on line 28 of the bill, which includes the sentence, "This funding is supplemental to funding from the Maine State Housing Authority's Emergency Shelter and Housing Assistance Program and is to be delivered in accordance with applicable funding formulas." Well, because this is not intended as general funding to all shelters, but as assistance only to those shelters who choose to apply for it, we would simply recommend eliminating the second part of that sentence. So ending after the word program. So, and I've sent a note, I've sent a memo about that off to Mr. Langland, and I'd be happy to talk about that or anything else. So thank you very much for considering this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Are there any questions? I see that Representative Gear and then Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Given the fact that the need is an emergency need, and it sounds like pretty widely dispersed across the state, what would Maine Housing's vision be for how the funds will be prioritized and dispersed?
Well, if the funding becomes available, and that's always a challenge with a bill like this, this size on the table, I think what we would do would be to put together an RFP process or a grant program. There'd be scoring, and it would be, it would be shelters that were interested in the process of actually doing construction would be the ones who would be eligible to apply. And we haven't put that together yet, but we could do that pretty readily.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Bradstreet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Jorgensen, thank you for being here. That was actually the gist of my question as well, if you had a formula already in place. Another question is, you do not have any other funding in your arsenal right now that would address this? Or would this stand by itself, or is there be a companion to other funding that you?
At the moment, it would stand by itself, and as I said, I think it would be seen as a prelude to the bond issue if that were to be funded. There's also the matter of the monies that are coming in from the federal government, which does include some money for shelters. However, it's not clear that money would be, it's really unclear that the current money would not work for new construction. The next batch of money, there may be some possibilities there, but again, it's not at all clear. So that all happened, of course, after this bill was submitted. But I think it's not an easy thing to fund the construction of these facilities.
Right, thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
We have Representative Cuddy and then Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen, for being here today. I don't expect you to have an answer for this now, but if you could have something for work session, unless you do happen to know this right now. The funding is proposed, I mean, assuming that it all went through and was actually funded, is there any value? I mean, we're talking about emergency shelter. We all know there's a huge need right now, but you're talking about creating. So nothing's going to happen super fast, but is there value to doing this on an emergency basis in law? So it goes into effect immediately upon signature, as opposed to waiting till 90 days after adjournment sign and die? Or is there no value to that because the RFP process would take so long anyway?
Well, I think there's value to that. I think you might run into some technical problems with the Appropriations Committee on exempting it from the table, and whether they would want to go along with that. But it's certainly good. I think the sooner we get the money, if we had the money today, we could start, we could put together an RFP process very quickly, I suspect.
Thank you.
Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Jurgensen.
Nice to see you.
I wondered if you knew how much money was in Governor Mills' budget for homeless shelters.
I don't know. I mean, I think I could speculate, but I'd rather bring that to the committee. We would be part of the annual budget, which I don't have at the top of my head.
Okay.
The shelter operating subsidy is part of that. There is a proposed bill to add some more to that, and that all gets spread out as operating money. This is distinct from that, though. It's construction funding.
Okay. If there's anybody on the Zoom call that perhaps the department could find that answer for the work session if they don't know it.
Okay, I can look into that. I mean, I can certainly get that for the work session. It should be no problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always good to see you, the Honorable Mr. Jorgensen. Maybe I missed this in the testimony, and I apologize if I did, or even in yours, or in the sponsors, or anyone else's. Can you tell me if you have numbers about how acute homelessness is in Maine right now as compared to last year at this time?
I don't know that offhand. I mean, I know it's pretty acute right now, and I think I can certainly get some information for you on trends. I just don't have that prepared, and you're not paying me to speculate. You're not paying me at all, but you're not paying me to speculate on that sort of stuff.
That'd be great. I mean, that's really, it's a piggyback question from the one that Representative Cuddy asked about the nature of this as an emergency in fact, or sort of just in theory. And so if we can get some numbers like that for this work session, I'm sure it will come up with all the other bills that we will be hearing later as well. But just to give an idea right now to how I look at things, it'd be nice to know.
I'd be happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Well, whatever this committee is paying you, Mr. Jorgensen, you're earning every penny. Senator Garin and then Representative Warren. Senator Garin.
Sorry, forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, that's okay. Representative Warren.
From your experience, is there a relationship, or how strong is the relationship between having housing in I guess the way that it is through this piece of legislation, like being 24-hour, and whether or not it's low barrier, these sorts of things, and other issues of injustice or inequality, like its effect on health care, as someone previously, one of the
Sure.
folks said. Yeah.
I'd be happy to take that. Well, I'm very familiar with the fact there's a program or a practice known as Housing First, which is to take people off the street and get them into some kind of stable housing, in which case all sorts of other problems just start to decline and to get fixed up. I mean, you have people, there's a lot of cases of people who've been, making weekly visits or more to the emergency department, and suddenly they're in a stable house or a stable housing, and they can start getting things put together. They aren't as apt to be doing that. So you see declines in police calls, you see declines in emergency services, and you see people starting to get their lives put back together. I mean, they have a stable place to call home, and they can be there. An emergency shelter isn't exactly that. That's like the first stage to it. And the hope would be to get someone out of an emergency shelter into something more permanent. But certainly the 24-hour approach to emergency shelters is way preferable to the idea of someone being thrown out at breakfast time and then not being back until later.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the?
Can I ask a follow-up?
Oh,
Is
oh
that
yeah,
okay?
of course you can. Yep.
Is that okay? Thank you. Okay. Okay. If you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm curious about it. How do you see the relationship between emergency shelter, the constituencies that are benefited by an emergency shelter and other folks who find themselves without a home and need different types of support for homeless or other public?
Well, I think Representative Arford said it very well when she described these shelters as the emergency rooms of the state. I mean, in a way, these are like this is the first, you don't go to an emergency room to cure your diabetes necessarily, because that's a chronic problem, but you do go there to solve an immediate issue. And I think being homeless is an immediate issue. And from there, once this kind of a place is super helpful for, you don't want to be on the street. So this provides that sort of stopgap until you can get into that next level of apartment or some other kind of place where you can actually, it's just a continuum of stability that continues to get better the more stable your housing is.
Thank you.
Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jurgensen. Do you know how much money the Maine State Housing gives in total for homelessness housing? If not, I'd like to have that for the workshop.
I'd be happy to give that to you. I don't have it right here in my head, but I can provide that. I mean, really what it is, it's a subsidy from the state government, some money from the home fund, and there's some money from HUD, I believe. But I will give you a breakdown of that to show you how much goes from each source.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Nice to see you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Take care. Thank you for having me.
Next, we have Joyce Smith-Fetries, followed by Rhoda Knott, Stephanie Prim, and Robert Stewart. Welcome, Ms. Smith-Fetries. You are currently muted and your video is off if you're on your way in.
My video is off. How do I get it on?
I just invited you to start it. There you go.
I got it.
Okay, got it.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can hear and see you. Very nice to have you today. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you all very much. Chair Representative Mike Sylvester and Chair Senator Craig Hickman, and all of you who've spent the day listening and talking and asking incredible questions. Thank you. My name is Joyce McFeetris. I'm testifying on behalf of Tedford Housing in support of LD 654, and I'm currently on the board of directors there. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this legislation and act to create a 24-hour shelter capital project funding program. I live in Topsom, Maine. Both here and in Brunswick, the number of people experiencing homelessness is large, and the need for emergency shelter continues, unfortunately. I support all emergency shelter organizations across the state and support any service expansions to those in need. As a volunteer director and supporter of Tedford Housing, I know that the passage of this bill would make it more likely that those experiencing homelessness have access to desperately needed services. COVID-19 has not made serving the homeless population easy. In fact, it has made serving this population far more complex. Excuse me. Last year, Through all of our programs at Tedford, we served over 715 people in the Southern Midcoast community. While 715 is a rather large number, unfortunately, in a typical year, we turn away from our shelters more than 300 individuals and nearly 150 families from the family shelter because of an inadequate number of beds and needed services. Both Tedford Housing and organizations like Tedford could serve more people experiencing homelessness in the community if a capital project funding program were available from the state of Maine. LD 654 would increase the critical impact of emergency shelters across the state. Thank you very, very much for your consideration on this legislation.
Thank you so much, Ms. McPetrie. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I think the hour of the day has let you off easy today, Ms.
I do have a quick question.
Your testimony. Oh, okay. There you are, Representative Warren.
Thank you.
Quick.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony, and just from your expertise or perspective, the dynamic that you're describing, turning away people in such dire need, I guess, that just in my humble perspective, that feels like an emergency. Can you share your perspective on that? We were talking about funding and when should it begin, this sort of thing. Do you have a perspective on that?
Well, I think it's rather devastating that we have to turn families and individuals away at any time who are in need of shelter and care. Director Jorgensen talked about housing first, and who among us would be able to even maintain our schedule, our work, our family situation without knowing that we had a place to live. So the sooner funding of any type is available, the more able we are to help those who are in a period of experiencing homelessness at any one period of time in a year.
Thank you.
I see Representative Bradstreet and then Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I have a question. Does Tedford Housing, I've been looking at the figures in your testimony. Evidently, there's a real big demand, and I'm wondering if there's any program you might have or to help direct those homeless people that you do have into more permanent type of housing. Do you have a formalized program or anything like that?
Yes, and if our executive director is coming on, she can certainly refer to this far better than I, but our caseworkers work extensively with those who are in our family shelters and in our individual adult shelter to work with all the services available across the state to access vouchers, affordable housing, and provide the resources necessary to help those folks beyond the housing piece to, at times, applying for jobs, finding resources that are available among friends and family, and also within communities distant from Brunswick.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that.
Representative Gear, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to hold mine for the executive director.
Very good. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. McPetrie. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you all very much.
Next, we have Rhoda Knott. Welcome, Ms. Knott. Ms. Knott, are you there? I see that you're unmuted. Alyssa?
I've given the little like ask to start video message
Yeah, I did the same.
repeatedly. Yeah.
Maybe we can take Ms. Knott out and bring up Ms. Prim, and if we'll check on.
Miss Prim's not here. The next and last person after Miss Knott would be William Higgins Jr.
And maybe we can bring Mr. Higgins Jr. forward, and then we'll check on Ms. Knott again.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think I'm on, and I think you might hear me. Is that
We see you and hear you, sir. You have the floor.
okay? All right, thank you. The Chair, Senator Hickman, and Representative Sylvester. My name is William Higgins. Testifying on behalf of myself, Portland, and the Homeless Advocacy for All in support of this legislation. We appreciate the opportunity to testify in support to create the 24-hour capital project funding program, which would greatly improve the quality of life for many Mainers statewide. 24-hour shelter service provide a far greater life for the individuals. I know because I was in Portland shelter four times when they did not have the shelter as a 24-hour basis. While I personally live in Portland, the number of people experiencing homelessness is large and growing, and the need for emergency shelters remain. Data review shows that half of the homeless in Portland remain resigned here, but in many cases that is due to lack of appropriate facilities in other regions. Part of this was shown during the gaps and needs analysis done recently by Maine Housing. Those needs have been exacerbated during the COVID-19 pandemic. The dance distancing requirements have reduced availability of beds in shelters, while some national funding has provided for space elsewhere. That funding is not certain. Some shelters have had to close when their resources per bed night do not cover the operational costs due to regulation criteria. Some of those shelters were not open when the pandemic ends. We support emergency shelter organizations across the state and will fully support any expansion of their services and programs to members of our community. While our organization is a distance away, we're aware of the needs of Tedford's housing. We interact with their staff as part of the Maine Continuum of Care. I personally serve on the Continuum of Care Board of Directors and 6 of their subcommittees. I do all those roles as one with an individual with lived experience of homelessness. I function with the National Alliance to End Homelessness, a lived experience advisory committee. I do these all on a volunteer basis and to retain my own veteran disability. As a supporter of TED Housing, I know their services would be utilized in greater capacity in their community if this bill were to pass legislation. Last year, they served over 715 people in the Mid-Coast community. Organizations such as theirs would be able to serve more people experiencing homelessness in their communities rather than having people come down to Portland. As stated above, COVID-19 has not made servicing the populations easy. In fact, it has made serving this population far more complex. LD 564 would support the greater impact of emergency shelters across the state. Thank you for your further consideration in this legislation. We at Homeless Advocacy for All vehemently recommend that for your unanimous approval. I'm gladly, William Higgins Jr., Lieutenant Commander, U.S. Navy Reserves, and I'm Director of Homeless Advocacy for All. It's actually incorporated as a nationwide nonprofit. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. Some of the questions that you asked previously, I could actually answer.
Well, let me see if there are any new questions, and then I'll follow back up with that. Are there any questions for Mr. Higgins Jr.? I have a quick one, Mr. Higgins Jr. Were there any questions that were asked earlier that you might have an answer to?
Gladly. It's the question on the numbers of people that are homeless in Maine. We really don't know because we did not do a point in time count of the shelter people. It was not required as, you know, we had the option to perform it or not, and we chose not to count the people that weren't in shelters. It was just too hard. But many other places in the country, many states, cities actually did it. I tried to lobby to have it done, and unfortunately, I was overruled on the continuum of care.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins Jr. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today, sir. We appreciate your patience. We have one person who had dropped out of the call and is back. So welcome, Mr. Cullen Ryan.
Thank you, Representative Sylvester and Senator Hickman, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. I know it's been a long day because I've been on since the beginning. I submitted testimony and won't go through that, but I'll say a couple things. I'm involved with the statewide homeless councils, and I have been since the inception, and also on the Continuum of Care Board of Directors. I support this piece of legislation, and I just wanted to highlight that the issue is that when we don't have shelters to meet the need, we really are really forcing the issue to have people outside and unsheltered. And that's something that I think we need to contemplate. We've seen what happens up and down the West Coast with encampments, and that is a terrible way to try to end homelessness when you try to do outreach to people who are outside and in encampments, now in pretty nice tents because of the way that resources sometimes go through, and then covered with a tarp to weatherproof it. You end up having a huge barrier between you and a person who is often paranoid and distrustful and really frightened. And to try to connect with that person, develop trust and rapport, and help them get into housing is a really challenging thing. On top of that, we have no housing to put people in. We've not kept up with pace of need. So it's very difficult, even if somebody has a rental subsidy, to find a place to use it. So that slows the process down markedly, and it takes a long-standing relationship and a lot of support to get somebody into an apartment and stabilize them. We know folks do better in that as soon as we do that. But shelters are a need. I've watched shelters at capacity, and I've watched them be overwhelmed by this pandemic. And now they need to rebuild and meet social distancing needs on more of an ongoing basis to be better prepared, but also fit better within the communities. And we have some that are missized. The Oxford Street Shelter in Portland is one that comes to mind. Tedford has been talked about. There are others within the 37 shelter network in the state. So this is a good bill to help support that and make sure that those shelters have what they need to meet the emergency of homelessness, so that we can engage people and help people to get into housing and out of homelessness as quickly as possible, so their homelessness is one time and brief, and that we're able to help them be successful in that housing afterwards. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being here, Mr. Ryan, after a long day for everybody, for sure. You know, with your depth of expertise in this area, I'm thinking specifically about this program with the project, the capital project funding, and thinking about a place like a Tedford Housing and what would be the short-term outcomes of the project funding in terms of what would be built to help address the really immediate needs that are out there. And could you just speak to that for a minute?
Sure. I hope that Rhoda Knott can come on to talk specifically about Tedford. I think that would help a great deal. I can describe the Oxford Street Shelter. Back in the 1980s, when President Reagan cut HUD's budget, we saw a massive increase in homelessness, and that hit all over the state, but Portland realized that we had people out in city parks, and they started to find a place to put people. And that was a duplex in Portland that was not designed to be a shelter. I used to run that some 25 years ago, and it is not set up well. It's been crowded for years. There have been 3 overflows. And what Portland has recognized for years is it needs to relocate that facility to something that actually is a 24/7 homeless service center to more efficiently meet people's needs and not launch them out into the community to try to connect with all these other resources. So they're trying to create an inward facing shelter that meets everybody's needs and helps people to get to housing as quickly and efficiently as possible. I think that's a good example. We've got something that was poorly chosen in the 1980s to maybe band-aid a need that now has been more permanently established in one neighborhood. It's very challenged. It needs to be replaced with something that really is the right fit and the right design based on best practices of what we know works.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Ryan? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Ms. Knott, I see that you have joined us.
Thank you. I apologize for my perfectly timed technical difficulties. Isn't that the way it always happens?
It is indeed, and you have the floor, Ms. Knott. Thank you for coming, and we appreciate that, you know, that you're someone with a lot of expertise, so we're glad you could make it back in.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Rhoda Knott, and I am a resident of Gray and the executive director of Tedford Housing, which operates a 16-bed adult shelter and a 6-unit family shelter in Brunswick, along with 6 permanent supportive housing buildings across the state and homeless prevention and outreach program. On behalf of myself and Tedford Housing, I am testifying in support of LD 654, an act to create a 24-hour shelter capital funding program. For years, Tedford Housing has struggled to meet the basic need for emergency shelter for residents of southern Midcoast Maine due to the limited capacity of our shelters. During fiscal year 2020, we served 57 individual adults and 53 family members in our 2 shelters. However, we also turned away 307 individuals and 146 families, including 249 children from 12 different Maine counties, simply due to the dearth of available beds at our shelters. We lacked the necessary resources to address the need for emergency shelter long before the COVID-19 pandemic, but now the demand is greater than ever and people are staying longer in our emergency shelters. The pandemic has had an unparalleled impact on the need for emergency shelter and amplified the existing crisis of homelessness across the state. While Tedford Housing began keeping our shelter doors open 24 hours a day to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of our guests, we have also had to reduce the capacity at our adult shelter to just 10 beds in order to provide adequate social distancing. Despite the challenges of the pandemic, however, our dedicated case managers have continued to connect both our shelter guests and our outreach clients to permanent housing and the supportive services that will ensure they are successful in long-term stability. But homelessness is about more than a housing crisis. It's also a human services crisis, a public health crisis, and an economic crisis about which every single citizen should be concerned. Investing in emergency shelter will return dividends by creating housing stability that will have a significant and lasting impact for some of the most vulnerable and often disenfranchised of Maine's people. LD 654 will provide crucial funding to aid in the construction of new 24-hour emergency shelters, replace existing aging facilities like ours at Tedford Housing that cannot be renovated or expanded due to site and zoning constraints, and other shelter capital projects. There is currently no funding available to support such capital projects, and the state has never invested in emergency shelter infrastructure through a program like this. LD 654 does not compete with other legislation introduced this session to support people experiencing homelessness, but rather is part of an effort to create the collective impact necessary to solve the complex problem of homelessness in Maine. In fact, the bill will provide important gap funding for capital projects at 24-hour shelters, where emergency response funding is currently lacking and will serve as a bridge to a more substantial system of care. Thank you for your commitment to ensuring that every resident of the state of Maine has a safe place to sleep at night, and to investing in infrastructure and services that have the power to change lives, strengthen our communities, enhance economic well-being, and alter the fabric of our society. Passing LD 654 will be an investment in the future of Mainers in need and in the future of Maine.
Thank you, Ms. Knott. I think we have some questions from the committee here. Representative Bradstreet, followed by Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Any project like this, I think, is going to take time to put together. I wonder, are there any shelters out there or any organizations that have anything that is kind of quasi shovel ready to do something like this?
We're getting there. We have an option on property, and we are nearing a final site plan for our proposed new facility. There are some other groups that I know that are out there who are talking about shelters in various locations, including Lewiston, Oxford Hills area, and certainly some other shelters that could use some funding to support expansion and growth in their facilities as well.
Okay, thank you for that, because one of the reasons I asked is a lot of the testimony seemed to come in from just the Brunswick area, and I just didn't know if any other areas of the state are to be included in the consideration of these shelters.
Absolutely. This isn't just about Tedford. We know there are a lot of our shelter partners out there that need the funding as well. But it's really glad to know that all of our efforts during the last week to get out support from Brunswick Topsom area worked.
Did. Thank you.
Representative Gear, and then Senator Merrimont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for making it back in with us, as not. And my question is just, if we were to imagine that the bill passes and is funded and it's September and Maine Housing has put together, say, a grant program that can be applied for, what would Tedford Housing apply for under that kind of a program?
I guess it would, obviously any award would depend on the number of applicants. If we were successful in applying for a few $100,000 to help support our project and get it going, that would be a wonderful support for our new facility and a strong way to show the community that the state is behind these projects, to help build that philanthropic support that would cover the additional cost of a new facility.
So you would see that as really seed funding to spur other donations?
Yes, yes. We certainly are not expecting $3 million out of the $3 million bill. Now, out of that $50 million bond bill, when we get there.
Great, thank you.
Senator Merrimont.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm listening, I listened to this same sort of a day in transportation, and the state's running transportation and infrastructure and comes $130 million a year short, even though there are methods to fix that. We take care of housing supposedly, and then I hear all these stories all day long in labor and housing about what a poor job we're doing. We gave tax cuts so that we don't have the money to fund the programs that we need. So since we're failing as a state, maybe we should just cut all the income taxes, make the rich even wealthier, and maybe they would rain a little money down on us. What do you think about that one?
That was close to a question, Senator Merrimont.
I said, what do you think?
Response for that, Ms. Knott?
That one's a little above my pay grade. But that's why we've elected you to make these decisions and to help the various groups that have concerns about funding and programming across the state to ensure that that is done equitably.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. We have questions from Representative Drinkwater and now Senator Guerin and Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So talk me through this process of the steps. Do you folks have caseworkers or navigators? Because it sounds to me like when somebody comes in to a 24-hour shelter, you need to assess that person, what their needs are, and then to try to find them permanent housing or temporary housing until this crisis passes. So can you walk me through the steps that you use? Because obviously there's a shortage of beds in a 24-hour shelter. You need to shuffle them along to get them into some type of housing. Go ahead and walk me through it.
Okay, so, and this is specific to Tedford. Every shelter operates a little bit differently. But when we are contacted by someone who is seeking shelter, and I must say that our adult shelter facility operates a little bit differently than our family shelter facility. But at our adult shelter, if someone contacts us seeking shelter and we have a bed available, we do have case managers and shelter staff attendants on 24 hours a day. So if it's during the day, our case managers are on. If it's in the evening, our shelter staff is on. Someone will do an intake at that point and gather basic information about the individual's situation, including personal information and location, where they came from. But initially, we don't do a full intake. We'll get them into the shelter and get them into a bed, into secure housing, because that's the priority, is to get them under a roof. And then the next day, our case manager will do a full intake process, really delve into their concerns and how to get them best connected to supportive services and housing. If we do not have a bed available, which unfortunately is far too often, then we will connect them through outreach services. And Maine Housing is creating a new diversion program that will help keep people out of shelters, because we don't want people in shelter. We want them in housing. So if it's someone and we don't have a bed, then our case managers will work with them to determine, is there a family member that they can stay with temporarily while we help them address concerns? Can we connect them to general assistance? Can we get them into a hotel temporarily? What are the other options for temporary emergency housing, while we then work with them to connect to permanent housing and the resources that they need to be successful?
If I may just have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Of course you may.
You say that you've turned away over 300 individuals. Now, I've talked to my homeless shelter in my area, and they say a lot of these people that present themselves for emergency services, they have to abide by certain guidelines, such as no weapons, no drug use, things like that. I'm assuming your program is the same way. Do you keep numbers of how many people you turn away because they won't abide by your rules?
So those are different numbers. These are turnaway data that I shared with you, 307 individuals, is people who were never into the shelter because we just didn't have a bed. Anyone who is in the shelter and doesn't abide by the rules, that's a different matter. And we do have certain rules that our guests must follow. Again, they differ with shelters. Low barrier shelters are a little different than high barrier shelters. So in our case, for example, if someone is still continuing to use substances, that does not preclude them from coming into the shelter, but they're not allowed to have anything in the shelter. So it's a little bit different. Those numbers are a little bit different. That's not our turnaway data. Those are exits, unsuccessful exits from the shelter.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Senator Garin, and before anybody leaves, I just want to remind everybody that we have a work session immediately following these public hearings. Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I would comment that I thought Senator Miramont's question / comments were a bit out of line. I do have a follow-up to his question, though, for our guest.
Go ahead, Senator Garin. I agree. I think we've all had a long day.
Yes, and it's important to maintain your composure to the end. For our guest, I would like to ask you, do you have any other nonprofits providing funding for your shelter? Or is your funding totally from taxpayer funding and donations from the private sector?
Other nonprofits, we do receive grants from foundations and other organizations that do have nonprofit status. The Maine Community Foundation provides funding for us, grant funding. The United Ways provides support for our shelter. Running down the list.
Would you know what percentage of your funding that is?
I do not know that right now, but I can certainly get that for you. We do break that down. We share that frequently with our various funders.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That is all operational funding, by the way.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Knott? Representative Warren.
I also wanted to follow up on the question that Senator Miramont made, just maybe framed a different way a little bit, that there's some people who have different ideas about how we invest our resources as a state, and because we have to balance our budget in a way that the federal government doesn't have the same constraints, those are always they're really trade-offs. So it's, at least even in my mind, I kind of, I guess I'm sympathetic to that being part of what's in my head when we're talking about this type of investment. So I'm just wondering, acknowledging that from your expertise and experience, what is the return on investment that comes from investing in services that you're a part of, speaking like to the urgent need for sure, but also just more broadly speaking, what we could see down the line, and if you have a sense of optimism or even numbers about what this can do.
Sure, and obviously I don't have like figures to give you. I can't equate that to it, but that is certainly data that can be derived at a national level. The cost of homelessness to communities is huge. Again, we don't want people in shelters. We want them in housing. We want them more connected to jobs. We want them to connected to supportive services. So by getting folks into shelter, that's the first step to sustainability. To them becoming taxpayers in your community, to becoming business owners in your communities, to becoming homeowners in the communities that all generate revenue for the state. Generally, there's a reduction in calls for police service when folks are connected to service. We want to reduce that contact with public safety by getting people experiencing homelessness connected to other resources, putting a roof over their head so they're not camping on someone's property and then the police are called. Connecting them to mental health services to reduce the impact on our emergency rooms, our hospitals, at a time when that is growing exponentially. Getting folks into treatment, substance use treatment, to again reduce, which again will help reduce our crime in communities, and ensure sustainability, help keep families together. Our family shelter, sometimes that's the only way that families can be together. We've had a woman who was living in her car while her children were living with different relatives. When she was able to get into shelter, the family was able to come back together to help build that family unit. So I think there are a lot of tangible returns on investment, but then there are some of those intangible things that ultimately affect those tangible items. Hoping I answered your question.
Thank you, Ms. Knott.
Thank you.
Senator Garin, did you have another question? I think maybe your hand is just up from earlier. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Knott. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And thank you. That is that was our last testifier. We thank you, Representative Arford, for being here and for bringing this bill forward.
I want to thank the committee again. You are outstanding. I very much appreciate your hard work on this bill and all the other bills.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate that. That will close the hearing, the public hearing on LD 654. And we have a work session on one bill, which I think will be quick, but who can say? So if Alyssa, I think we are going to need the to get sent the work session link to move over. Perfect. I should have known you were already ahead of me. So folks, it should be sitting in your email. We'll see you over there. Why don't we say it's 4:39 right now? Let's try to get over there in like 4 minutes. Thank you.